These youths, who have never known me as a hero, puffing their burners, polishing their guns, picking their teeth, swaying their boots. They glare at me in silence from the jump walks that string across the cavern to link its levels. My eyes chance on a slim brown girl above. She looks no older than Io was when she died. Her hair is shaved, half of her pale face smeared in grease or war paint. A big weapon meant for a grey lies in her lap. She sees me looking at her, and she makes the gun of her hand, points it at me, and pulls the trigger. "You said Athena preached forgiveness," I say. Ori seems sad. "She did once. Now she carries a gun." I turn on Ori as we reach the stage. She tried to take the gold cape from my shoulders when I entered, but had her hands swatted away by the owls. Athena waits atop the stage, wearing her helmet, a gun, and Parphoros. Behind her, Diomedes stands chained. Ori watches him with pained eyes. "It's love, then?" I ask. "He once told me that love which obstructs duty is not love. It is an addiction that must be denied." She smiles, sad. "Maybe he was right." "No. He's a noble idiot who was brainwashed by a military cult and somehow still turned out to be a decent man. Ori, 2/3 of Europa's population is still on the surface. If Diomedes and Athena can be brought to reason, then we could evacuate many of them down here. I think I can convince the Ra, but Athena will listen to you. She has listened to me, and to Severo and Lyria. But Diomedes' life is not in her hands, neither is yours. It is in theirs." She nods out to the daughters and their sea of vengeful eyes. Well, shit. She turns my head to look into her eyes. They are filled with acceptance and fierce love. "I expected you to be an arrogant tyrant. That is what they see. Show them what you showed me. Show them who you are, a traveler on the path," she says softly. The guards push me up the stairs to join Athena. My mind races as I ponder Ori's words. A few chants of Athena's name echo through the chamber until Athena marches up to me, yanks off the golden cloak in disgust, and hurls it off the stage. She holds up her hand. Silence falls like night, slowly, then all at once. Her voice echoes through the chamber. "Darrow of Mars, you stand accused of collaboration with the enemy, Romulus Aura, resulting in the liquidation of 13,412 sons of Ares from Jupiter to Pluto. You stand accused of mass homicide in your assault upon the dockyards of Ganymede, which resulted in the fatalities of more than 150,000 reds, greens, browns, and oranges." As she recites several more accusations, I find Severo in the crowd. It is hard to meet his eyes. They are angry. They should be. I brought us here despite his warnings. How many times have I ignored him, placated him, told him I would get him home only to somehow drag him further and further away? He just wants to be a husband and father. So did I. I remember the purity of that feeling. It was clean. To love and be loved, to guide and be guided. This is dirty, this life I lead instead. I am dirty, as Dancer promised. Severo said he had to keep me shiny. That was his job. It's time to tell them I haven't done mine. It's the only chance to complete my mission. And my mission is not to get ships, not to slay Fa, not even to save Mars. It is to make sure that the light does not go out. When Athena has levied all her charges, she asks how I plead. Ori nods up at me from the crowd. I see Lyria standing beside Severo and think of Camp 121, of the many I could not protect. Then I smile at Severo, thinking of the time he saved Cassius's life long ago when the Obsidians tried to hang him, and say, Years ago, a friend stood before a court much like this one. I lift my chin. I plead now as he did then. I am guilty. The response is mixed. The daughters murmur, some in confusion, many in vindication, others in fury that I would make a mockery of them. Severo hangs his head. Ori smiles. Lyria leans forward, her face open. She is my audience, those I uplifted only to abandon. You know their sentence is death? Athena asks. I do. I have no defense. I did sell your kin to Romulus Aura. I glance back at Diomedes and say to him, I am guilty of destroying the dockyards of Ganymede, of murdering its workers and caretakers. I turn back to the daughters and raise my voice so even those in the back can hear me. I am guilty of enough crimes for 1,000 men. Torture, kidnapping, blackmail, murder, bombings, rains, all of it. I have broken nearly every oath I have taken. I have flattened cities, set fire to generations, raised oceans, broken worlds. I've killed men, women, children, if not with my own hands, then with ships under my command. I have betrayed mentors and friends and led them to their deaths. I have left my legions to die to save myself. In my name, if not by my consent or orders, prisoners have been slaughtered, populations displaced, ice caps melted, iron rains hurled down on the just and unjust alike. I am guilty. I reek of blood and shame. I am sorry for what I've done, but I will not apologize for why I did it. I believe in the dream of Io, the dream of Ares, the dream of Ragnar. That we are all born with the right to choose our own destinies, to live in peace, to pass down that same freedom to our children. I will not apologize for that, for doing all I can to give this dream to my son. Even if in doing so I lost my right to walk the path to the Vale, to pass the old man who guards it, and join my father, my friends, Io. But if I could, I would take back my crime against you. It is the great regret of my life. I did not betray you because I sought your misery. I did not turn you over to Romulus because I delighted in your suffering. I did it because I was young, blind, but most of all, I was afraid. So I strayed from the path of Fitchner, of Io, and I took a shortcut. I began like many of you, born to drill and die. I was given power, but that power never made me less afraid. That power made me desperate, arrogant, and far too willing to sacrifice others. After the Battle of Ilium, I feared the Ra would fall upon our flanks. I was afraid that I could not save my people and your people at the same time. So I chose mine. That was the folly, pretending we were separate. We are one people. We always have been. I know that now. My betrayal of you betrayed the dream I claimed to fight for. Io did not even know these worlds of yours existed, but she would have believed, as Ares did, that this dream has no boundaries. It is open to all. It includes all of those brave enough to stand when the golds tell us to kneel. And it includes those who are perhaps not brave enough. Not yet. My mistake was thinking I was alone. That if I fell, if I lost, there'd be no one left to fight. I know that is not true, because Ares fell. And look at all of you. I look down at Severo. Alone, we are weak, at the mercy of fear. Alone, we are too willing to compromise our morality. Our courage comes from the belief that we are not alone, that we cannot be divided. That is why I beg you, learn from my mistakes. Let my death have a greater purpose, saving as many lives as it can. I am not here to petition for myself, but for those Europans stranded on the surface, for the Ganymedes hiding behind their shields, or the Ionians still holding out in their crypts. I beseech you all, do not turn your back on the core, on those living free on Mars, on those fighting to regain freedom on Mercury, on Earth. We are all one people. None of us is alone. Here, now, you believe you are alone against Fa and his horde. Your fear will tell you that you must protect your own, that you must keep the sea lifts closed, even if it means the civilizations on the surface will be slaughtered, enslaved. You believe you have no choice. But you do. I nod to Diomedes. That is the Prince of Sungrave. You can judge him for the sins of his ancestors. You can kill him. Or you can let him tell you of Kaliki. Let him tell you of Sungrave and the slaughter he has witnessed. You want change? Now is the time to make it. To show this gold, all golds, the quality of your dream. You want progress? Unity? Make it. Here and now, and for the future. I pause until the echoes of my voice recede. No one jeers any longer. My hands tremble behind my back. Bound as they are, I cannot reach for Pax's key. But I feel it pressed against my chest, and hope he would be proud of this speech, overwrought as it is. In my head, I wrote it as if he stood beside Severo. Even if I die, maybe he will hear it one day, and know I found myself in the end. When I was 16, Dancer O'Farron, one of the great heroes of my life, told me that I was a good man who would have to do bad things. That is why Ares chose me. He knew I could be the dirty hand of the rising. I could be the man who does the bad things. For most of my life I have thought that was a curse. Now I see it was a blessing. If you look at where we started, we are 1,000 times stronger now. I do not ask for your forgiveness or your mercy. I ask only that you succeed where I failed. Do not surrender your dream to fear. Do not take the short route through shadow. You know your path. If you think you are alone on it, just look to your right, look to your left, look across the solar system and see what I see. A tide of one people who want only one thing: liberty. I am done. The eyes judge, and the eyes hate. There is no cheering or pumping of fists, only a shuffle of feet, a clatter of chains as the guards exchange Diomedes and me. Athena reads the hulking man his charges. When it comes time for him to speak, he looks around without any contrition and glowers out as if facing a firing squad. Civilization is based on exchange and social contracts. I was taught that the low colors exchanged liberty for security and stability. We have failed to provide security. We have failed to provide stability. We have failed you. The contract is broken. Take your due. Chapter 61. Darrow. The Three Masters. Diomedes and I are escorted into a nearby cell to await the verdict of our sham trial. The cell is stone. The metal door is the cell's only hint of modernity. Another man occupies it, a handsome man with a black eye and a burn from a stun weapon on the left side of his neck. Oh, "It's you," I say to Cassius. "Hello," he waves politely, both hands shackled together. I sit next to him. "What are you doing here?" I ask. "I'm in the middle of a rescue, actually. While it is taking longer than expected, I'm optimistic with regards to its outcome." I don't laugh. "All right, I'm lying. They left some black owls on the Archimedes, and now I have a black spot on my pride and a very black eye." He winces. "The owls are far better at sneaking than fighting obsidians, I'll tell you that." He scratches his beard and ponders for a moment. "Are we all going to die?" A cheer from the daughters in the cavern rattles the cell. "Yes," Diomedes says. "Probably," I correct, annoyed at the man's pessimism. "You talked forever," Diomedes mutters at me, "and looked weak." "You basically told them to slag off and shoot you," I snap. The daughters cheer in the cavern again. "Apparently you both were terrible." Cassius leans back. "What a waste of talent. Honestly, it's like a bad joke. We might be the best 3 Razor Masters to share a room in the last 60 years, and it's a prison. And not one of us was taken in a straight fight." Diomedes and I look at each other, each wondering about the other's claim to the title of master. "Oh, that's right. You two haven't seen each other fight." "Cassius," I say. He perks up. "Yes?" "Shut up," Diomedes says. "My goodman, it's uncivilized to do anything but laugh in the face of death. Why do you think I'm always so jaunty these days?" Cassius grins when a third cheer comes, the loudest of all. "That must have been for my sentence." I roll my eyes. Come, Darrow. Am I not allowed to be the best at anything?" "Fine, you can be the most despised," I say. "Thank you. Contrition at last." Even Cassius's false bravado thins, and he goes silent after a while. He doesn't ask, but we all wonder what's taking the daughters so long. It's Diomedes who breaks the silence. "I did not need you to speak for me," he says. "What?" "You impugned my honor," he says. I stare at him. After a moment of anger at the man's unbelievable pride, I shake my head and look away. "Why did you?" he asks. "Lives saved," I reply, mocking his laconism. Cassius snorts a laugh. Diomedes is not amused. I take Pax's key from under my shirt and hold it between my hands. "It's not for the cell," Cassius says when Diomedes perks up at the key. I close my eyes and send a prayer to Pax across the void. I'll not get my book or letter, whatever it is, to him now. But maybe Severo will, and maybe he'll hear this prayer and know that I thought of him in the end. "It was the cestus," Diomedes says. I look up from my prayer. He's staring at the floor. "Kaliki." I sit straighter and glance at Cassius. "Go on," Cassius says. "Helios had only just returned from a scouting mission," Diomedes says, as if sharing the information is causing him physical pain. "He boarded, and I transferred the cestus to him. Only it was not Helios. It was an impostor with Helios's limbs carved onto him. The impostor must have used the cestus to fire on our own fleet." "An impostor?" I ask. "Yes." Diomedes' eyes narrow, troubled by the memory. His speech patterns and body mimicry were nearly perfect, yet I sensed something was amiss. The way he apportioned his weight as he walked. I could have stopped it. But I second-guessed myself. I was afraid I was wrong. He snorts at himself. "That is why our armada is gone. I did not trust my instincts. You seem to have learned from your mistakes, so I will trust my instincts now." He looks up with dark conviction. I believe my uncle was that impostor. I believe Atlas Au-Ra is the All-Father of the Obsidians, and that Fa is his creature. I believe this is repayment for our rebellion, and that Atlas will not stop until all of the rim is burning. He considers. Or starving. I stare at him. Tension coils in my belly. It fits. It all fits. The unseen hand I felt. Atlas was on the bridge of the Dustmaker. In person. He's in Ilium. Diomedes nods. I did not see his face. I have no evidence. But yes. I laugh and laugh. You chose a damn fine time to tell us, I say, and wipe my eyes. I did not trust you before, he says, petulant. I bolt upright and bang on the cell door. Athena, if you're listening, you need to let us out. Athena, Fa will not let you live. Athena! Another cheer trembles through the stone, and a chant I can't quite make out. Cassius turns to Diomedes. Say you're right, and Atlas is the devil himself, as everyone keeps telling me. Why would he do this now? He asks. Why not wait for the Republic to fall? Mars could have been theirs. Inertia, I reply, abandoning my efforts on the door. Atlas would have had to put his plan in motion years ago. Diomedes nods his agreement. Not even he could stop the boulder once it started rolling downhill. And because he knows the Republic has already lost, I admit. Cassius stares at me. It's true. As things stand, Atlas is preparing for the future. It's not just about punishing you, Diomedes. That's not how he works. He's all about closed loops. He'll make the Rim remember fear and pave the way for a savior named Loon. Not Grimace? Diomedes asks. No, Cassius says at the same moment. Lysander's fleet was still on its way out here last we saw, I say. They missed the ambush, Cassius, but they'll arrive in time to play the hero. I know Atlas. All this horror he spread has been under the name of Atalantia, the impalements, the burnings, the pacifications. It makes sense now. He's not a sociopath. He's a student of history. He'll pin all the evil on the Republic and on Atalantia, then take this war to the abyss so a snow-white savior can pull the worlds out into a shining dawn. I laugh. Even the name of the ship is too rich. Selenius the Lightbringer, Lysander the Lightbringer, that son of a bitch. Cassius shakes his head. Lysander is many things, but he's not a monster. Men like Atlas disgust him. He'd never be able to quiet his conscience. The slaughter in Sungrave alone. Look what Lysander did at Heliopolis. The lengths he went in order to save lives. He's a loon, I contend. They're capable of anything, especially when backed into a corner. Oh, so everything is hereditary, Cassius asks. No, what I'm saying is Octavia had him from the start. And then I had him for 10 years, Cassius snaps. He was never like that, not even when I took him from Luna. He gave Virginia the scepter. He was a sweet little boy. How was that sweet little boy the last time you were on Io? I ask. Cassius looks like he wants to hit me. Diomedes, who has been watching us in silence, interrupts. Cassius is right, Darrow. Cassius relaxes, but still glares at me. Lysander is not a part of this. I saw his face on the Dustmaker. When the ambush was sprung, he did not know. He recognized something was amiss as I did. Something about the impostor's short sword. Wait. Cassius turns on him with a frown. On the bridge of the Dustmaker? Lysander isn't with his fleet? He isn't on the Lightbringer crossing the gulf? No, Diomedes says heavily. His ships were too slow to match our pace and had repairs to do. So he travelled with our navy at my invitation, along with a decade of Praetorians. He was with me on the Dustmaker's Bridge when it fell. Cassius's face falls, and he sinks back against the wall. Is he dead? I don't know. I would imagine so. Atlas put a void contraption on my face. I could neither hear nor see. There was just darkness and pain. He pauses, remembering that pain. Then I felt someone grab me. I could not smell either. This someone dragged me, and fell themselves. I felt their body on mine. No armour, but a strong build. It had to have been Lysander. There was no other gold on the bridge without armour. They put me in the life pod, and then I felt them grasp at my legs as they got pulled out. If Lysander was on the bridge, was he not struck by the spines you were, the paralytics? I say to Cassius's umbrage. He was. Then how could he move? I have thought of this. My mother gave him a toxin leech after he was poisoned on Phobos by Atalantia. He was in a coma. He nearly died. It must have drained or neutralized the paralytic Atlas employed. His tone softens for Cassius. I am sorry that he was aboard. He wept when he thought you died on Io, and I know you had your differences, but he was the only gold of the corps who gained my trust, and my mother's, and even, I think, Helios's. He honoured his word, and was truly a noble man. Had I to grant the credit for that, it would not be to Octavia. He touches Cassius's knee. I mourn the loss of his light. It is the only eulogy that could have given Cassius reprieve from the guilt that's been eating him alive, and it is even a redemption, in a way. He slumps back against the wall, overwhelmed with conflicting emotions. Whatever animus I have for Lysander, I feel compassion for my friend, so I shut my mouth, and hope Diomedes' words are true. Chapter 62. Darrow. The Tyrant's Debris. A troop of black owls shoves Diomedes, Cassius, and me into a war room aglow with a map of Ilium. Dozens of techs turn from their work in the shadowy room. Athena stands with Ori beneath the constellation of information. One by one, the moons and cities wink out until a single image hangs over her. The obsidian armada creeps across the face of Jupiter toward Europa. Ori turns and gives me a smile before moving to the side to watch Diomedes. Athena rolls tension from her neck and sits down on a stool. The black Hasta, Pyphoros, lies in her lap. I was 15 when my clan decided to seize control of our mine, she says without preamble. A long time ago now. The uprising was beautiful at first, but when I watched my elders execute our hostages, I knew we were doomed. Still, when my favourite elder put the gun in my hand and asked if I was a gasfly or a warrior of red, my finger pulled the trigger. 11 times. I took 11 lives. My clan proved to the rim that reds are bloodthirsty animals who must be kept in check. She activates Pyphoros and scratches 11 marks in the floor in front of Cassius's feet without leaving her stool. I escaped when the Ra soldiers came. Few others managed that. I fell in with pirates and sunk into my own shame. I learned to believe I was never a freedom fighter, that I was a terrorist, an animal. Then Ares found me and showed me that the elder who put the gun in my hand was alive. Alive and far from the gas mine where he sparked our uprising. Living in peace, luxury, He confessed that the uprising was a Cryptea operation from the start. Even in revolt, we were their tools. Thanks to Ares, I learned the truth. That gold control is an illusion comprising fear, guilt, and distrust. She looks back at the ships creeping over the swirling storms of Jupiter. Atlas Aura. Is this genocide truly his work? So she was listening to us in the cell. Yes, Diomedes says. You don't have proof? No, but that is only a testament to my uncle's skill, nothing more. Athena chews on her lip before turning on me. Ares says you can shatter Atlas's illusion. Can you, Darrow? Ares? I ask with a frown. Someone moves in the shadows of the wardroom. Then everything turns to black. Sound and light, even my own hands disappear. Then the voice of Ares, destroyer of men, stormer of ramparts, growls, I am the kneeling sun. I am the broken daughter. I am the widow and her trembling fist. I am the sum of the tyrant's debris. I am the whipped, the bent, the broken, the enslaved. I am the meek, the gentle, the humble, and all their silent rage. By taking your voice, gold has given me mine. I am you. I am we. I am Ares, breaker of chains. I know the speech. It is an old one given before I left the mines. I found it years later, echoing around the HoloNet. I believe it is still cherished by many because it is what Ares was. Not a hero, not really. He was a consequence of empire, an empowering reflection of the shadow the girls had cast over all our small and divided hearts. A pupil of blinding light devours the darkness until I see Sevro standing in front of us, wearing the twilight helm. It shimmers like a star, then fades molten red. So that's what it does. Neptune's prick. I thought I just died, Cassius mutters. Severo takes off the helmet, and it fades to black. He shaved his beard and had his old goatee back. He grins at his little drama. Savage, right? Thank Hades it has a manual in its software. Severo, what's what? I ask. He hops onto a console and dangles his feet. Well, it's like this. After they put you idiots away, I thought I should have my own little speech. It's easy to make Dar shiny in death. But we forget Dar was a mess of a man, more broken than any of us. That's why he chose Athena here. That's why he chose Dancer, Harmony, Darrow. He pokes the helmet at me. He took the broken people because he knew he could reforge them stronger. He was a dreamer, Dar, but he wasn't an idealist. Nah, he would have chosen a sweeter god to play if he was. Ares is the bloody truth behind the shine of the golds. He is the shadow of their glory, and that shadow belongs to us. It is the trauma that made us mad enough to not just go along. Dad chose you all for different reasons. Dancer was a builder, like Athena here. She showed me what she's done these last years, the network she's built. He casts her a look of unreserved admiration. You, Darrow, he chose to be his breaker, but you're more than that. He told me that before he died. You could be both, if only he could keep you on the right path. He died too soon, I think. Left us to our own wicked devices. We weren't ready, but we did what we could. He nods to Athena and the daughters in the room. That's what I told the daughters when I marched up there with his helmet. Dar slagged up too. Athena cited me 6 times just off the top of her head. But he always got back up, dusted himself off, and stuck with it. I told the daughters, no one's done that more than you, boss. Maybe not even Dar. And each time you try to change. Try to be better. It's the first time he's called me boss in a long time. The daughters and even Athena herself listen to him with pride in their eyes, as if they'd all watched him grow up. I feel, maybe for the first time, that he has found the same conviction in this part of his life as he does in being a father. It is like both sides of him, Severo Barker and the goblin, have finally melded together. I watch him with so much pride. "You got messy, you know," he says to me with a sigh. "Said it yourself. You cut corners because you wanted that light at the end of the dark. You forgot your own words. That's what's pissed me off the most." I cock my head at him. "Years ago, was 12, 13, we were standing over Ragnar's body, and you told me we ought to stop waiting for the light because we're it." He looks around the room. We're it. But our light is fading. "Why?" I ask them. He holds up a finger and glares around the room. "Da was one person. One pissed-off human being whose only power was realizing he could unlock the tide. He gave us permission to fight our way out of the cell they made us." He points to Athena. "Then he was 2. Then 3. Now he is Mars. He is the daughters. He is billions. So why are we fading? Because we don't want to be here. We want to be on the other side of this shit. We're waiting to live. But this is it. This is our life until we change it. That's all right. Like Darrow said, it's a blessing. It is our privilege to fight. So let's stop eating ourselves, chewing on each other's legs. It's stupid. It's endless. We got more to do." He pats the helmet. "We need Ares. We need our builders." He looks at Athena. "We need our shields." He points to the daughters. "We need putrid, spoiled allies late to the fray." He glares at Cassius. "And we need our Reaper to tell us all how we're gonna break this ugly-ass army, because that's his job." He looks over at Athena. "Right?" Athena darkens as she turns to me. "Your plan?" I glance between her and Severo. "Your ship's off-moon," she says, "and too far away." "The hard path, then." "Far's horde is a wheel that will roll over anything in front of it," I say. "But the axle of any obsidian wheel is its champion. Kill Far, the wheel breaks. I can kill Far if I have the right people." Athena crosses her arms, wary. "Far is surrounded by an army. Do you have a plan to reach him? To deal with his army after it breaks apart?" she asks. "Hundreds of thousands of marauders loose in Ilium isn't exactly a victory." Judging by Severo's face, he has an idea about that, I say. "A real classic. You're gonna hate it," he says. "What's to stop Far from just killing you if you do reach him?" Athena asks. "I challenged him to an Ashvar, a duel of honor. Gossip like that goes through an army faster than the clap." Ori, Cassius, and Athena wrinkle their noses, but Diomedes nods along like it's common wisdom. "The Ascomani are a warrior culture. They'll have heard of me, and I still have sway with the Obsidians." "You make it sound so easy," she says. "He always does," Severo says. "It's part of his charm." "It won't be easy," I say, "but it's the only way. That navy is dangerous, but that army is a terror. Atlas and Far hit all the right nerves to make it dance to their tune, but so can we. I know Obsidians, and they know me." "Do you have chemists? Anyone versed in poisons?" "Both," Ori says. "Good. I'll need them to get to work on those spines we found in Diomedes." Ori nods, but waits on Athena. Athena looks back at the Obsidian fleet and sighs in surrender. "After Severo's speech and reviewing your conversation about Atlas, I have recommended to the daughters that we commute your sentence." They've agreed. Ori uncuffs me herself and squeezes my hand. "We will not be made to betray our convictions. We will not abandon the people of the surface. The sea lifts will be opened. Refuge will be given to all. But that refuge means nothing if the enemy is not beaten. Athena tosses over Pyrphoros. So, you will be our spear as you should have been from the start. I catch the blade by its leather hilt. Its balance is perfect for such a long blade. I turn it in admiration, then brush my finger on the shape toggle to form the shape of a sling blade. Athena and the daughter stare at its shape with deep, mixed emotions. After a moment, she says, "It is not a gift. It is a reminder of your oath. Once Fa is dead, you will return it to me and you will kneel and face your sentence. Swear it by your kin." I glance at Severo. He nods. I touch the key on my chest. "In the name of my son, Pax, I swear it." "And Diomedes and Cassius?" I ask. "Already told her the chin's with me," Severo says. "It's how Da would want it." Hearing this, Cassius gives Severo a hard nod of solidarity. Ori unlocks his cuffs and whispers something in his ear. "And Diomedes?" I ask. Athena nods to Ori. Ori brings around a tablet to hold before Diomedes. He is a slow reader. Bit by bit, his eyes widen. "Abolition of the hierarchy." He keeps reading. "Self-determination of vocation. What is this?" "The future, Ra," Athena says. "You cannot believe the Moon Lords would ever agree to this." "We believe in holding someone to their word," Athena says. "You say you have failed us. You have. But we do not accept your head as repayment. We will take your service instead. If you are a shepherd, as all Ra believe, prove it. Lead us to a new and better future. If we are to risk our lives, our cause, we refuse to return to the same chains we have lived in for centuries." Diomedes reads the document further. "Even if I wish to honor this," he almost says absurdity, "this treatise, I cannot. I am no consul or sovereign. I am only an Olympic knight. It would be false to pretend I have the power to institute even one of these." Athena laughs at him. "Do you know the efforts it took to install a daughter amongst your hetairæ?" she asks, "akin to Ares' efforts with Darrow. Do you know what Ori's tasks were? Tell him, Ori." Ori looks nervous. "My tasks were to gather and pass information, particularly regarding Cryptean or naval matters. My primary function was to ensure that no true tyrant ascended to lead House Ra. Fortunately, I found none lying in wait." Diomedes tilts his head. "And if you had?" "I would have killed them. For the people." He's startled. "Ori said long ago that you would be a fair but stern ruler, Diomedes. We have known your character for some time," Athena says. "You are also the son of Romulus Aura. That matters. Your voice will carry from here to Pluto. We are not fools. We know the Moon Lords will resist us. Things always move slower in the Rim, so we do not ask for you to dismantle the hierarchy in a day. All we ask is that you swear an oath to make abolition your personal cause until the day it passes in the Decagon. If we are to be allies in war, we must know we will be peers in peace." Diomedes swallows. "You want me to become your kept gold? Your agent?" "No. We'd have you be our Virginia Augustus, Diomedes," Ori says. "Not a kept gold. A visionary. A champion for the downtrodden." "And what is to stop me from betraying you at my convenience?" Ori smiles. "Your character. Your honor. Your heart. Your oath." "You forget I already swore an oath to protect the hierarchy." Ori grips his arm. You also swore an oath to protect the people of the Rim. Look me in the eye, Diomedes, and tell me I should serve you. She raises her eyebrows. Tell me you matter more because of the sigils on your hands. Tell me I am less than you. She guides his chin, so he has to look her in the eye. His stare is as intense as a particle cannon until she flicks his nose. He explodes with a laugh that makes even me jump. He follows it with a smile I didn't think his face capable of making. If you can't do that, then maybe it's time you took a new oath, she says. Diomedes turns to Athena. Doer again. If I give my oath, the sea lifts open, the people can take refuge, and I'm free to take up arms with Darrow against Fa. His voice darkens. Against Atlas. Athena smiles. We don't hold the sins of the ancestors against their descendants, Ra. Give me your oath, and I'll put the blade in your hand myself. Chapter 63. Lyria. Mashed taters. The Obsidians are on their way. The sea lifts haven't stopped for 2 days. Up they take newly made soldiers with newly made rifles. Down they bring civilians of the surface to the deeper levels of the Undercity, where the daughters break their backs to build camps for incoming refugees. Except for the uniforms and rifles, the two groups don't look so different. Determination, fear, dignity, whatever expression the soldiers wear, they all look like children compared to the Obsidian frontliners I saw on Io. The daughters won't be able to hold back the Obsidians if they breach the Undercity. Even I know that, which means Darrow must be planning something. Not that they've told me. Daughters didn't even bother locking me up. Said I was an innocent. Told me to make myself useful. So I have, by sneaking into one of their barracks and stealing a uniform. Cutting my way through the staging area, where haulers trundle past laden with supplies, I climb the stairs to the hulking door into the command centre. The daughters guarding it hold up their hands. One's a green man, the other a yellow woman. Pass card, the woman demands. Pass card, I say. No admittance without a pass card. Shit. No one said nothing about a card. Barker's going to skin me alive. Don't you recognise me? I ask. They look at each other. I'm a bloody damn Martian. Darrow's niece, Rona. Barker's adjunct, you know. I hold up a can of gun polish I nabbed from the barracks. Needed polish for his helm. You need a card. Listen to my vowels, I say with a nervous expression. Look how short I am. I'm obviously from Mars. They believe that. Listen, he'll kill me if he knows I slagged up. Can't one of you take me to him? Throw cuffs on me if you need to. Have you met him yet, the son of Ares? Do you want to? I can take her, the yellow says. The green bickers. He wants to meet Severo too. In the end, the yellow wins and escorts me in. They lead me through a complex of halls to a big door that greens are filing through. Wait here, I dart right on past on the heels of the greens. I follow them into a room glowing with screens and buzzing with activity. Its epicentre is Darrow. Swarmed with daughters, he stands at the holographic main display, locked in an argument with Athena and Diomedes. The moon of Europa glows above them. A red dot travels through the sea. Then someone grabs my ear loud enough that I yelp. Darrow, Diomedes and Athena all turn to stare at me as I'm dragged out of the room, back into the hall, pinned to the wall by Severo. What are you doing? He snarls in my face. You shaved your beard. He shakes me. I didn't come all this way to be left in the cold. I need to talk to Darrow. How did you... He stops and turns his head to look at the yellow, who stares at him in awe and terror. Get, he snaps. The yellow bolts like a hare. All the competent guards are off, he mutters. What are you doing here? I need to talk to Darrow. What did you see? Nothing. He flicks my ear. OPSEC means shit to you. What did you see? What's OPSEC? What did you see? Nothing. Just a few displays. His eyes narrow, but he seems to believe me. Severo, I need to talk to Darrow. Tell him he gave his word. Hours later, I'm dozing in the command centre's commissary when I feel the bench beside me sigh in protest. I sit up. Wiping sleep from my eyes, I glance over to see Darrow hunched above a pile of chow. Unlike Severo, he still has his beard. He seems a different creature than the commander I saw in the war room. Tired, smaller somehow. His left hand has a tremor. His neck stooped, body contracted. I almost feel bad for interrupting his moment of respite. "Heard you wanted to talk," he says. "We've a lot of plates in the air. I've a hard out in 5 minutes." Severo slides in on the other side of me and digs into his chow. "That means talk." "We had a deal," I say. "That's why you have minutes," Darrow says. "I can help you." Darrow grimaces as he chews. "Listen, Lyria, I'm sure you think you can, but—" "Condescension? After that speech?" I ask. "This is my fight too, or were those words just to make sure you didn't swing?" Annoyed that he won't look at me, I pull his tray away from him. He spears a potato with his fork and pulls the tray back as he chews. Doubt plays tricks on me. Tells me to just let him go. Don't slow him down. I'm out of my depth. War is his game. But I ain't gonna sleep sound in the barracks huddled with the children in the tender colours as the obsidians batter down the gates. I never loved Mars till I left it. I try. Mars wasn't my home. The mines were my home. I loved them. Probably because I was a Gamma. But I loved them and you destroyed them. Severo's eyes dart to Darrow. You destroyed my world. It's gone and never coming back. Part of me will always hate you for that. But the farther and farther I go from Mars, the more I miss it. The more I want to fight for it. Lads and lasses younger than me will be shouldering rifles against Atalantia soon, if they aren't already. Lads and lasses that lasted the assimilation camps like me. It wasn't their choice either, to leave the mines. You chose for us. But they ain't hiding or whining like I've done. They're fighting. This is my choice. I want to help. I lean closer to the man. And between you and me, my value in the fray ain't in a Drachenjäger or manning an artillery piece or hauling freight. My value's in my social standing with a certain obsidian. Darrow sets his fork down and looks at me. Finally, I'm more interesting than his food. Severo keeps eating. I know you think Volga's gone over to Fa lock and stock, I press. She leads a division now, according to Sigurd, he replies. Fa calls her daughter. But does she call him father? I plough on. You don't know Volga like I do. She is a good person, Darrow. She's just never had a fair shake, so she adapts. It's what she does. Right now, she's lost. Like you said to those obsidians on Io, I can guide her home. Deep down, Volga loves the Republic. She gave herself up to Fa to protect its people. Send me up top. Send me into the obsidians. I'll bring her back to her senses. His eyes narrow. Send you into the obsidians? How? Use Sigurd, I say. Have him take me to Volga. We don't know where she is. Neither will he. It's an invasion, Lyria. It'll be madness soon as they hit the atmosphere. Darrow shakes his head. You don't even speak Nagal. Ja, ik zin Faltanga, I reply. He frowns. Severo grins. You knew? Darrow asks him. Severo shrugs. May have heard her practicing every night on the Archie. I scoot a little away from him, bringing me closer to Darrow. You've been tall so long you forgot what it looks like down here, I say to him. How a red like me can slip under a big man's gaze. From what I hear, ain't many bigger than Fa. I know you're planning something. Let me help turn Volga's heart. For Mars. You're afraid I'm going to kill her, he says. I don't know what you're going to do, but Ragnar was your friend. Don't you owe it to him to save his daughter? I ask. She never met Ragnar, Severo says. Is that her fault? I ask. She was bred in a lab, then moved freight in Echo City. Then she was a freelancer, then a prisoner, then warlord, Severo says, unhelpful. She is the Republic, I say. And Darrow's frown deepens because it seems like a good thing. Am I getting traction? It's not her fault that she became what she had to, but I know if I came to her and told her she could help you two, she would. She stole our kids, Severo says. Unlike you, she was an active participant. She shot Kaveks. I like Kaveks. And then she defended Victra against the Red Hand. Please, please trust me. Darrow just prods his potatoes until they come apart under his fork. He twirls the skin around one of the prongs. Have you considered what will happen if you're caught? Or if you are wrong about her? I look at his now mashed taters. Yeah. And you know if you go in, we can't protect you? You're secondary to our mission. Yeah. He sighs. What do you think, Sev? He strokes his goatee. I think you ain't as popular with the Volk as you think you are. I think if Lyria can get Volga to play ball, it doubles our chances when we do the thing. I think if anyone can get us the evidence we need on Atlas, it's Volga. If Lyria's wrong and Volga won't play ball, then Lyria will probably die or be tortured. But she don't know shit, so she can't compromise the thing. So the only real risk is her life, which is a risk I'm certainly willing to accept. More important, I think Cassius will hate it even more than he hates the thing. So, what do I say? I say give Trufflepig her shot. She's earned it. Chapter 64. Lysander. The Noble Lie. Dustborn 33, you are cleared for approach. Hearing Pyther's voice is like coming home. The battered Rim shuttle, one of the Dustmaker's own, coasts out from its hiding place in an impact crater on the moon of Valetudo toward my newly arrived expeditionary fleet. Atlas cast my 10 Praetorians and me as survivors of the massacre at Kaliki. The cramped confines and Spartan creature comforts of the shuttle have left us looking the part. Bearded, exhausted, with our uniforms doctored by his Gorgons and wounds administered by Atlas himself, my Praetorians queue up to depart. I linger in the cockpit, watching our approach. The Lightbringer has never looked nobler, Roan says from behind my chair. He's partly right. Additional repairs to the damage he received in the Battle of Phobos were completed en route by the Votum builders, an incredible achievement. Not only are most of the Lightbringer's guns finally operational, but the Loon Crescent, black for war, has been painted inside a gold pyramid along her port and starboard. Beyond that, the rest of her hull is still patched, heterogeneous and unpainted. I nod as if it looked fresh off the line. I will show no more reticence in front of Roan. Gods know what he'll tell Atlas. I miss the total security in him I felt before he poisoned me. I mourn that loss of trust. It can never be as it once was. Nothing can. What of all this will you share with the ranks? I ask him. The ranks are best treated like mushrooms, spoiled with shit and kept in the dark, he replies. I recommend you treat your ranks the same, august though they are. Lysander may be good and noble to his friends, but a sovereign must be a clinical operator. His eyes trace the house ships that attend the Lightbringer. They belong to reformers who came out here for the unity I preached that day in Rome. So many have honoured your call. It would be a shame to stain this noble enterprise. The full might of my Dracones 13 greets me in the main hangar of the Lightbringer, along with my reformer allies. 33,000 Praetorians snapped to attention. I lost a fourth in the battle for Phobos. They are nearly as relieved to see me as they are distraught by my state. Limping into the hangar, I look back at their hard faces with far more wariness than I once did. If forced to choose, How many of them would follow Roan or Atlas over me? How many already do? 221 Gorgons aboard my ship, Atlas said. I'm crushed into a hug by Cicero. When we saw the atomic signatures, we feared you were dead at Kaliki. I feared... He clears his throat, remembering himself in the eyes of the Reformers and Gold Knights waiting behind him. Some of the knights have their dual scar of the New Shepherds, but there are several hundred new men and women. He swelled their ranks. Dido, Helios, Diomedes. What a waste, Cicero murmurs. They will be avenged, I say. His eyes glisten as he nods. His grief is real, as is his righteous anger. He seizes Roan's arm and works his way to Drusilla, Marcus, and Demetrius. Well done, Praetorians! You are a credit to your legion. House Votum, nay, all of the society is in your debt. Any trouble from home? I ask. Siege and stasis on Mars and Luna, he replies, though that doesn't stop Lady Bellona from playing Cassandra. She thinks Atalantia will sail on Mars any day. Then we must be quick. Cicero pulls the command scepter from its holster on his back. It was commissioned for the campaign to denote his imperium over the assembled factions. It is a bundle of iron rods that leads to a lightning bolt. Your fleet stands ready, Lysander. To return home, Pallas adds. She stands with Lady Bellona's clients. I don't take the scepter yet. I greet Pallas warmly. Pleased to see you retain all your parts, Loon, Pallas says. Her smile dissembles her wariness. Meanwhile, her eyes collect and catalogue evidence to report back to Julia. To her, something's not adding up. After seeing Kaliki, even I must admit you are indeed blessed by fortune. My Bellona ships are prepared to make for Mars as soon as you give the order, as are those of our clients. I raise an eyebrow. Mars? Yes, this side venture was already ill-advised. The Lady Bellona would not have you risk our main endeavour on this catastrophe that has nothing to do with our efforts any more. I smile and stride past her to remove my jacket and shirt. I bare my chest and back to my Praetorians and walk down the line. They might hate Moonies, so I'll play to their pride instead of their virtue. I tear off the bandages, one by one, to show the wounds Atlas gave me to lend credit to my harrowing story of survival. Look upon your Imperator, I call. Look what Far and his horde have done to me. Will you let this stand? Can obsidians and far-ink reptiles now brutalize a peerless son of Luna with impunity? What say you, Praetorians? Shall we retreat, or shall we hunt? The result is predictable. Shamed for a decade by the death of Octavia on their watch, the Praetorians respond with, Hunt! 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 I clothe myself and address the new shepherds next. Most of you are new men, new women. Your families are not yet storied. Many hold that in contempt. I do not. You wrote the first chapter of your family's legend on Phobos. Write its second with me now, and show all that you are the true keepers of virtues the conquerors held dear. You defend the weak, you shelter the low. Should the oceans rise, the sky fall, the darkness creep, you keep the wolves from the flock. They pull out their razors and salute. With my foundation shored up, I return to the ficklest of my allies and change tack yet again. My friends, you have risked personal fortune and our cause itself by following me here. The safe route is retreat. The bold route is forward. In days like this, with enemies like ours, boldness is prudence and retreat is folly. Now is the time to show the Rim that we are worth 1,000 Atalantias. They glance at one another, nervous to face the horde that humbled the Rim armada. What good is an ally without a navy? Pallas contends. Shall we risk our lives, our ships, our soldiers, for those who can no longer aid us in our war, who may not help us if they could? My good lady, Ilium is but a part of the rim. Their domain is vast and slow to cross. They have more fleets, I assure you, though they will not arrive in time. What we do here, Neptune, Uranus, and Saturn will see, and they will remember. Light kindles in the eyes of a few. Cicero herds the rest. The Rock cannot stand with us to defend their worlds, he says, so we will stand for them, yes? He glares at his clients. Yes? They nod in twos or threes, but in the end they all nod, except Pallas. I thank them and return to her. Lady Bellona didn't invest in an endeavour. She invested in me. Remember that, Pallas. She watches me with a thoughtful smile, but does not press the issue. I button my jacket back up and extend my hand to Cicero. I'll take my fleet now. Grinning, he hands me the sceptre of command. I twist the sceptre's lightning bolt. My image streams onto the bridges of the fleet, and my voice into the ears of all the sailors, legionnaires, and crew of the fleet. This is Lysander Aulun. I have reclaimed Imperium over the fleet from Praetor Votum. You have sailed past Calice and seen the slaughter there, but the situation is more dire than you know. Not only has the enemy sacked Io, they have razed Callisto with atomics. Soon they will have Europa in their clutches. They have enslaved millions of our fellow citizens. And they have seized Demeter's garter. They hold its destruction hostage over the rim. Their war, their crime, is not just against our allies. It is against civilization itself. In his madness, the warlord known as Volsung Fa wishes to drag us back to the bitter pit of chaos from which mankind barely escaped. As I orate, I begin to pace, walking with increasing speed and intensity past Praetorians whose eyes follow my every step, past excited young golds, eager to make their mark. Eventually I come to Roan, and his eyes narrow with intensity. He is pleased with my performance. I pour on the gravitas. Fa is a cunning and brutal adversary. He has trampled all in his path. He does not yet know the taste of defeat. In his arrogance, he thinks himself the lone power left in Ilium. He has divided his forces, and so made a fatal error, one we will exploit by reclaiming the garter with utmost haste. Once the threat of famine is removed, we will hunt the beast himself and teach his horde that civilization has teeth. After meeting with my officers to explain my escape from Calice and dictate the plan Roan and I created during our wait on Valetudo, I retire to my stateroom and summon Pytha. My stateroom is a heavily secured network of chambers not far from the bridge. The metallic nature of warships is softened by wood panelling chosen by Horatia Alvotum. The engravings of my family history in the wood were not yet complete when we left Mercury. They are now. A pleasant surprise, followed by another, as I'm greeted by Exeter in the atrium. I'd almost forgotten I'd commissioned him as my valet before my poisoning. I feel a pang of longing for Glerastes. Exeter's presence, more than the luxuries of the rooms, makes the stateroom feel more like home. May I recommend Debussy and a clean shave now that you're back from the wild, Dominus? It always put Master Glerastes at ease. Washed, clean-shaven, and dressed in my formal whites, I wait for Pytha in my library. Amidst the classic texts that line the walls, I recline on a chair examining the completed painting on the ceiling. It is a scene of the conquering. My oldest ancestor is not alone in any of the images. Akari accompanies him, sometimes standing beside him, sometimes behind. I thought such images would impress Diomedes when he stood here with me. Instead, it is to be a different Ra beside me, a shadow that no portrait will ever render. But if future generations do etch or paint us together, how will my distant descendants judge me for Atlas's presence? Will they revere him as I revere Akari, his evil deeds scrubbed clean by the brush of history? Pytha greets me with a warm hug when she arrives, and doesn't let go until I surrender to the embrace. She clings to me like I'm her brother, and I feel like I am. "I'm sorry about Diomedes," she says after we take a seat on the couch. "I know you thought you had found a friend in him." "More than that," I murmur. "We both watched silence eat Cassius up," she says. "Tell me what happened." With Roan no longer in my trust, I told myself I would confide everything in Pytha. But as she holds my hand, I realize that, while she very well might understand why I accepted Atlas's offer, she will never look at me the same way ever again. Not with that protective love of an older sister. Lysander will cease to exist. She will look at me then only as her sovereign. In time, I will look at her as only my captain, and it will be as if our lives on the Archimedes never happened. To preserve that, I lie to her. I tell her the tale I told Cicero and Pallas and my officers. "The ambush came out of nowhere," I say. "It's not hard to look haunted. I don't know what happened. I woke in the barracks to Ascamani in the halls. I tried to repel the boarders, but the dustmaker was overrun. I wanted to stay and fight to the end, but my Praetorians forced me to evacuate." "And you feel guilty for that?" she asks. I nod. "It wasn't your fault. You were a passenger." Her hand settles on my knee. "I saw the rubble. I heard your speech. You can be brave for them. You don't have to be brave for me." "I know. I'd rather not relive it anymore," I say. "But you don't have to live with it alone," she says. "Whatever happened, whatever you saw—" She pauses. "You don't have to tell me. But I've never seen you like this. I can carry it with you, whatever it is." I want to tell her. I know I need someone else to trust. I feel that aching in my heart to share this burden. Clearastes is gone. Ajax too. I want to tell her I am afraid, that my Praetorians are not my protectors, that I am a fool, that there are strings inside me I don't know if I'll ever be able to cut. Instead, I deflect. Shame binds my mouth from telling the truth. "It's just how cold it all was. Calici," I say. "How cold it all is." That truth, though not the truth, makes me crack. The tears stream out, and she takes me in her arms. I cry into her uniform and hold on to her warmth. She knows I've not said it all, but Pytha, sweet and dear as she is, accepts the deflection and whispers that it will be all right. It can't be. I know. Because it never was. Chapter 65. Lyria. Into the Maelstrom. With Darrow's message for Volga burning a hole in my mission pack, I follow 6 black owls through the bustle outside the main pedestrian sea lift to Heraklion. The sea lift doors groan like old men going downstairs. They open to release thousands of refugees from the surface. In the robes of their colours, the refugees stream out between the statues of Poseidon and Aphrodite like migrating butterflies. Not just on the ground, but by means of lines strung in the air. Grey soldiers floating about in Leviathan-marked cuirasses of House Calabar herd them toward the magnetic trams where daughter militia load them into cars to take them to the refugee cities nearer the core. The tension between the groups of soldiers is enough that everyone expects a firefight to break out at any moment. Yet everyone is keeping their tempers, sensing that feeling that hangs in the air. The feeling I had as a girl in 121, when storms would rack the Cimmerian plains and the clans would abandon the camp and huddle together in the mines, even with us gammas. It is strange. A couple of years ago, it'd be me filing along, clutching my siblings' hands, making sure we all stick together as we flee the storm. Now I trudge toward the maelstrom, and I'm surprised that I don't feel unprepared. Darrow himself handed me off to the owls. I will not let him down. I will win Volga back to the Republic.
Wrong way, squabs!
A grey shouts to the black owls in an accent so thick I can barely understand him. He sits down in front of us in beautiful blue armour. The Leviathan on his chest is golden. An officer, then.
Follow the lanes and get with the others.
We're going up top, I say. The grey snorts. His bluff face is half hidden in his helmet. Hard eyes peer out at us from the dark blue steel.
Nah, you ain't, little rusty. Them reptiles will make a meal of you. It'll be the crews, the second grey says. Reptiles are sacking the dryads.
The first grey shrugs.
Either neither. You're going nowhere, lass.
Let us through. A voice booms behind us, and the owls and I spin around. Two giants in armour enter the doorway. Cassius and Sigurd. The former is unexpected. "What are you doing here?" I asked Cassius with a smile. "You didn't think I'd let strangers drop you off, did you?" he asks. "I thought I'd come along in case you met trouble." The grey who blocked us is as surprised to see a core gold as he is the obsidian brave standing next to him.
Dominus,
the grey stammers and steps aside. Cassius sweeps me into the lift along with Sigurd, leaving the owls outside. The door closes, and the motors hum to life. "I have a warrant badge," I say, as the lift begins to rise. "I would have used it to get past that tin pot. Truth is, you just can't stay away from me, Bellona."
Pish. Any girls left in Heracleon aren't very happy with Diomedes of the Ra right now. That badge won't mean much.
He falls in beside me. "Sorry I missed your briefing. I was playing ambassador for Diomedes." "Ambassador?" "He might have convinced the Calabar to take Athena's offer, but some of the Sea Lords, those who haven't fled to Ganymede like the rest of the cowards, would rather die than collude with terrorists. My father was friends with a few of them, though I don't see why. They're stubborn as mountains. Their people will pay the price of their pride, as always." Haunted, he looks out the glass of the lift. The lights of the deep shrink in the darkness as we rise. A river of bioluminescent fish illuminates his face with pearly light. I touch his vambrace. He gives me a brave smile. "I'll escort you and Sigurd to the shuttle, but that's as far as I can go. I'd come with you into the Obsidians wearing prosthetics, but Sigurd says I'd blow your cover." Sigurd nods. "You would. Crypteia tried to assassinate Fa in the Garter. Their guises were without flaw, but Fa sniffed them out. He skinned them, castrated them, and keeps them leashed to his throne." Cassius and I stare at him. "You sure your friends will find us first, Sigurd?" Cassius asks. "And that they won't turn Lyria over to Fa?"
"Fenrir and Gudmund were on Io," Sigurd reminds him. "They wanted to come with me when I surrendered to Darrow. I begged them to stay behind in case they were needed. He has spoken to them himself on the frequency I provided." Sigurd looks at me now. "They have no love of the Fa Lyria, and unlike my father, they are not too cowardly to act. Gudmund yearns to redeem his honour in Darrow's eyes. Fenrir, Less so, but he owes a blood debt to Severo and Mrs. Attica, his favourite city in all the worlds. We will take the shuttle to them, and they will take you to Volga, on my honour, such as it remains."
Cassius eyes Sigurd with little trust. He lowers his voice.
"What's rule number 1, Lyria?"
"Don't get caught by Ascamani and shipped off to the far dark," I say.
"Rule number 2?
"There is no rule number 2. The lift begins to slow. Cassius's anxiety mounts. I grab his massive hand. He holds mine, and together we wait for the lift doors to open. The pounding of waves and the distant thunder of the bombardment flow into the lift as the doors part with a groan. Outside, a floating gunship hovers over a sea of refugees. It blares orders, and they move in military-like blocks toward the lift. I let go of Cassius's hand, and we head out. The station is a grand stone crescent out over the water with an open face to a massive courtyard filled with humanity. The city looms, connected to the station by several pedestrian bridges. The sky throbs from distant bombardments. Greys in gun installations peer up or out over the water, where warships patrol the perimeter. "That's us." Cassius points across the station's courtyard to the shuttle that will take us to the rendezvous with Gudmund and Fenrir. It waits past the refugees and a slew of military vehicles. 4 black owls guard it. We head for the shuttle, through the crowd. We haven't taken 30 paces when I see something. A shadow crawling on one of the gun installations looking out over the water. I tell Cassius, but by the time he looks, the shadow is gone. He picks up our pace. A faint whistle followed by a warble comes from my left. A few dozen paces off, a giant shimmering figure stands amidst the refugees as if he'd always been there. His ghostly guise dissolves to reveal a towering warrior. He is lean and nearly 8 feet tall, and naked except for a shark head helmet. Water drips from leathery, orangish skin. His feet are clad in curious boots with twin fans on either heel. He looks around as if admiring a school of sleeping fish. Stunned refugees back away, too startled to scream or cry out at his sudden appearance. Then he starts to kill. He does it with 2 blades, each as long as my legs. With his first swing, low-colour bodies and limbs geyser up in the low gravity. He swings again and again, as if sweeping rubbish with a giant broom. A young yellow finally has the wits to scream. Then more are screaming and pushing to get away from the butcher. Laughing, the giant disappears. The scene may not even have lasted 10 seconds. The Greys of Heraklion mobilise, shout commands. Anxiety spreads through the refugees. They stir like confused cattle. Greys make a battle line on the steps leading to the lift. Cassius draws his razor and activates his Aegis. "What was that, Sigurd?" Sigurd peers out to the sea. "That was a harbinger." He sounds frightened. "They swam in past the sonar. I did not know they could swim." "More are coming?" Cassius asks. "Likely they are already here." Chapter 66. Lyria. The Fall of Heraklion. Cassius takes control. "Sigurd, let's plough a path. Lyria, grab my belt and don't let go." We rush toward the shuttle. Cassius and Sigurd batter their way through the crowd. More shadows flit through the courtyard. The lights above go out. A grey fires in the distance. Another Ascamani berserker appears ahead of us and kills 3 blues before she's gunned down. Another appears to the left. A gold knight descends to fight him. Then hundreds of throats roar, "Gunfag!" The Heraklians may have impressed me with the discipline of their evacuation, but the roar flips a switch. In an instant, they disintegrate into a mob of animals. Silent at first, they surge against us, against the battle line of Greys holding the half-filled lift. Then, once the Greys are swamped, do the berserkers attack everywhere at once. Only the animals begin to bay. Screams and bodies clamour all around, pressing in on me like a vice. I can see nothing but flashes of insanity. Panic-struck faces, clenched fists, falling bodies, barbarian butchers clad in darkness, children losing the hands of their mothers or fathers, boots on their backs. I clench Cassius's belt for all I'm worth, terrified I'll fall and be trampled. He ploughs through the madness with Sigurd. I can see the transport through them. We're close, 20 paces off. Then something slithers overhead. The transport and the owls guarding it disappear in a flash of white light. Heat washes over me. I fly back like a rag doll. My head spins. My brain aches. I gasp. I'm on the ground. My ears wail. I retch as I try to stand. A knee knocks me flat. A boot steps on the back of my head. Another presses on my hand. I use a man's body to crawl to my knees. His elbow glances off my nose, but I gain my feet only to be trampled under a trio of black-peddling silvers. Two of them spill down and we scramble at one another. Someone else falls on me. Fingernails rake my face. A knee falls on my stomach. A shoe steps on my right breast. I wheeze and punch the silver I'm tangled in his balls until he stops squirming and untangles from me. I scramble up. Cassius is nowhere to be found. I'm too short to see anything through the chaos. Disoriented, I take cover at the base of a monument to some famous gold holding a pyramid over his head. My ears ring as I clutch the stone of the statue's base. I climb up to its waist to see over the havoc. The shuttle is a fiery wreck. Refugees swamp the sea lift. Its doors try to close, only to be jammed with bodies. Then a ragged cheer goes up. People turn and point. A flight of shining gulls descends from the Acropolis of Heracleon. The cheers die as glowing brands slither up from the sea. Missiles. White light flashes in the sky, and when the light dims, the gulls are twirling debris. The station is turning into a bloodbath. Horror greets me everywhere I look. I can't stay here. I don't know what to do. I search for Cassius and find him 20 paces off, fighting a tall berserker. Sparks shower as spear meets razor. Cassius turns the spear up and sticks his razor in the berserker's chest. Sigurd appears and slams his axe into the berserker's back. I climb higher up the statue and wave at Cassius. Cassius raises his razor when he sees me. He levitates over the ground with his grav boots to meet me at the base of the statue. Sigurd joins us, shouting into his comm. "Sigurd!" Cassius shouts when he sees the chaos at the lift. "We can't stay here!" Sigurd motions him to wait and ducks his head to listen to his comm. Cassius is not having it and grabs my hand and drags me after him away from the courtyard. Sigurd rushes after. "My friends! They say they will come to us!" "Where?" Cassius shouts. Sigurd points up to the Acropolis in the distance, the highest place in the tiered city. Cassius's expression falls. "Anywhere but here," I shout. "I'll fly you," he says. "Did you not see the golds?" I ask. His face hardens and his eyes settle on the pedestrian bridge that links the sea lift station to the city. He leans down to say over the noise, "I am your shield. Stay in my shadow." Sigurd fires at something behind us. "Move!" The two armoured men and I set off at a run. Soon the sounds of the station are lost in the tick, tick, tick of our loping gait and the panting of my breath in my ears. At first there are others on foot like us, but after we clear the bridge, the crowd thins, and we run alone into the low city, bound for the jump pads. Jupiter stains the glass and stone buildings in bronze light. The meandering stone ways are abandoned but for long-legged cats with bones as thin as birds that watch us from window sills. One hunts a shadow on the ground. I don't need to look up to know the shadow belongs to an Ascamani ship. It roars past overhead, firing at something before disappearing behind a great library complex. Two more ships follow it. Armoured figures stream out their sides to fall onto the city. Fear fuels my legs. We turn right onto a shopping agora and see its pedestrian jump pad is still active. We take it at a run, and I feel myself go light and my stomach lurch a little as I sail up in a parabola maybe 80 metres before arcing back down toward another jump pad set in a public water garden. Its gravity field slows me just as I land. I stumble, Cassius steadies me, and we run on to the next, ascending each ring of the city a jump at a time. Wind whistles past. The sea roils in the distance and emits a deep groan, Only it's not the sea. I look up. The great shield that protected Heracleon from the sky is gone. A moment later, 4 molten fists begin their descent from orbit. Ships. Big ones. A smaller gunship flies past overhead. It catches us in its wake and hurls us off the aerial path. All 3 of us crash down onto a rooftop garden. The plants below absorb most of my fall, but pain jolts through my left shoulder as I hit the turf. Scrambling through flowers to the edge of the garden where Cassius stands, I see the gunship drawing up a half-click away. Its guns wink as it fires down at the city's defenders in the high-rise bunkers. There's movement in a higher garden on the level above. Cassius jerks his pulse fist upward. 3 greys look down at us. They're young, maybe my age. They nod their heads. 2 carry long metal rods. The third some sort of launcher. Cassius shouts at them to stop as they aim the launcher at the gunship. I don't know why. The greys fire. The only evidence of the missile leaving their launcher is a faint thread of distortion in the air. They score a hit. The gunship belches fire. Sigurd shouts he's found a way down. Cassius pulls me along, and we run before the greys start loading the second missile. I hurl myself off the garden after Cassius and Sigurd, then look down to the next, and the next below that. We're halfway down the block when heat washes through my bones from behind. In the reflection of a carver's store window, I see a pillar of light tethering the building we just abandoned to a warship so high above it looks like a splinter. Then the light is gone, and the building crumbles. I'm choking and spitting dust out of my mouth by the time we land in the Acropolis of Heracleon. I wipe tears from my eyes and turn to see Sigurd looking down. The lower city has begun to rattle and groan with war machines beneath a shroud of dust and smoke. Anger wells in me, an anger I see on Cassius's dust-caked face too. "Where are your friends?" I ask Sigurd. He looks up at the sky. "On their way, they said. They said to meet them in the relic garden." Cassius is wary. "Where's that?" I ask. "I've been here before," Cassius says. "Follow me." The Acropolis has been abandoned, mostly. Its high gardens lie untouched by the invasion below. Sigurd watches the sky as we pass through the gardens. Fountains as tall as 10 men babble water. Birds chirp on the shoulders of stone tyrants and in the boughs of fat olive trees. And there's music. Through a squall of dust, I see a violet woman in a grove of silver-leafed trees. Her eyes are closed as she plays a harp. She is pale, with long, elegant limbs. She wears a maroon silk tunic and headscarf. In her lap lies a long, dark knife. We push on, accompanied for a little while by her song. The stone grottos and parks of the Acropolis seem deposited from an older, grander age. Except for the music of birds and the shuffle of alien creatures in the trees, they are lifeless. The brown growers have fled. So too have the guards of the Acropolis, likely to help with the evacuation or the defence. We pass a black stone building with 10 sides. Its sides are open. Through the black columns I glimpse a dozen white-bearded ghouls sitting on the stone benches in its centre. They are silent and still as statues. They watch the sky through the open roof, their razors in their laps, their dolphin rods leaning in the nooks between their shoulders and necks. Their white hair stirs in the breeze. Then we are past, and entering a grove of trees amidst which lie black stone shrines shaped like pyramids. Sigurd is still watching the sky. Cassius peers around. I pant for breath. "Where are they, Sigurd?" Cassius says. In his obsidian armour, Sigurd no longer feels like a friend, but when he turns, his eyes are hard and focused. "Cassius, they are close, but you must leave now." Cassius pulls out his razor. "I think not. Ascamani have landed on the Acropolis," Sigurd says, and taps his communication link. "Your armour. They will want it. They will know you are gold. You will ruin the mission. They will not attack me. Go." "Your friends are close?" I ask Sigurd. "Very." "Cassius, go," I say. "Go." He strides to me, kisses the top of my head, and his armour turns dark as the night. Wind whips around us, and he's gone into the sky. Sigurd sees something back near the black buildings with 10 sides. I see it too, shadows descending through its open roof. He motions me back and searches the sky.
"Brothers, hurry,"
he whispers into his calm. Then to me,
"Go to your knees. Say nothing. They come."
His helmet slithers up to hide his face. He's already cut off his helm's beautiful horns to hide his identity. He pulls the axe from the mag holster on his back. I go to my knees, trembling in fear. The leaves rustle. Thunder rumbles. Metal clings toward us through the grove. I sense eyes on me. I twist my head. A small, almost childish figure watches me from the top of one of the black shrines. It wears light armour that drinks in the light and pulls something from its back to mark the pyramid with a symbol in white paint.
"They're claiming loot," Sigurd murmurs. "You are mine. Do not run, do not speak, and whatever happens, do not look them in the eyes or they have to kill you."
Lean warriors stride through the trees. They are tall, lanky, with long spears. Their skin and armour are painted dark red. I dart my eyes to the ground. A frigid voice calls in broken Nagal.
"You are lost, warm brave. Alone. Tribe. Name. That's for my brothers, my sisters, my Jarl, not for you. You, 5th ring. We, 1st ring. This city. Claimed. Leave all treasure. Slave too, or lose skin. You can go have sex with a goat. Skin it will be."
Feet crunch dried leaves. Metal rasps.
16 on 1. Fight me with honour," Sigurd growls.
I resist the urge to glance up. My eyes almost meet one as he sniffs the ground where Cassius took off.
"Names fight names. You have none. But thief."
The sky whistles. I look up just as 2 mounds of metal land with a bang that almost knocks me over.
"Aye, reptiles, you found our lost brother,"
A big, happy voice bellows. He is a wide man and plants an axe on the stone.
"Name's Gudmund the Jolly. We'll be taking our brother now, unless you want to make a thing of it. What do you think, Fenrir? Should we make a thing of it?"
The Ascomani turn to peer at the thinner, shorter obsidian. Fenrir's face is covered, but he wears a black Pegasus Legion helmet. The horse head slithers into his collar to reveal a long face bearing the skull tattoo of a Stained. The Ascomani tap their spears on the ground. Respect? Fenrir asks something softly in a strange language. No one replies. He says something again, and the Ascomani melt away to loot the shrines. The obsidians stare after them, their guard still up. "What did you say?" I whisper in Nagal. Fenrir looks down at me with little affection. One of his eyes is black, the other a green-hued tech job. His nose is flat, his lips scarred. He is terrifyingly calm.
"I asked if there was a name here, or if anyone would like to make one,"
he replies in common. He looks to his brothers.
"They'll pass the word. We should flee before one shows up."
Gudmund bends to help me up with a jolly smile as a lean corvette approaches above.
"Arms or back, lass?"
he offers politely. I clamber onto his back, and he takes off toward the corvette. I sit in the back of the corvette's garage with my legs out the open door. The sea rolls beneath. Heraklion is already lost in the distance. At times I see the light of a passing ship on the horizon, a flare of atmospheric descent, or a flash from a bomb. I wonder about my friends. I don't see how they can possibly stop this. Sigurd approaches and squats beside me.
"I must leave now. I thought my absence would not be noticed, but there is a mark on my head. Fa knows I surrendered to Darrow. Gudmund and Fenrir will take you straight to Volga's ship. She is not far.
He sees me looking back at them in worry.
You can trust them.
It's not them I'm worried about, I say. Thank you for helping. He cocks his head.
You help us, he says. It is our people who should thank you. Unnatural or not, Volga is the blood of Ragnar. The longer she is under Fa's sway, the deeper we fall away from Ragnar's dream. We must return to the sun and the smiles of our mothers. We must have a queen. I tire of kings.
For the Republic, I say, and stick out my hand. He takes it.
For the Volk, too. Good luck, Lyria of Lagolos.
He says farewell to his brothers and flies out the back. I don't know these men. They could deliver me wherever they want, or just dump me into the sea. Fenrir glares at me like I spat in his boots. Gudmund pops down beside me eating a sausage. He hands one to me. I pass, nauseous with dread. How long till Volga? I ask.
40 minutes. She leads a hunting party.
I nod like I know what that means.
Cimmeria, huh?
He asks with his mouth full of sausage. South Pole, huh? I reply. He thinks that's funny.
This place is terrible. I cannot wait to go home.
What do you miss most from Mars? I ask. He scratches his beard and his plump face lights up.
The parades. I look so glamorous with ribbons in my hair.
He pulls out a long wire and winces.
I'm sorry, but we must deliver you like loot.
Of course you bloody do. Chapter 67. Lyria. Volga. Fenrir and Gudmund fly out from the corvette into fog. I dangle beneath the duo, hog-tied to Gudmund by a wire. Wind gnaws through me. I flinch as a cliff of grey metal appears in front of us out of the fog. It takes a moment to realise it's no cliff. It's a warship, and a grand one at that. It flies low with its main lights off. Strange umbilicals connected to the sea beneath. Gudmund and Fenrir glide toward a hangar lit with red mission lights. Several hundred grey captives stand at the hangar's edge, all connected to a great chain with a hook at the end. A dozen wounded gulls stand to their left, also chained and guarded by Askamani. Deeper in the hangar, core obsidian sprawl on looted purple couches. Their helmets are off, and like their armour, their faces are smeared with sweat and soot from battle. Passing around huge skeins of wine, they watch as a green globe floats over an Askamani and a short obsidian in brilliant black armour studded with gemstones. Both seem important. My eyes fix on the back of the short obsidian. Their honour tail is stubby, their cape made of dragon scale. A dozen Askamani guards come to investigate our landing. Fenrir slips them a small pouch of gems, and Gudmund eats a sausage while they assess the gems. Once the gems are approved, one of the guards returns with a very prim, very serious-looking copper woman. Her head is shaved. She is branded with a winged symbol on her forehead. "Lord Fenrir, you are out of position," the copper says in Nagal, and references her datapad.
"Speak your own language, slave," Fenrir replies in common.
The copper obliges. "Your assignment is north of the equator. What are you doing here?"
"We found something,"
Gudmund says, and waves down to me.
"Lost property of your mistress. So she claims to be. We were going to sell her for labour, but we are conscientious men." "Ask your mistress if she's missing a slave from Mars," Fenrir demands.
The copper scurries off toward the short obsidian standing beneath the green globe. She whispers in the obsidian's ear, and the obsidian turns. For a moment, I don't recognize Volga. Her face is covered in war paint and her neck is tattooed with wings. But I know those eyes that follow the copper's finger. Though they are bitter and hard, they flinch when they see me. A shout of excitement comes from the Askamani at Volga's side. A contact blinks on their sensor globe. The Askamani issue a low chant, and somewhere in the hangar, drums begin to beat. Rolling their eyes, the core obsidians drink on. Volga's eyes harden as the Askamani beside her runs to the hangar edge toward the grey and gold captives. The golds salute the greys. "Akari!" one of the greys, a grizzled woman with a missing right eye, shouts. "Bear witness!" roar her men, and salute the chained golds as the Askamani reaches the edge of the hangar and kicks a huge metal hook over the side. Attached to the chain, the weight of the hook pulls the greys along with it toward the sea. Long after they've disappeared, the golds continue to salute in silence. Then the Askamani kicks their chain, and they disappear one by one. Gleeful Askamani gather in droves to look down into the sea. "What are they doing?" I murmur. "Chumming the water for Leviathan," Fenrir replies. "Fa never lets a victory pass without a feast." "Nor do I," Gudmund says, and eats another sausage. I am taken from the hangar by what seem to be Volga's slaves, 3 heavy-set reds with collars on their necks. More slaves fill the innards of the ship. Blues, oranges, greens, reds, all shuffling along on their collars to maintain the warship. Beneath the winged brands on their foreheads, their eyes are blank and refuse to meet mine. I wonder how long it would take here for my eyes to go blank like theirs. I'm dumped in a stateroom. Inside is a trophy wall filled with a dozen razors and dragon's teeth. The stress of the day has left me exhausted. I sit on one of the room's couches, and without meaning to, I fall fast asleep. I dream of dark water and deep creatures, until I hear a voice. Sevro's. "You don't know me. I don't know you. But the real tragedy is that you didn't know your father." I wake to find a blanket has been draped over me. A voice comes from the table where, beside 2 leather sacks, Volga hunches over the holocube Darrow gave me. The message for Volga is not from him. It's from Sevro. Volga focuses so intensely on the message that she does not see I am awake. "You didn't know him, so you have to listen to others tell you about him. You have to see him through their eyes. It's a tainted picture. I'd know something about having a da like that." He chews his lip. "I knew your father. Fought beside him as brothers. Volsung Fa didn't. He knew Ragnar as well as you knew him. I was Ragnar's family, his friend. So, figured I owed it to Ragnar to tell you who he was. Don't buy the myth. He wasn't a god. He wasn't a messiah. Shit, he wasn't even a good man for most of his life. He was a gladiator and slave knight, a prized possession to one of the worst families out there. He did what he was made to do. He fought. He killed. He was a stained. The butcher they send for the other butchers. And butcher he did, right up until Darrow chose to trust him. Darrow revealed his secret, the fact that he was a red, to your father. Something he didn't even do with me until I forced him into it. I was always raw about that. Darrow saw something in Ragnar, a latent goodness, a potential to lead, I don't know. Whatever it was, he put his life in Ragnar's hands long before that famous razor. It was the best bet he ever made. So, what did that butcher's butcher do when his chains were broken? Did Ragnar make himself a crown from the shards? Try his hand at empire? Nah, that was beneath him. Your father built shields for the old, the small, the gentle, the low. That's what he chose to be. A shield. Your Da believed his people were part of a greater whole. Far's campaign spits on Ragnar's name. Using power to enslave is the way of the Golds, Volker. Your father wasn't great because he could kill. He was great because he dared to try and make a world where he didn't have to. He was a protector, Volker. A builder. He stares a while, away from the camera. I watch Volga. Her eyes are unreadable. I know Ragnar would be very sad to see the path his father has chosen for the Volk, because it isn't his father who has chosen it. It is Atlas Au-Ra. I'm sure you know the name. Your grandfather serves him. Maybe this is news to you, maybe it is not. But either way, if you think you are making a kingdom for your people, you're wrong. You're just a tool for the Golds. Volker frowns. I know Ragnar would want this stopped. He'd want the Volk to return home to Mars and build something good. He'd have the Volk protect Mars. He'd have them led by a queen. You, Volker. Volsung has no right to lead. You do. You must throw off Atlas's yoke. You must take your place as Queen of the Volk in the name of your father and protect the Republic. He sighs and scratches his goatee. The Republic has not been good to you. I know it's clumsy and ugly. I know you don't trust Darrow. He's a sinister shit at times. You've every right to be wary of him. But he was a better friend to your father than even I was. Bet on him, Volga. Bet on us. You stole our kids, and we're willing to forgive. My wife made you an oath when she swam for Ulysses. Volga swallows. In the Gens Barker, an oath given by one is an oath shared by the pack. If you choose to walk in your father's footsteps, I've got your back till they'll come. But if you decide to walk in Far's shadow, Atlas's shadow, it won't just be Darrow you'll have to worry about. The choice is yours. And Lyria, if you're listening to this before giving it to Volga, you're a nosy little shit, but I hope you don't die. Barker, out. Volga turns off the hologram and sits, pensive, until I clear my throat. She starts up from the table and comes over with a smile to sit beside me on the couch. She knows I saw her listening to the message, but for a moment we both pretend I didn't. Her large hand strokes my cheek. 4 gold bands clink on her wrists. Her voice is tender. You're far from home, Lyria. So are you, I reply. After a moment of searching my eyes, her own soften and she smiles and traces the surgery scars on my head. You are free of the parasite? How? It's a long story, but sorry, it cost me the snowball. Though happy for me, she looks older than I remember. For some reason, I've always felt the same age. Her face has more lines now. The ones on her forehead are deep grooves. How goes your hunt? I ask. Dumb question. Poorly. We hooked a calfling. Another has taken the sigil beast, an Askamani. Neither of us says anything for a long time. I didn't know if I'd ever see you again, I say. I take her hand. She rubs a calloused finger over mine. Silence stretches. There are so many things to tell her, to ask, to say. Lyria, why are you here? I came for you, to bring you home. Home? She pulls her hand back. I feel a distance form between us. There's always been a dark part of her, a part only too willing to use the guns she so fancied. I am where I should be, back with my people. I am home, Lyria. Your people? I ask. I'm your people, Volga. That's why I came all this way for you. Her eyes go cagey, and she nods to the hollow cube.
Did you come for me? Or did you come for Darrow?
It's not like that. This was my idea. He didn't want me to come. I had to stow away on a ship to get here. He thinks I'm mad for coming to see you. Mad to think you're not like Fa. I came here for you, Volga. Her eyes narrow. Why? I'm hurt that she'd even ask like that. Why? I told you. Because you're my friend. She grimaces. Aren't you? I am. Yes, I am. But I am more than that now. My grandfather has opened my eyes. Volga, he serves a gold, didn't you hear? He served a gold long ago. He broke his chains in the Kuiper belt. He has not seen Atlas since, and if he does, he has sworn to kill him. I stare at her, barely able to contain my frustration. He's lying. This is all Atlas's plan. He is Fa's allfather. You have evidence? She asks, like a lawyer. I hesitate. No, but Diomedes saw him on the Dustmaker. Diomedes? A gold. She smirks. When Fa learned Darrow was here, he told me he would use tricks, lies to turn me against him. Anything to reclaim his hold over the Volk. But the Volk are not Darrow's to claim. We have our own destiny now. These worlds are meant for us, Lyria. With the Garter, we can feed ourselves. With the Deep, we will have technology to defend ourselves. With Ganymede, we will have a homeland with trees, mountains, seas. Soon enough, the Republic will fall. When the core goals come, and they will come, we must be ready, strong. We will either win our freedom, or we will die. I shake my head, unable to believe the words coming from her mouth, the excuses she uses to forgive herself. Volga, Fa ate Ephraim's heart. She pauses. Yes. He ate Ephraim's heart. It was a sign of respect. I pull my hands back from her and stand. Even sitting, she is taller than I am. She peers down at me as if I were a child. You swore to kill him. She licks her lips. I meant to. I was filled with hate. 11 days after Mars, he put a blade in my hand. I put it to his throat. He told me to kill him for what he did to Ephraim. But he warned me. He said that if I killed him, his bloodguard would kill me. I could sacrifice my life for a Grey who sacrificed nothing for me. Or I could stay my hand and help him build a kingdom for our people. She does not avoid my eyes. She is proud of her choice. I chose my people. I'm bewildered. Ephraim was like a father to you. Ephraim. She sighs. You did not know him. He was a killer, a user. Ephraim treated everyone like a tool. That was his way. He used me from the day he met me. If I were not useful, he would have discarded me. She picks her stubby nails. I do miss him. Sometimes I do. But he is in the past. My duty takes me elsewhere. And that duty includes sacking cities, enslaving people. That's not the Volga I know. You do not know me either, she says. You never did. That pisses me off. Oh, must have been talking to myself in that cell on the Pandora then. Must have just been Victor and me who fled the Red Hand across the snow. Just me and her when Ulysses was born. You must have never cried and told me it was because you could never have children, because they spayed you. She grows angry. I can't stop pushing. Must have not freed you from chains when the Red Hand had you work in the mines like a red. Must have been alone when Victra swam to mourn Ulysses. She says nothing. Volga, I don't know what you've seen, what Fast told you, but I know this ain't you. That you're sick inside about all this. The Volk don't belong out here on the leash of a monster. They belong with the Republic. The Republic, she scoffs. The Republic stands for people like you, like me. It freed us for Veil's sake, not Fa. The Republic. Freed us? How? She asks, passionate. By pulling your people up from the mines only to forget you and give your mines to Silvers. By pulling my people from the ice to die in their wars or as freelancers and mercenaries, serving not just high colours but coppers, greens and reds. What has changed in the 10 years since the Rising? A gold still sits atop a throne and sends the low colours to die for others who will not die for us. That is what Darrow wants. He has come here to kill my grandfather and take his Volk axe back. Nothing more. I will not be used to depose my grandfather only for Darrow to discard me and crown himself. Did you get that from the old monster? It's rubbish. Darrow didn't come here for that. He came here for ships to save Mars. But when he saw what was happening to the low colours, he couldn't let it pass. Now he's helping the daughters of Ares. You should see them. It's all the colours. He has even united them with the Ra to stop this massacre. Of course. When we do it, it is a massacre. When the Fear Knight is pulling the strings, yes, it is. Tha nuked Callisto. I saw Io. She waves off my mention of Atlas as another lie. Her disillusionment puts dread in my bones. She even talks like a warlord now. Where is the innocence I saw in her? Where is the friend I made? I am not a monster, she says. Must be our conscience you heard, because I didn't call you one. Your eyes accuse. She leans forward like a child excited to share a new discovery. Lyria, you have no grasp of these matters. And you do? I snap. Yes, I used to slouch. Then I began to read. All my life I indicted my own size, my own power. You know I did. That shame was taught to me, to limit me. Have you not read the histories of man? Of course not. My grandfather gave them to me. I read on our journey from Mars as we hid in wait in the asteroids. Alexander of Macedon, Caesar of Rome, Genghis of Mongolia, Ayaz of the Turks. These are the names that were hailed before gold fell on earth. Selenius Aulun, Akari Aura, Lorn au Arcus, the Reaper. These are the names hailed today. Butchers of millions. Human history is proof of one thing. Violence builds empires. Violence is worshipped, respected, heeded. Why are we monsters for embracing this truth? Why am I a villain? Every great people has done it. After so long fighting the wars of masters and conmen, are we not due our own war, our own land? Golds have their games, silvers have their contracts. We have our axes. Why not use them for ourselves? She watches me and sees that I will never agree. You will not understand. You had power in there. She taps my head. And you feared it, so you gave it up. That is your choice. I have learned to stop fearing what's inside me. That is my choice. I am crestfallen. I see in her what I saw in Harmony, bitterness breeding entitlement. It's a bitterness I know. For years it filled my mouth with ashes. My time with her, Victra, Ulysses, taught me I could not keep that bitterness. Better to die than live with it in my veins and let it poison me like Harmony. to be better, like Ori, Severo, Darrow, Athena, and even Cassius. Surely it's not too late for Volga. I will not play the Reaper's game, Volga says. I am deaf to his lies. But you are my friend. You were kind to me, so I will be kind to you. Go back to Mars, Lyria. Go back to your own people. Aren't you listening? You are my people, Volga. I came here for you, and I'm not leaving without you. I already lost one sister. I won't lose you too. Your sister was a victim. I am not. I do not need saving. Anger flushes my face. When did you become a gold with black eyes? I ask. Polish it all you like. Read all the histories till you forget your own. Tattoo your face till you can't see yourself. Will you kill babies, Volga, like Harmony? You gonna send women and boys to your braves? We both know if Ephraim were here, you wouldn't be able to look him in the eye. Will you take slaves and bed them against their will like some middling gold? She rises in a fury and towers over me. Who are you to judge me? She shoves a finger in my face. We were slaves. You were never a slave. You were a fat rat gamma. Her voice becomes nasty. I know more about them now. About your mine, your clan. Informers. You were bred to lord the scraps of the master over those more lowly than yourself. Bred to be rats in the mines, bartering secrets for cheese from the masters. Traitors to your own people. She leans in. And you are still their rat, Lyria, coming here as Darrow's tool, asking me to betray a man who has given me everything. No, rat, I am not like you. I am a warrior of the Volk. If you will not leave, my duty is clear. I will deliver you to my king. Then do it, I say, because I ain't leaving without you. You think this a game? Are you not afraid? Look what my guards have done. She walks to the table and retrieves the sacks. She returns and empties them. The heads of Gudmund and Fenrir fall into my lap. Nauseous and sick, I feel a stubborn strength swell within. You afraid now, Lyria? I've been afraid since I can remember. But I ain't given up. Chapter 68. Lyria, the King and his Court. Jupiter peers over the eastern horizon of Europa. In the twilight between the day and night, a chain of archipelagos stretches westward. Volga's dreadnought creeps over the water just as surely as dread creeps over my heart. 13 islands pulse with the light of bonfires. High above, torch ships patrol the sky over the half-dome shields that protect the archipelagos and writhe with the muted colour of soap bubbles. I've seen Hyperion. I've seen warships. But even I am awed at the sight of Europa's famed Nixian Isles as Volga's ship comes to a halt beyond the shields. Each of the islands is host to a black stone statue of a Greek god. Like the statues, no two islands are alike. Some bear dramatic waterfalls and mysterious woods. Others are riven with fjords, like the north coast of Cimmeria. Some are spotted with wildflowers that drift into the sea like tattered shawls. The warriors who came to conquer the Rim gather on the plateaus of the islands around stolen necropolises that dance with firelight. I am too far away to distinguish their shapes, but the gems and gold the warriors wear must catch the light of their fires because it is as if the islands were sprinkled with multi-hued frost. A sight, are they not? Volga's Actarius says from my side at the edge of the open-faced hangar. The copper's black and white robes have not a spot of dirt on them. Volk for the most part. Fa could not leave too many to guard the Carter. Fa knows many still love Darrow. He could not trust them to watch after that great prize. I don't know why she's telling me this. I've learned her name is Nicator. A slave since the sacking of Olympia, she was once the vice-tertiary administrator of helium management in Cassius's home city, whatever all that means. It's been 3 days since Volga decided to give me over to Fa. 3 days for the surface of Europa to be pacified. Apparently, it's ahead of schedule. I wonder if Darrow's already tried his plan. I sigh. Not knowing is good, I guess. Means they can't torture it from me. How many are there? I asked the copper, hoping to take my mind off what awaits me.
Volk on the moon? Many. At the feast, enough to require a requisition of 1,000 auroch, 400,000 litres of mead, 600,000 litres of wine, 50 tons of bread, cheese, butter, 5,000 drums of olives, 100,000 fowl. The copper spares a look back at my guards. The great Fa knows his corps braves are restless out here in the dark, especially with the gossip that spreads through the ranks. He will tell them to take the deep soon. A great demand. So he bribes them with riches and sedates them with mysticism. The new gossip. Darrow, I say. Nicator looks over at me with interest. Were you on Io when he fought Skarda? Of course you were. Sigurd's friends brought you. I say nothing. Is he here? On Europa? If I knew, why would I tell you? I say. I glance behind us. The hangar is busy with preparations for departure. My Ascomani guards smoke tobacco a few paces away, while hundreds of Volga's household braves load onto flatbed skiffs. They look glorious. The 4 gold torques on each of their right arms are polished. They wear bright cloaks made from exotic furs or dread scale. Like Nicator, they are clean. Unlike Nicator, they are already drunk and laughing. They don't look troubled. Nicator shrugs in a mixture of surrender and resentment. Humans are a herd animal. We do as our fellows do, for few can bear the shame of doing otherwise. Why else war? Why else traditions? Look below. How many islands with fires do you count? 13. And how many talks upon the arms of Volga's braves? 4. Nicator points a finger toward an island, the 4th from the left. The heir's household guard will feast there upon the island of Apollo. They belong to the 4th band. 4th from Fa's favour. Do you understand? I feel the sickness of it creep through me. The hierarchy. It's happening all over again, I murmur. Can't they see it? If you are raised in a house that is square, what shape do you think you will build your house when you are grown? Nicator asks. I say nothing. The beauty I saw in the daughters of Ares, all the colours working together to escape the hierarchy, seems such a frail thing before the might of this ordered host. I thought they were just barbarians. I shake from fear of what's to come. Then Nicator slides something into my hand. A pill. A small mercy for a fellow child of Mars, she says. On principle, I flip the pill out to sea. She watches it disappear with a growing smile. Do not fear, Lyria. You are not to die today. My mistress plays politics. Fa's spies would have told him of your arrival the moment that those young fools brought you aboard. She will ask him to spare you, and he will because he craves her love. Fa fathered many children, but raised none. He thinks of Volga as his daughter. Then why did you give me a suicide pill? It was a breath mint. The muzzle you'll be wearing when you meet the great Fa will taste unpleasant. Easier to bear with a mint. The muzzle tastes like rust and cow spit. Bitter sea wind gnaws through my thin prisoner kit as Volga's skiff coasts beneath the rim of the shields toward the islands.
Flanked by the skiffs of our new household warriors, it is not a small procession. The wind carries music and laughter and cursing, and the clatter of dishes and the screeches of slaves. Volga stares into the clamour like an old sailor heading toward a storm. The skiffs carrying her men bank away to the right toward the island of Apollo, where the fourth band feasts. Volga carries on alone toward the Isle of Zeus, where Fa awaits. The Isle of Zeus is not large, but it is beautiful, a family of snow-covered peaks floating above the deep sea. Between the two highest peaks, each a pedestal for the statue of Zeus's feet, a black acropolis hangs suspended over a frosted valley. My eyes are drawn up toward Zeus as we land. Carrion birds churn around his legs and torso. Golds have been nailed to the statue. Many are still alive. I look away and see Volga watching the bodies with an expression that doesn't match the iron she put in our hard words. Volga leads her small entourage off the skiff when we arrive at the Acropolis of Zeus. I'm dragged behind to the Acropolis's courtyard, where amidst shrines and tall pines, the great Fa and several hundred ornamented jarls feast, drink, wrestle, and rut. Our procession grinds to a halt as Volga stops to stare at the scene. Just for a moment, but it makes me wonder. Did my words find some purchase after all? I'm again pushed forward. To keep up with the obsidians, I have to go at a trot. Squadrons of pinks, nearly as thick as the birds above, flock to a vast piece of debris serving as a table for the jarls. It seems to have been taken from a Ra ship's hull. Part of a blue dragon's head can still be seen on the charred metal. The sight of the jarls is gross and absurd. In furs, scale capes, spider silk jackets, they glitter with gold and drip with jewels. They don't mingle, the Ascomani and the Core jarls. Even here, at the high feast, they cluster in factions within factions, like red clans at a laurel-tide dance. The most curious to me is a group of about 20 core obsidians in great fur cloaks. They sit far away from the rest, drinking heavily and glaring at the line of obsidians that queues before the man anyone could tell is their king. Fa sits above them all on a pitch-black chair encrusted with melted gold, diamonds and skull trophies. Pinks surround him like the feathers of a peacock. I can't help but stare at the beast. It's not Fa's size that terrifies me, though he is a giant. It's not the metal grafted onto his body. It's the calmness that emanates from him. He is the pupil in this eye of insanity. Cold, aware, watching, and sober. His eyes flick to Volga and then to me, before tossing a glass orb that glows from within to an Ascomani leader on his right. He yawns as the next war leader scampers forward to unveil a trident. It is the most beautiful weapon I've ever seen. Polished platinum flashes in the firelight. Its killing tips are flanged and shaped like diamonds. The jarls stir. Fa sheds his pinks to stride across the top of the table and hop down to seize the trident with greedy hands.
"Daughter,"
he calls to Volga as he measures the trident's balance.
"this brave of the 12th has brought us a treasure. The trident of Igneous."
Then with the trident's edge, he cuts several torques off the right arm of the obsidian until only 5 remain.
"Rise to the 5th ring, son of the Volk. The All-Father wills it."
The Ascomani keen in approval. So do the Volk, but with less enthusiasm. A half-hour later, Fa motions Volga forward. She drags me along with her by a chain linked to a collar around my neck. The wind moans as if in pain.
"Jarl Volaris, hunter of dragons, you come at the All-Father's hour of hunger.
The slaying is almost upon us. Truly his fire burns in you, daughter.
For her, he's a jolly giant with clever, smiling eyes.
But your catch is smaller than Jarl Geralas. I'd hoped you would have the honor of catching mighty Kyaxares, not a minnow.
Grit Fa, this is
Lyria of Legolos.
Fa finishes.
The companion you've told me so much about. We have another guest worthy of note.
Volga and I follow his gaze to see Sigurd, half-naked and standing in chains beside a pile of presents given to Fa. My heart grows heavy. Sigurd has been beaten badly, but tries to look so proud. They caught him, after all. Fa calls back to a miserable-looking obsidian in mockery.
Jarl Skarda, you pout. I told you to rejoice for your son and his liberation from his imprisonment under Darrow.
Sigurd stares at his father with his head held high. Slumped, Skarda says nothing. They're all so afraid of Fa. Fa's eyes fall on me. They are no longer smiling. They are pits of evil in a face that looks like a piece of steak dragged by a truck and then repaired with titanium. I look away and feel ashamed. The shame is replaced by horror when I see a small gap between the hunk of metal serving as their table and the ground. Gold eyes look back at me. It was not the wind moaning. Gold's lie crushed beneath the massive table. Volga has noticed. Her eyes linger, then dart away.
You are frightened, Lyria,
Fa murmurs.
Do not be. I know a debt is due. My granddaughter has told me how you saved her from the mines of the Red Hand. For this, I shall spare you the pain you deserve for coming to turn her against me.
His metal fingers caress the scars through the hair on my head.
After all, nothing of interest resides in your head any longer.
He tilts my face up to look at his.
Darrow would not send you unto us with secrets, would he?
Fa begins removing the muzzle. She may blaspheme the Allfather, Volga warns and shoots me a look that says, don't get yourself killed.
Did I break Ilium only to fear the voice of a silly red girl?
He says, and finishes removing the muzzle. I'd spit at him if my mouth was not chalk dry from fear.
Darrow has fallen far. Once I admired him. But what sort of warrior sends such a fragile thing to do his dirty work?
He asks.
Defeat has made him a coward.
He issued you a challenge, didn't he? I reply. You're the coward, hiding behind your army.
I am here,
Fa says,
under the open sky. Where is he? Hiding in the deep.
He smiles as I try to hide my surprise.
Yes, I know he awaits me there, girl. Just as I know he will let me take 2 of the sea lifts, both leading to an obvious trap. But there are other routes down, down, down.
He chuckles.
Do you know what a Moses column is? A pillar of force that parts the very sea.
Oh, gods. Does Darrow know Fa's plan? I sneer because it's all I can do. Did Atlas show those routes to you? I ask in Nagal, and shout to the Jarls. Fa is a puppet of the Fear Knight. You are tools of gold. Then in common. Do you hear? The Fear Knight is the Allfather. You are puppets of the Society. The party is loud, and Fa has not called for their attention. Few pay me any mind. Their diversions are more interesting than a babbling red girl. Fa smiles down at me.
Your Nagal appalls. Daru must be desperate if the only weapon he has are lies.
He returns his attention to Volga.
I am told she carried a message to...
Volga proffers up the hollow cube. Fa rolls the cube between his fingers.
More lies.
They say you serve Atlas, Volga says.
I have told you of my time with Atlas.
They say you serve him still. Fa watches her a moment before chuckling.
They would they not? So many lies to tear us apart.
Fa crushes the cube.
Your loyalty brightens my heart, daughter.
I am glad, for I must ask a boon of you. I owe Lyria a debt. She is dear to me. Aside from you, she is all that is dear to me. I would ask for your mercy, my king. Allow me to add her to my retinue, or send her back to Mars.
Is she a friend of our people?
Yes.
Did she not come for Daru?
No, she came for me. I know deep down she believes that. She was a slave like us, and the Republic has mistreated her too. Her eyes are not open, but her heart is brave. For a moment, I see great sadness in Fa's eyes. He opens his mouth to speak, and then seems to change his mind. His eyes harden, and he waves to the partying Jarls.
You know what they say of you, my kin. The Volk claim you are impure, unnaturally born. The Askamani whisper of your mercies. They think you are weak, with Republic sympathies, and worse. A woman. Look at them. Beasts all. They follow us like desert creatures follow a man without water, waiting.
We are the blood of Ragnar, Volga says. Let them wait. Fa smiles.
The power of blood is like the power of a crown. It is an illusion. There are deeper truths you do not yet grasp. Sacrifices I have made to become what I am.
Again, he looks sad, and he touches her face.
You have led in war, but you are still like snow. Now is not the time for mercy, granddaughter. Now is the time for you to prove what you are. To them, to me, to yourself.
He pauses.
To the All-Father, most of all.
Volga frowns in worry. I don't understand. A gong sounds, followed by several more. Askamani with strange helmets begin to drone from their place atop the Acropolis's roof. Fa glances up at them in annoyance.
Shamans. Rug.
Jarls playing in the garden begin to find their way back to the table. The Askamani move with excitement, the Volk in annoyance.
First, another mythic feat for the small-minded. The holy kill is upon us. To your seat, daughter. All will be made clear.
Fa's bodyguards take custody of me and drag me towards Sigurd as Volga takes a seat at the high table. When the Jarls have all returned to their seats, Fa jumps onto the table. The added weight from all the Jarls leaning forward on it has ended the misery of the gulls beneath it.
My Jarls of war, invincible brothers, sons of Cthulhu, brothers of Ragnar. For 3 hours we have feasted. 10 more lie before us.
The Askamani roar. Some of the core obsidian join them.
Now the All-Father, who has delivered Europa's bounty unto us, hungers for our sacrifice.
Ascomani shamans drift down from the Acropolis's roof to cry out a song and fall to their knees, shrieking prayers. Slaves file out, carrying entire trees, which are stacked before the shamans. When their chanting reaches a crescendo, fire leaps up from the stacked trees, like magic. The shaman's chanting subsides, and a hush falls over the crowd. Fa has raised his palms, calling for quiet.
On Io, Jarl Valaris claimed the honor of the hunt. We feasted on Abraxas, mightiest drake of the Ra herd. Yes, we ate of his heart and flesh, and pitched his organs in the volcano Prometheus in offering to the All-Father.
He flourishes his scale cape, and then thrusts the trident at a flat-nosed Ascomani.
On Callisto, the honor of the hunt was claimed by Ramanar, the Ice-Blood, and we feasted on the mighty ghost raptor Phenorasius, and ate his heart and flesh, and burned his organs in offering to the All-Father. On Europa, the honor has been claimed by Jarl Gerala of the Third Band.
He turns to a lean Ascomani of his own height.
Jarl Gerala, I starve like a slave. But you, my most loyal Jarl, you have brought me the fallen king of Europa to feast upon. You have wrested him from his ocean throne, dragged him up from his watery lair. Where is he? Where is Cyaxares?
Chapter 69. Lyria. Hour of Hunger. I feel like I am watching a violet drama. Jarl Gerala points his spear at the sea. Engines rumble, and a grav skiff rises up from the sea, up and up toward the Acropolis. It is an immense machine, maybe 200 metres long and just as many wide. Its edges are gilded in gold and silver. Maybe the surface is too, but it's hard to tell because a beast covers it, end to end. A leviathan thrashes beneath chains. Its body is black and gold and nearly too large for the altar. Its central face is like that of a shark. About 10 metres behind its neck sprout fin-like appendages, each with their own eyes and mouths at the end, smaller than its central face, and the mouths more like the beaks of a squid. Its midsection is swollen like a whale's and tapers to a long, thick tail with 3 dorsal fins. Lidless, milky eyes stare out. Even Sigurd flinches at the power of its thrashing. Jarl Gerala watches it with cool satisfaction. He cries out in Nagal,
Only kings may kill kings. My lord Fa, the honour is yours.
Fa twirls his new trident and heads for the grav skiff. As the shamans chant, he jumps the gap between the Acropolis and the skiff. He may be old, but he's as nimble as an acrobat. Using the chains that bind the beast, Fa climbs until he stands just behind its main head. He laughs and rides its bucking muscled body. Its smaller mouths snap at him.
All-Father, I offer you this stain.
Fa cries and brings the trident down. The beast struggles so hard against its chains, Fa nearly falls off. A link of chain snaps and hits the Acropolis with a crack. Stone showers and Ascomani bay. Fa plunges the trident down again and again in a terrible frenzy. The Leviathan wails so loudly, even the carrion birds flee. It gives one last thrash and falls still. Its last sound is lonely and filled with 300 years of sorrow. I look at Volga. She's looking away. What is wrong with her? How can this be right to her? I want to scream. There are tears in my eyes. I don't know why. Severo told me Kyaxares was 3 centuries old, and I thought it scary and horrible back in the ship, but part of me feels like Europa's soul has died today. Fa doesn't give a shit. Life doesn't matter to him. Only the taking. Slick with ichor and blood, Fa slides down the dead beast's side and returns to join his jarls. Anything that was kingly about him is gone for me. He took what he wanted, both the credit and the high of the kill. He doesn't even harvest the meat himself. Coming from smaller secondary skiffs, hundreds of enslaved Reds rush onto the altar with spiked shoes, saws and cleavers. Several brown butchers direct their works. The Askamani shamans join them to oversee the butchering. I feel ashamed even for watching. Fa walks back across the table, dripping blood and ichor behind him. He does not return to his throne. Instead, he stops in front of Volga as a dozen figures are led out from one of the Acropolis's buildings by his bodyguards. Captives. There are 12, 1 from each colour except red and obsidian. Sigurd and I look at each other at the same time. "Shit," he murmurs. "What's happening?" I say. The bodyguards array the 12 captives before the high table. Sigurd and I are shoved out to join them. The heat of the bonfire sends sweat trickling down my spine. "What's happening?" I ask Sigurd. "My father has forsaken me. Volga has forsaken you," he replies, his eyes sad and fixed on his father, Jarl Skard. "And we are about to die. Badly."
In a world of chaos, where it is all against all, strength is not measured in the power of a body, nor the numbers of your host. Strength is measured only in what the heart can bear to attain its goal.
He peers around at his jarls.
What we are willing to sacrifice is the test of our worth. I have sacrificed everything.
He glares at them as if he hates them. His voice quiets.
That is why you follow me. That is why I am favored of the Allfather. That is why my son Ragnar awoke the spirit of the Volk. As I anointed myself with stains, so did he, so will you.
He turns to Volga.
Volga Volarus, tonight you take your passage of the stains.
He motions Volga to meet him before the captives, where 2 pinks wait with an onyx box. He pulls out a horrible gauntlet, crusted brown with old blood. Twice the size of his own hand, its fingertips end in sharp talons. He pushes it into Volga's hands.
Now is the time to prove your lineage, to wash away the taint of weakness upon you. Anoint yourself with their lifeblood. For the Allfather, take their hearts.
My heart pounds in terror. I try to retreat, but someone holds me from behind. Stunned, Volga stares at the gauntlet in her hands, then at the captives, then at me. Her eyes flee mine. "Who are they?" she murmurs. Far walks before our line to touch us one by one on the head, starting with the gold and carrying on down the hierarchy.
Slaver, war profiteer, murderer, arms manufacturer, rapist, murderer, child lover, liar for the state.
On and on he goes down the line until he comes to Sigurd.
Traitor to his people.
Then me.
Rat.
His hand drips ichor down my forehead. I recoil from his touch. Volga's voice is quiet. "Grandfather, I have proven my loyalty. Is my vow not enough?"
No, it is not.
Her voice grows harsh. "She's my only friend."
She and the Republic are your past. I am your future. Choose.
Her shoulders sag, and all life seems to drain out of her. Gentle, he grips her head between his hands.
You have killed in battle, it is true. But there is another kind of killing. A difficult but necessary kind. The killing of a captive or a foe who is at your mercy. There is no honor in it. That is the point. To take an honorless, necessary action. One that helps your people, but blackens your heart. Your sacrifice to your people is bearing the guilt of what must be done.
My father did this, she whispers.
And more. Are you above this? Above him?
His voice grows wounded.
Are you above me?
He fits her right hand into the gauntlet. Its motor wheezes alive. The powered finger joints twitch like the limbs of an awakening spider, and the hand of the gauntlet ratchets back over its wrist. Cocked and loaded.
Do it upward, to your right of their sternum. Grasp, wait for the click, then pull.
Fa steps back from Volga. My knees shake, or maybe they've been shaking the whole time. I'm numb with fear. Dark stains spread down the pants of several captives. Not Sigurd's, though. He stares straight ahead. I find strength in that, and mimic him. Volga is still. Pinned under the gaze of Fa, the expectant silence of the Jarls, the crackle of the flames, and the cutting of the Leviathan's meat. She swallows, then closes her eyes, as if to find her strength. When she opens them, I know I'm well and truly slagged. Chapter 70. Lyria. Passage of the Stains. As the Reds behind her carve up the Leviathan atop the altar, Volga punches the gold sacrifice in the chest just to her right of their sternum. The gauntlet disappears up to its cuff. The gold gasps and jerks. Volga's face contorts from the effort, and she pulls the gauntlet free with a sucking sound. A heart the size of a grapefruit beats out from between the mechanized fingers. She gives it to a shaman, and the gold crumples to the stone. Golden flames leap from the fire where the shaman casts the still beating heart into it. The Eskimani sing like coyote. I think I'm going to shit myself. Volga approaches a dark-skinned silver man with a widow's peak and narrow eyes. I look the other way. On the altar, far behind Fa, a team of Reds saws off the fins of the Leviathan. Another works on its tail with ion cleavers. Others load the meat onto sleighs or harvest its eyes and teeth. I'm trapped in the violence. Everywhere I look, sawing and hacking and slicing and sorting. The silver screams. I feel one welling in my own chest. Volga hands the heart to the shaman, and the flames leap silver. The Eskimani chant deepens. Volga moves to the white, and then the flames leap white. Fa's smile grows as Volga moves down the line. Volga stares straight ahead as she works. Reds labouring on the Leviathan's middle plunge in iron blades and split open one of the Leviathan's stomachs. White scales, black flesh and yellow fat peel back. The altar tilts. The Reds hold fast. Offal and chains of half-digested bodies spill from the stomach into the gap between the Acropolis and the altar. Down out of sight into the sea. The altar flattens out, and the Reds go back to work. My eyes return to Volga, to see her jerk the gauntlet from the copper's chest. He wavers there, and his grunt becomes a whimper as she hands his small heart to the shaman. She moves on to the blue before the copper even crumples down. 4 of the Leviathan's fins are already gone. Something has made the Reds around the Leviathan's second stomach stop. Their blades lower, and they lean forward, washed in the blue light that dances out from the bonfire. Soon it turns yellow, then green. When the light becomes violet, several of the workers step back. One drops his saw. The other crew works on in the orange light. But when the light turns pale grey, the reds at the stomach turn and flee. The shaman supervising the harvesting atop the beast slides down its flank to investigate. The firelight turns muddy pink and the Leviathan twitches. Volga's so close now I can smell the iron in the blood as it dribbles on the stone. I look up at Sigurd. There's fear in his eyes now.
Brothers, can you not see? We are slaves now yet again. Atlas's chains are upon us. Are you blind? Father, look at me.
Skarda looks at his son as Volga takes his heart. Sigurd falls to his knees where he rasps, "Hail!" and tips over. My hands shake. I can't look up at Volga. The belly of the Leviathan moves again, swelling locally just beneath its chest, like a blister's forming. Volga's heavy boots clomp on the stone as she comes to the bottom of the hierarchy. Me. She blocks my view of the Leviathan and the forming blister. I look up into her black eyes and see tears there. Hesitation. She turns back to Fa, reopening my view to the Leviathan. Please, not her. Not this. I can't. The blister has taken on a new form, an angular distension, like something inside is making its way out.
Kill your weakness.
For you? Volga asks.
For the All-Father.
She stares at him for a long time. Volga turns back to me. Tears stream down her face. She raises the gauntlet. It ratchets back. Blood and bone drip from its clawed fingers. It hangs there in the air for what seems like an eternity. Volga's shaking. Her eyes meet mine, and I see not just pain there, but doubt. You don't have to be broken like him, I say through chattering teeth. From the daughter? A small breath escapes her chest, and her will to kill me crumbles like rusted iron. The gauntlet sinks to her side. Then someone screams. Volga turns. One of the Askamani shamans is running away from the Leviathan's belly, even as another stumbles back from it, holding a bloody stump for an arm. Red work crews run in terror. A demon is born forth from the viscera. There's no other way to describe the figure that bursts from the blister in the Leviathan's belly in a spume of dark liquid. A gristly black thing with two flashing blades. The screaming shaman soon has no head. Then the one with the stump for an arm has no legs. Two more demons follow after the first. A flash comes from a short rifle in one of their hands. The first demon leaps from the altar and lands behind the last shaman, just as the shaman clears the gap between the altar and the Acropolis. The shaman stops and collapses in two pieces, cut from the crown of his tattooed head straight through the groin. The demon lifts a black, curved blade, gripping gore and effluence. His helmet slithers back. Firelight bathes Darrow's face as he cocks back his head and howls. Chapter 71. Darrow. Ashvar. I do not believe in gods, but that didn't stop me from praying during my time in the belly of the Leviathan. I prayed for Lyria. I prayed for her safety to relieve my own guilt for sending her. I prayed for her success because it would mean that the spirit of Ragnar might still live on in Volga. I prayed to not be met with a barrage of gunfire as soon as I exited the stomach that has been my home, since Diomedes convinced the Calabar to let their sigil beast swallow my friends and me whole in the acid-resistant pods we've lived in for 3 terrible days. All that prayer calmed the mind, but if I've learned anything by now, it's that only a fool relies on prayer alone. Dripping with gastric acid and blood, I marched toward the high table with Severo and Cassius on my flanks. They are as heavily armed and armoured as I am. In God-Killer all. Behind us, the Reds who carved at the Leviathan howl like maniacs. Pinks scatter. Low-colour servers and slaves evaporate, leaving only the actors in my play. Fa, Volga, the Jarls, Lyria, I thank the fates she is alive, and bodyguards. Lots of bodyguards. They swarm in from the fringes of the garden to kill us. Fa roars for them to hold because Sevro's rifle shot was true. "Halt, or the ugly bastard dies!" Sevro screams and holds up a detonator. A dart protrudes from the Fa's bare chest. He reaches for it, and a red light glows from the end of its explosive payload. He freezes and lowers his hands, and, resigned to watch me approach, like a pit fire watches a drill boy draw closer. Swollen with poison and discontent, eyes seething a possessive hatred out from his lair in the rocks. Yet Fa's lair is not made of rock. It is made of men, and men have ears. Volsung Fa, king of all liars. I am Darrow of Mars, Arch-Imperator of the Republic, Tyr Morga of the Volk, and I have been wronged. You have waged war on my planet. You have enslaved my red people. You have sullied the name of my brother Ragnar. You have killed my sister Sephi. You have taken my army like a thief in the night to corrupt their honor. I claim holy vendetta against you. I claim Ashvar. I stopped 10 paces from Fa and thrust up my left gauntlet. In it I clutch a chunk of coal that I wipe on my brow in the mark of the Norse war god Tyr. In the old obsidian way, any wanderer so marked abdicates any worldly concerns except the resolution of their vendetta. They are to be given hospitality and immunity by all, for they have set their life on a mission to rectify their honor in one-on-one violence to the death. No one speaks. The bodyguards slow and encircle us. As many as 50 in the black armor with the blood crescent, all Eskamani, I note. At the table behind Fa, my old warlords are frozen in existential confusion. None have so much as stood, but various mouths hang agape. The Eskamani are a different story. Dissuaded by distance and pirates, ships may seldom travel to the Kuiper belt, but radio and light waves are not similarly constrained. A decade's worth of broadcasts has heralded my sling blade, my face, my great war against the hated golds. To a warrior race banished from the sun by gold, I am a natural celebrity, and my arrival via the Leviathan is a religious experience. They throw up their hands in gratitude to their Allfather, praising the darkness between the stars for giving them this gift. What more worthy foe could the Allfather summon to face their invincible Fa? Surely it is a miracle I have emerged from their sacrifice, bringing not the awkward grinding of armies, but a clean fight, a test of Fa's divine favor. I rolled the dice, and they came up 6s. Even Fa looked surprised by the exultation and the joy on the Askamani faces. His surprise turns to anger as he realizes the bind he is in. Volga has shed the gauntlet. She pulls Lyria to the side, distancing herself from Fa. He frowns after her and lifts his hand. His bodyguards shout for silence. It does not fall at once. Many of the Askamani finish their prayers to their Allfather before heeding their mortal ruler.
Only an obsidian can claim Ashvar,
Fa says.
You are no obsidian. You are not even a red any longer, Darrow. The gold in your eyes has leaked into your heart. False prophet. Even your tongue is rotted. I know why you are here. You are the thief. Come here to steal the power of the Volk for your own selfish aims.
He gestures to the dart.
You are lower than an assassin. Ragnar would weep to see how far you have fallen.
Glumnar, Fjord, Skarda, I call to Jarls I recognize. You were there when I was made a son of the Volk beneath the Valkyrie spires and the high stables. You saw the blood of Sephi meet mine. You saw the blood the griffin offered to stain the snow. You called me brother and gave me the touch of life. Do you deny me now? I thought they would rise up and support my claim. Fjord, because his conservative bloc must be chafing against Far's decadence. Glumnar, because he served as my personal attaché for years. Skarda, because Sigurd lies dead on the ground. To my dismay, they remain silent, even Skarda. The shame on his face is total. Is their fear of Far so deep, or is it their distrust of me? Have I fallen so far in their eyes? I have. Not one speaks for me. They look down at their plates or into their wine. Fear holds them in its grip. Sevro sneers. Cowards! Does not one of you have any balls? Should we run? Cassius asks. That's always an option. I can snag Lyria and— No, I whisper. Eyes on Skarda.
Come now,
Far coos, emboldened.
if there is a man here who claims the false prophet as their brother, let them speak. Let your voice ring clear, so that I might hear you. And may you stand tall, so that I might see your face and know you speak not just for yourself, but for your kin and tribe, down to the children amongst them.
I see Lyria's eyes and see in them fear for me. Volga is unreadable. And then a man stands. Though he is a fine warrior, the only thing he is more famous for than his greed or his cleverness is his cowardice. It is Skarda, and his face is calm, his temper even. I have no kin left to speak for, but I will stand tall so you might see my face, great king. I will let my voice ring clear so that you might hear me, great king. When you sentenced my son to death, I did not object. When your granddaughter delivered the sentence, I did not object. For my son, whom I adored, broke the laws of our people and went against his king. But when I see that king disregard those very laws, the laws that bound a father to silence as his son had his heart ripped out, not 5 minutes later. To that, I fear I must object. Every single Obsidian Jarl turns to look at Skarda. A warrior must say what he knows to be true. Every Jarl of the Volk here bore witness to or has heard of Darrow's acceptance into the tribe of the Valkyrie Spires. We did call him brother for many years, and according to the laws we follow, he points to his son's body, Darrow is afforded the same rights as any brave of the Volk, and any brave of the Volk, even if they be our enemy, may declare Ashvar. You may choose a champion, my king, but you may not say no and keep your throne. And if your champion is beaten, we must kill you ourselves. He splays out his hands as if he's sorry, but it cannot be helped. That is the law of the ice. That is the way of the Volk. You are above us, but not our people's law. Then the man's eyes twinkle, and I know he hates Far with all his cunning heart. He's not done yet. I am no shaman, but surely, my invincible king, this is a propitious sign.
Tir Morga came from the sacrifice. Is this not a sign that the All-Father blesses this fight? Surely his death at your hand will wash away all doubt held by your Volk as to the dangers of the attack on the deep. Kill the past.
His lips twist, and he spares a glance to Volga.
For the All-Father.
To make sure the stiletto really goes in, he translates the last part in the Askamani tongue. At least I think so, because the Askamani go wild. Skarda faced several courts-martial in my legions. He escaped every one without having to hire a copper lawyer. His argument to the Jarls is as shrewd and cynical as it is effective. He cannot betray Far outright without losing face and undermining his own conclusion. So he used the very traditions that bind the Volk and the very weapon Far uses to uphold his throne. Religion. Obsidians do not think it right to criticize their ruler unless they are willing to fight their ruler. It creates a cult of silence. By the heads nodding, I see to my joy that the Obsidians are not all lost in darkness. Skarda speaks for many of them. Volga watches from the side with shame on her face, fear for Far, and fear of me. Fjord is the second to find his courage. The hirsute, semi-deranged Jarl slams the heft of his hammer into the ground twice and roars for Far to fight. Then the whole block of conservative Jarls joins the famous madman. Then Glumnar and Uther and many of the rest. The Askamani were just waiting to take up the call, cheering for their king to embrace the All-Father's gift. Trapped by the religion he fed to his subjects and the martial code he used to seize the throne, Far has no choice but to acquiesce. The Askamani sing in joy.
I accept your Ashfar.
Far rumbles. I nod to several, and the dart's payload deactivates. Far plucks out the dart and picks his teeth with it.
Since I have honored your light, you must honor mine.
All quiet. The danger to a challenger is severe. It comes when the challenged chooses the terms of the fight. They always favor their strengths. Weapons, I ask.
Honorable.
Field.
Dome.
Panoply. He smiles with freshly picked teeth.
Full metal.
Chapter 72. Darrow. Full metal panoply. The Jarls form a large circle and clear the ground before the high table. A world apart, Volsung Fa and I study one another as his orange slaves equip him in his war gear. The spiked pulse armor is the thickest kit I've ever seen. As soon as I saw it in person, I knew my god-killer armor wouldn't win this for me. Cassius prattles in my ear while clearing my armor's joints of leviathan guts, half-digested chum, and assorted gore. It wasn't as clean an exit from our pod as the Calabar's marine biologist promised. In this gravity, Far's mass won't slow her much. He'll use that mass to crowd you, especially under a dome. His armor is as thick as Severo's head. He'll come close to put you on those spikes. It'll be hard to get through his armor, so avoid the temptation to counter without power behind your blows. Don't even bother slashing. Thrusts only. He knows, Severo says. He's stronger than you are, so don't get pinned down. He knows, Severo says. And whatever you do, don't use your boots. I turn and look at him. Why not? My boots are quicker. It's a trap. Whatever angle you take skyward, all he has to do is accelerate into you. Then you hit the shield, and he smashes you until you are a stain. Do not go into the air. You are a razor master, not an acrobat. He nods at me, and I nod back. Even in Europa's paltry gravity, it takes 3 oranges to ferry Far's giant weapon from his throne. The blade is almost as tall as I am. Skarda needs both his hands to take it from the oranges. He waits by his warlord, along with a cadre of obsidian jarls I don't recognize. 9 of them wearing ruby amulets shaped like shields. Gorgons, no doubt. They peer daggers into the back of Skarda's head, and I know he will not live long after backing my challenge. Cassius is agog at Far's weapon. A war saw! Gods, that saw will eat your razor if it catches the whip. Reel you to the spikes, I turn on him. Cassius quiets when he sees the look in my eyes. Remember, a circle is unlimited ground. Don't get pinned down. Don't go into the air. I nod. He slaps me on the shoulder and lets Severo pull him away to join the circle. Oranges finish securing Far's cuirass and move on to his legs and arms. He is big. He'll be the biggest man I've ever fought. A full head taller than Apollonius. At least 100 kilograms of solid muscle and steel heavier. That warsaw is unlike any weapon I've ever faced. One good sweep will take a limb or my life, despite my armor. Godkiller is built for range, speed, flexible use. His warsaw is meant to break things.
I admired you in your early years, Slave King.
Far calls to me and lifts his metal hand.
I, too, know the importance of taking more than nature gave me.
The oranges finish fitting his legs and lock on his grav boots, another armament he insisted upon.
Unlike you, I know nature cannot be changed. The strong will always prosper. The mighty will always conquer.
I do not answer. Shamans come forward to paint our armor in the ritual bright blue of an Ashvar duel. They glaze it with paint wands, drawing runes in the Leviathan's blood. I draw bad last to dual-wield with Pyphoros in my offhand. I mean to keep Fa at a distance until I can deliver a sure blow. Here is my offer, dog, I taunt. Confess your crimes. Tell your jarls whom you serve, tell your daughter there, and I'll let you leave with your heart. He smiles, wily and confident within his castle-like armor. I summon my helmet up and bring my 2 blades together. Clang, clang, clang. Confess, I call. Fa has no doubt killed too many men to count. For all those he's killed, even more have tried to kill him and failed. But no man is the predator all the time. Even the best know there will come a day when they are the prey. I have been Atlas's prey for years. I was Apollonius's prey over Venus, and it terrified me. I will make Fa feel that same feeling for what he did to Sephi, for the perversion he has made of Ragnar's dream. You serve Atlas Aura. Confess. Clang, clang, clang.
It will take more than your lies and needles to kill me.
His armor powers on with a lion's roar. He seizes his warsaw from Skarda and shoves him away. He hefts it with one hand and twirls its mass as if it were no heavier than a walking stick. The serrated edge of the warsaw becomes a liquid blur of vibrating teeth. He lifts his blade to the heavens and bellows,
In the name of my son Ragnar, All-Father, accept these stains.
The Ascomani roar. So do some of the Volk. Fa and I watch the drone float between us and cast its shield. An iridescent dome glides down to meet the nexuses a few handspans from the ground. Fa wants it so we don't end up dancing in the sky and so that I can't flee if the duel doesn't go my way. A shaman shouts. The Jarls outside beat on the dome with the flat of their axes. The Ascomani slam the hafts of their spears. It thunders inside, and the duel is on. Neither of us move. Clang, clang, clang. He circles to the right, measuring me, and then leaps into the air. Fueled by his grav boots, he brushes the top of the dome and accelerates down to bring a huge overhand onto the crown of my head. Only I am no longer there. I moved forward under the trajectory of his arc. He lands with a tremendous bang and accelerates straight back at me with startling speed. I move out of the way of his charge, only it's not a charge. He is wily. He swings after me as he turns, a sweeping horizontal blow. Instinctively, I rely on the willow way. I block with both blades, intending to deflect it upward and lash back at him under it. Instead, the force is so strong I am sent reeling. I counterattack and land 6 slashes on his armor in the summer lash of the way. None even come close to penetrating, and they cost me. 4 more of his attacks pound my guard. Reverberations rattle my bones. I knew I wouldn't be able to meet his strength when I saw the size of his armor, but I didn't know he'd also be so bloody damn fast. I should have fought him in heavy gravity. He has all the advantages here, and he knows it. Pounding me back, he herds me toward the edge of the circle, where the dome leaves no room for retreat. I'm running out of ground. His last sideways chop slams against my razors with so much force the blades are pushed back toward my helmet. His warsaw follows them, maintaining just enough momentum to take my head off if I don't give ground. I can't. The pulse shield is already pushing at my shoulders. There's only one place to retreat. Up. Gods, I almost do it, but I listen to Cassius. Instead of using my boots, I lever the warsaw upward as I intended to the first time, slip underneath, and go for the kill. Already shown the futility of slashes against his armor, I thrust for his head with Parforus and his stomach with Bad Lass, and follow through with my body. Bad Lass bites home, but Parforus glances off his helmet. Then his mass crunches into me with bewildering force. I thought I was the one hitting him. I feel a pinch in my left thigh and spin right. Despite the quality of my armor, the collision is hard enough to send me stumbling around him. I got free, but shit, it hurt. I retreat to the center of the circle. I lost hold of Bad Lass. The razor is embedded in his stomach armor. By his laughter, I know it did not bite deep enough to penetrate. Damn that armor! The pinch in my left thigh evolves into a throbbing pain and a racing itch. One of his spikes penetrated the armor enough to draw blood, but not pierce the muscle. I'm surprised. My eyes dart to the tips of the spikes on his armor. Onyxium metal. They'll be poisoned, too. The man's a walking death trap. A low chuckle comes from far as the poison races through my veins.
And now you are dead. The rest is all theater. I'll chew your meat slow.
Chapter 73. Darrow. The Breath of Stone. I presumed Far's spikes would be poisoned, which is why I took tissue samples from the wounds of the fallen golds in the Ra Grotto. I wanted to see if the poison matched that on the spines in Diomedes' body when we found him in the pod. They did. I only hope the blood leech Athena gave me and the antitoxins they fit into the applicator in my suit will counteract Far's poison. I feel nauseous already, a little slower, and a burn spreads down my leg, but I'm not paralyzed yet. Far's Ascomani pound their spears on the dome. Thunder rattles and shakes. Far does not let me recover. With Bad Lass still stuck in his armor, he closes in on me and unleashes an onslaught of downward blows, each strong enough to cleave through 3 men. My arms go numb taking the impacts. I land a dozen blows myself, but none come close to penetrating. Twice I tried to grab Bad Lass, but that's why he left it buried in his armor. Each time he lunges for me, his spikes hungry. He issues another horizontal chop. I retreat, and he flows into the same spin maneuver he used before, the one that leaves his back exposed. A mistake. I see the opening and instinctively spring toward him, ready to flow into the winter storm counterattack of the Willow Way and spear him as his back presents itself. But then I remember who Volsung Fa's mentor is and bail out of the maneuver. Atlas is the type to feign a weakness to bait an attacker, and I bet Fa is doing the same. No way he leaves his back open to me twice. Sure enough, Fa never completes his spin. His maneuver and brutish style alter as he arrests his movement and flows into an elegant razor maneuver called the horse bane. His knees sink. With his back still to me, his warsaw comes at me off his hip like a spike rising to spear a horse in its chest. If I'd followed through with my initial attack, it would have sheathed itself through my guts and ripped out my innards. It still almost does. Its teeth chew through a millimetre of chest armour before I shift my weight around it to the right. I whip Pyrophorus at his leg. It snares his calf armour. He jerks his leg away from me to either pull me onto his warsaw or tear the handle from my grasp. I have a helldiver's grip, and my power armour is not letting go, so I twist right, and the saw chews a wedge from my cuirass. I retract the blade, and sparks spit as it tries to cut through his leg armour. He brings his warsaw's hungry teeth toward the whip. I give up my attempt to take his limb and pull the whip back, twist again, and deliver a two-handed chop aimed for his neck. He just straight lines for me and hits me in the ribs with his massive, spiked shoulder. I fly back and slam into the dome wall. Only instinct saves me, and I roll left. I don't even see him, just a metallic blur as he slams into where I once was. I stumble back to the centre, armour dented along my left rib cage, the left breastplate sheared off down to its last protective layer. At least one rib is broken. Fa stalks after me. "I see Atlas taught you more than genocide and toxicology," I call. He hears the pain in my voice, but he is clearly confused why I have not yet been perceptibly slowed down by the poison on his spikes.
"You will not be the first willow branch I have broken. I have your measure. You are not as fast as they claim. You are not as strong as my weakest kin shield. The morning star has fallen from the sky. Fear not. Tonight I will give you wings."
He knows how to fight Lorne's style. I didn't go into this fight intending to use the Willow Way, but in panic we rely on our oldest mechanisms, and being bulldozed by a giant in spiked armour is enough to make any man panic. The puncture in my thigh aches, but only the puncture. I felt a little sluggish from the poison at first, but it's fading and barely burns anymore. The leech and antitoxin are doing their job. My turn to do mine. I will not feign weakness to bait him. No tricks, no devices. This will be a clean kill. I glance at Cassius. Sure enough, he's forming a circle with his hands. It's so easy to forget the lessons we learn. I breathe in and out, centering myself, and find the smallest of your open breezes making its way into the dome. I realize after a beat that the cold air must be coming up from a crack in the ground, from the hollow core of the island itself. It is just where Fa's first strike hit and broke the marble. The stone breathes, as it always has. The path directs itself to the veil. The words escape my mouth before I realize I've recalled them. Same as our breath rejoins the deep mine wind. As Fa reaches to pluck Bad Lass from his armour like an inconvenient toothpick, I whip Pyphorus out and draw the razor out by its pommel. I snatch Bad Lass from the air as it comes back toward me, and I assume one of the stances I tested out in my training with Cassius, a nameless hybrid of Lorne's way, Cassius's and my own. I crouch, and I hold Thrax's razor like a dagger, and Pyphoros like a javelin. "Atlas is your master." Clang, clang, clang. "Confess!" Fa tilts his head, amused by my strange form. He comes for me again with confidence and supreme competence. Just like before, he baits me to take to the air. He uses his war sword to batter at my guard and his body as a ram. I am nimbler, but that advantage in counterattack is mitigated by the weight of his armor. This is what the heavy gear was made for. Close quarters meat straws in ship halls. So this time, instead of bending back and countering with the way, or trying to match his strength as my armor tempts and my ego demands, I simply receive what he gives. No teeth-chattering blocks, no counterattacks, no lusting for the air. I deflect and move, always sideways, never backward. Always at an angle, so that I begin to make a wide circle around him, forcing him to constantly turn his hips to face me, upsetting his charges by switching my rotation. Time and again, Fa tries to close. It worked against the Willow Way, which depends on maintaining a central axis for movement, like a tree trunk. But in this new form of mine, the center moves along with my target. I exhale and try to find the moving air once again. The path spreads itself out before me. All I need do is feel the wind and follow it. For 2 minutes, I decline any invitation to attack or close. I maneuver. I study. I learn. Fa is the best armored obsidian fighter I have ever faced. Full stop. He relies on his strength and mass in the attack. An attack so overwhelming he's never needed to develop his defense. Not with his seemingly invulnerable armor that can soak up slashes and trap thrusts long enough for him to cleave his enemies in half. I doubt he's ever had a fight last this long. In fact, I doubt anyone has ever survived more than a minute with him. I barely did. But past our second minute, I see the way to win. His relentless assault is unsustainable. Even in the armor, his pace has begun to slow, his decisions become more judicious. He's saving energy, waiting for me to make a mistake. Preying on that, I set a lure and let him break my circle and push me back toward the dome wall. When he rushes forward to crush me against it, I swim right and hack not at his body or his head, but at the spike on his left shoulder. The spike shears off. I slash with my other blade, and I take a spike off the elbow. I don't get greedy. He clears me off with a backswing, and I dance away. Clang, clang, clang. Confess! I lure him back to the center, retreating until he tries to charge me again. I take another spike off and feel myself sinking into the shallows of a flow. He expects me to back off again. I don't. I accept the flow and strike off another spike. I begin to move around him faster and faster, like a vortex of wind, my current shifting directions whenever his balance is uneven. Spike by spike, I denude his monstrous armor. When spikes litter the ground, I shout again, "Confess!" He roars in frustration. To me, the sound is ambrosia. I am beyond him now, beyond this plane, submerged in the depths of a battle flow unlike any I've ever felt. My body is not flesh and bone, not a claw drill, but the wind I sought to emulate. My will is pure current. Parforos and Badlass become a rain, state-changing between whip and blade with musical fluidity. The blades whittle the armor. The whips tease the wrists and ankles, forcing Fa to dedicate all his focus to preventing his limbs from being snared, lest I sever them. He starts to curl inward, no longer daring to attack. I retract my helmet, realizing it's in my way from feeling the movement of the air around me. I laugh like a boy, but not at Fa. It's because I feel the ascendant rushing through me. It's swelling inside me. He cannot stop it. For years I've used Lorne's art to make my name. Somewhere along the way, I began to think of him as a god, the custodian of some unimpeachable magic. I thought there was no potential beyond mastery of the Willow Way. Even training with Cassius in the pinched confines of his dueling room, I felt as though we were only refining that craft. No. We were sharpening my fundamentals, so I could then find my art form. And this is where that art is found, where my breath meets the wind my blades make, the wind up from the stone, the wind of far as he flees my attacks. My worries come and go, easy as an exhalation. It is beautiful, natural, this movement I've stumbled upon. I feel part of nature and part of my past, full and empty, unable to falter or make a mistake, because even when I misplace my blade, which I do, or my foot, or my weight, or my intentions, I can flow it into a new movement as if it was the original design. My mistakes become new opportunities, each flowing together like a drunken dance with Io on the dirt-packed laurel-tide floor. It is that same joy as in a dance, that same reckless fun. No longer concerned with overanalyzing my opponent or my own movement, my mind is free to wander and stumble upon a realization. All my life, I've had the hell diver's mentality. Smashing through obstacles fast enough will gain the laurel for my clan. But now, after breaking 1,000,000 drills and myself, I can see the flaws in that mentality. I'm done forcing my way through rock like a hungry claw until I break. Now I know to shift around obstacles, flow through gaps, like those same deep mine winds that the path referenced, the same winds that filled the old tunnels around Lycos. I feel transported to a memory from my past. As children in the mine, we played a game called Tempt the Dark. We'd gather and shout down into the abyss of an old tunnel to wake what slumbered therein. Then we'd turn our backs to see who could stand there the longest, who could conquer the fear growing in their own chests. Io won that game. Every time. Some called her daft or dumb in the head. Others snickered and said she was mad standing there with her weird little smile. I thought her brave and beautiful, darkness all about her, red hair whipping my heart into tangles. It's taken me all this time to understand that smile. She was not afraid because she was not thinking of the dark. She was enjoying her moment alone with the deep mine wind. That wind becomes sacred to me with that realization. It finds its way through the smallest cracks and the biggest gaps. Darkness cannot stop it nor alter its journey. It cannot be chained nor held in the palm. It is movement unending. It is the sound of my childhood and Mars's song to my people. It is my path to the Vale, back to Io one day, back to Da and Fitchner, Dancer and Ragnar, Theodora and Orion, Alexander, Ulysses, and Uncle Nerol too. When I die, whenever that day comes, I will hear the wind that howls like a wolf and know I am home. No magical force overtakes my body, but the memories, my lessons learned through Ori's little book, and my training with Cassius coalesce together. I can't be a hell diver gnawing my way forward. I must flow like the breath of Mars's stone. My eyes find a vulnerability in Far's armor. One of his pauldrons is a little bit looser than the other from the force of his charges. Gently, like wind guiding a kite, I guide his warsaw down and to his left. Still busying the warsaw with Parphoros in my right hand, I reverse directions with Badlass in my left and deliver 3 neat strikes to dislodge his right pauldron. His shoulder lies exposed. I cross my arms, pinning his warsaw down with Badlass, and hack off a chunk of meat from the top of his shoulder with Parphoros. Far grunts in pain, and I spin around to his right and deliver a double slash to the back of his right knee that sends him stumbling away. The mood changes. He recovers from his stumble and stares at the blood pouring from his shoulder, then the chunk of metal missing behind his right knee. The Askamani and Obsidians no longer chant. They must never have seen their king bleed like this in single combat. There's a blur to my right as the shield flickers off and a figure enters the fighting circle. I don't let it draw all of my attention and catch Far nodding at someone behind me. 2 people have entered the sacred fight, it seems. 2 interlopers. I don't bother with the one on the right. Instead, I flash Parphoros back in whip form, underhanded, as I turn, and throw Bad Lass like a spear. Behind me is one of the obsidians I suspected of being a Gorgon. He has a rifle pointed at my back and is about to fire just as Parphoros lashes across his eyes. He screams, and Bad Lass takes him in the chest with a thunk. Without thinking, I form Parphoros into a blade and fling it sideways at the other Gorgon, the one I first saw entering the circle on my right. I turn to watch the blade pinwheel toward him and cut him in half just above his hips. Seeing me without a weapon, Far charges with a roar. I don't rush for my blades. That gap isn't open yet. Instead, I wait for him to swing and bend away from the warsaw. I wanted to retrieve Parphoros first, but his attacks guide me away, and I find my path back to Bad Lass instead. I pull it from the downed man almost casually as I pass. With it in hand, I slowly turn Far around and work toward Parphoros. Soon both blades are back in my hands, and only then do I resume my attack. I guide Far's blade when I can, and get out of the way when I can't. My breath is rhythmic, and the clarity I found feels semi-divine. Far almost seems to move in slow motion. No longer a machine I cannot oppose, he is a puzzle I'm excited to deconstruct. I do it, piece by piece, guiding his blade, weakening his armor in multiple places, only to return when the opportunity arises. Between flashes of metal, idle thoughts still come and go. Cassius will be mad that I'm using my boots a little bit. Why were there people in the circle? Has the dome gone down? Should I kill Far here? Should I draw it out? Then I'm punched in the back, and reality crashes down on me. Clarity shatters, sound rushes in. I fall to a knee and smell my skin burning. Many of the Volk are chanting my name. The dome is down. 2 bodies wearing ruby amulets lie in the circle. The Gorgons, Far's inner circle, old friends of the king. Given reprieve from my attacks, Far stumbles to one of the dead men and falls to a knee. Darrow! I follow the shout. It's Cassius. He's staring at me like I'm on fire or something. I check my arms. My suit tells me the shot I took in the back isn't mortal. Stop toying with your meal! Kill him! I thought I was doing just that. Far stands up from kneeling beside one of the bodies, baying like a wounded animal. He rushes at me. He must have cared deeply about that Gorgon. I baffle his charge by continuing my circle around him. This time I whip at his eye shields a few dozen times with both Bad Lass and Parphoros. He tries to tangle them in his warsaw, so I just switch Parphoros to its longest spear setting and poke at the weaknesses I've made in his armor as I whip him repeatedly in the helmet with Bad Lass. It's almost funny how off-kilter he is now. When a wild slash overextends him and presents his flank where I've worked on the armor a bit, I close and thrust Thrax's razor into the underside of his extended left arm. The armor gives, the blade passes in, and comes out the other side red with his blood. I retract it, see him try to grapple with me, so I swim right and back off while inhaling a fresh breath. The flow state is gone, but I still wade in its shallows. I bang my blades together. Clang, clang, clang. Confess! A dozen people yell. It's the first time they pick up the call. Having Severo and Cassius both out there has freed me to focus. I know they have my back, but it's no longer all about the duel. There are other factors at play outside the circle. Far is beyond exhausted now. I go at him again, circling like before, striking only at his helmet's eyeholes with the tips of my whips until they're so mauled he can't possibly see out of them. As I'm doing it, I'm glancing around. The Ascamani have fallen silent, but many of the Volk scream and cheer. Those Gorgons that have not rushed in are almost surrounded by Skarda and his friendly Jarls. They look nervous. I'm beginning to see why. There is no question to any watching. I can kill Fa at will. I can't, not at will, not truly. I won't be tempted by hubris. Even wounded, he's dangerous and waiting for his chance. But he and I both know eventually I will kill him. So I back off and slam my weapons together again to give him time to think. Clang, clang, clang. This time more blades join mine in slamming together. Volk blades. Sinister. The sound of judgment. Confess! Fa can no longer see out of his helmet. He has no choice but to remove it. It reveals a face flushed and soaked in sweat and even tears. He pants steam into the cool air and leans on his warsaw. The look of fear in his eyes is total. It's a fear you can only know if there's ever been a man who wants to kill you more than he wants anything else in all the worlds. A man relentless and without pity. A man you are too tired to stop. Atlas Aura is your master. Confess! I whip him in the face and leave a bloody gash. Tell them how he stole the Dustmaker, how he gave you the keys to Ilium, how he helped you master the Ascomani, turned you from their hunter into their king. Confess! Someone is shouting translations in the Ascomani tongue. The Ascomani know the name of Atlas Aura all too well. They stare in absolute silence at Fa. Skarda and the others beat their axes together. Clang, clang, clang. I wait for Fa to speak. The circle waits with me. The wind howls around the Acropolis. It carries laughter from the other islands. The smell of roasted meat, the iron tang of the slaughtered Leviathan, the rich scent of burning wood, and the sighing of the sea.
Shoot him,
Fa whispers. He looks over at his Ascomani bodyguards. Those with their helmets down look horrified at Fa's distress.
Shoot him, now!
Before they can obey, an Ascomani shaman with emeralds embedded in his forehead shouts something I can't understand. More shamans enter the fighting circle and put their bodies between me and the bodyguards as shields. None of the Ascomani bodyguards move. The horror on their faces becomes shame. Shame at what Fa has asked them to do, and confusion. He has not yet answered my accusations. His shamans yell at him in their alien tongue. Clang, clang, clang. Enraged, Fa turns to the richly dressed Gorgons. There are only 4 left. 2 lie dead in the circle. Where have the others gone?
Brothers, kill the gold!
Only one of the 4 is stupid enough to try. He raises a pulse fist, but Skarda throws an axe end over end to cleave his head in 2. The others sense the conservative Jarls waiting to kill them should they dare intervene. You are blessed by the Allfather. Kill him yourself, great Fa, Skarda calls. Fa just waits, heaving for air, smiling at me. A scream comes from atop the Acropolis. I hear metal on metal and the sound of men dying. A howl goes up. Sevro. He slipped away during the fight to search for snipers and the like. Cassius hasn't. He monitors the circle for threats. Fa's smile dies in the wake of Sevro's howl.
Vergaris! No!
He tears his eyes from the top of the Acropolis to glare out at the Volk Jarls.
Oathbreakers! Sheep! Before me, you are slaves to him!
He raves at the Ascomani to attack me.
Before you are worms! Half a millennia squelching under the raw boot! I have given you their riches, their worldly delights. If not for me, you'd be as I found you, maggots digging tunnels in dead stone.
Stone breathes too, I tell him. He looks at me as if I'm mad. Confess, Skarda calls. More pick up the call. Lyria watches from behind Volga, but the big woman only has eyes for Far. She glares at him until his panicked gaze lands upon her. When their eyes meet, Volga turns her back, ushering Lyria away. In my own periphery, I see Cassius move off to shadow them. Watching Volga turn her back on him sends Far into a rage. He screams something primal to the sky, and then shudders with an almost tragic fury. I realize only too late. His armor must have just injected him with stims. When he decides to move, he moves fast as a snake. He hefts his war saw, but rushes away from me after Volga. A shot from Sevro atop the Acropolis slams into his back. He stumbles, but only picks up speed. Lyria steps in front of Volga. The Jarls around them shrink away from the onrushing giant and his whirling blade. Then Cassius hits Far's flank. Far saw him coming at the last moment and bats his razor to the side. They tumble down. The warsaw flies from Far's grip and falls amongst several of Skarda's Jarls. It chews them apart. Lyria rushes for the warsaw as it rattles amongst the ruins of bodies and tries to lift it to strike at the downed warlord. It's too heavy. One of the Jarls kicks her off and then loses his head to Sevro's sniper fire. The 3 remaining Gorgons pull their razors and shimmer as their pulse shields activate. As a trio, they rush to help Far from the ground and fend off his attackers. More Far loyalists leap at Skarda. He's defended by the conservative Jarls and ushered away. It's Bedlam, my old friend. Lyria is about to be trampled between the 2 groups when Volga swoops in, picks her up, and leaps into the air, grav boots whining. I didn't even see her put them on. I feel Cassius breathing a sigh of relief as Lyria is carried away from the field of battle. The truffle pig did well. I chide myself for having doubted her. With his warsaw finally reclaimed, Far gains his feet amidst the carnage his 3 Gorgons have made about him. And what carnage! The trio are glorious butchers, dauntless and blood-spattered, who've dissuaded even the bravest Jarls from making an attempt on Far's life. Roaring, they dare any and all to come forward and die on their stained blades. My eyes lock on those of the old warlord, and he knows no matter how blessed by the gods of battle his bodyguards may be, they will not stand against me should I charge. Not today. I don't charge. Instead, I smile and bash my blades together. Clang, clang, clang. Confess, I taunt. Instead, Far flees. Far's grav boots whine, and he bursts into the sky, heading south toward the Pandora. The 3 surviving Gorgons follow behind him. The rest of Far's loyalists did not wear their grav boots to the feast. Abandoned by their king, they are set upon by Skarda and the other Jarls. Some fight back nobly, some beg for mercy only to be hacked apart. Others escape into the garden to be pursued and killed amongst the trees. I cannot stop this bloodshed, so I do not try. The Askamani watch Far shrink in the sky. They have not yet recovered from their stupor. Many have fallen to their knees. They believed their Far a messiah, invincible. Yet he fled before my blade, my accusations. He fled because he was afraid to die. Their religion crumbles before their eyes. I stalk toward them, lift Pyrophoros, beat my chest, and howl at them in challenge. You have seen your king bleed. You have seen him run. Come, witness him confess. As a shaman translates, I feel a hand on my low back and know it's Cassius. You used your boots. Sorry. No, that was... What was that? Skarda stumbles to his feet, cradling a bloody left arm. He points after Far and shouts to me. Tyr Morga! If he makes it to the Pandora, he will nuke this entire island! Cassius, summon the Ra and the Owls. I see the Heartseeker gauntlet lying on the ground, snatch it up and toss it to Cassius to carry. Sevro howls as he flies past overhead, already after Far. Cassius and I lift off and fall in on his flanks. Chapter 74. Darrow. The Hunt. Got 2 of the Gorgons atop the Acropolis, but if Diomedes left us hanging out to dry, we're well and truly slagged, Severo says. You know that, right? I don't answer. There's no point. My bloodlust is on, and what will be, will be. Wind whistles through a crack in my helmet as we eat into Far's lead. He was a speck in the sky before I set off. As he passes over a complex of blue-painted domes on the edge of the island, he is now large as a coin. Our boots are faster, but I'm not sure we'll catch him before he reaches the Pandora. That's fine. If Diomedes plays his part, we shouldn't have to. If. The Pandora hangs low over the sea, only a few clicks out from the islands. It is the only warship within the security cordon. If he lands and cocoons himself within that fortress, it will take an army to pry him out. He will glass the witnesses of our fight. I will lose, and all the people in the deep will die. If. Black thoughts race through my mind. Was I a fool to trust Diomedes? Athena? Were the submarines not as stealthy as the Calabar promised? Were they spotted after all? Are my allies dead on the bottom of the sea? I laugh at my spiraling brain. Boss, do we break off pursuit? Severo asks. In reply, I accelerate past him to take point. A moment later, a pupil of light winks along the shadowy topography of the Pandora's green hull. Severo, Cassius, and I break in separate directions as a particle beam meant for us cleaves through the gloom. Boss? Severo asks as we come back together. Just over a kilometre separates Far from his onrushing reinforcements. Already the air fills with toroids of superheated plasma. Railguns scream toward Severo and me, leaving behind blue-tinged contrails. We weave through the incoming fire, but the fusillade does not last long. Diomedes has come, as he said he would, and so has Athena. From a distance, their arrival is a peaceful sight, one that could almost be authored by nature herself. A flight of pods fired from deep-sea submarines slips up from the water. Unnoticed, they blossom to disperse their payloads. Hundreds of tiny, pollen-like specks float outward. Only when the specks form up together and streak toward Far's reinforcements do they hint at the menace they bring. Man-made thunder peals as Diomedes' 36 crack-peerless skulls of Europa and several hundred black owls in mech suits and power armor hit Far's reinforcements from behind. The chaos is immediate. A dogfight swirls to block Far's path back to the Pandora. Far still intends to push through it. Then Diomedes and 4 golds peel off the dogfight and race directly toward Far. When he sees them coming, Far abandons his route back to his ship and swerves away toward the nearest island to seek refuge amongst the tribe feasting there. To buy himself time, he leaves behind the 3 Gorgons who accompanied him on his flight from the duel. Diomedes and his 4 golds streak for the Gorgons. Severo, Cassius, and I follow Far. We push our grav boots for all they're worth, closing to within 20 meters by the time Far crosses over the sea wall of the island. We pass low enough to see the expressions of confusion on the faces of 2 Ascamani pissing off the edge of the wall as they stare at the nascent firefight in the distance. They nearly topple over as we rocket past. Libraries and shrines blur beneath. Far lowers altitude, weaving through black stone buildings to try and shake us, heading for a plateau aglow with fires and striated with ranks of long tables. The feast here is in full swing, and the din tremendous. Bonfires glow and crackle. Slaves ferry huge platters of meat and flagons of drink to their violent masters. The Ascamani gorge themselves under totems to their tribe and sub-tribe, many sitting at long tables, others sprawled out in the parklands beneath the great statue to Hera. I fall upon Far just as he reaches the feast. We crash down onto a table. Wood splinters, wine spills. Meat cascades around us as we beat at one another. His elbow slams into my head and I lose my grip. He stumbles away, desperate to be free of me. I gain my feet. Tattooed faces stare at us. Every way I turn, coarse black hair, glittering gems and snarling mouths. Far stumbles from the wreckage and roars,
Assassins! Assassins! Defend your king!
The Askamani gape. Two of the least drunk uncoil their long bodies, grab their spears, and come for me. But they are unsteady, unprepared, and I am the breath of stone. I flow through them instead of chewing into them. I turn a spear thrust up with Pythoras and disembowel the brave with bad lass as I pass. The second I dodge and disarm to leave for Severo or Cassius. 3 more try to arrest my progress. I weave through them without slowing down to kill. My friends follow behind, guarding my back. Far leaps onto another part of the feast. I follow and land on a table hard enough to split the wood. Askamani fall back from me. I crash into Far and send him stumbling through a bonfire. Flaming logs roll in every direction. "Confess!" I roar. "You are a pet to a gold. You are the hand of Atlas Audar." Far shoves men in my path to use as human shields, hoping to tangle my blades in their bodies. It almost works. With Pythoras buried in the chest of one, I take a huge blow from his war saw to my left shoulder that knocks me sideways and into the table and a mess of bodies. Far levers down with all his strength, trying to press his war saw through my armor. The saw gnaws through Askamani in the way, through my armor and into the flesh of my left tricep before I slide underneath and battle him back. We smash through great spits of meat and over-drunken braves like lions fighting in the midst of startled oxen. Far knows he can't win, not even fueled by stims, so he pushes the giant Askamani into my path, roars a laugh of triumph, and takes off into the sky. The Askamani is as tall as Far and freakish with muscle and scars. An unbound mane of black hair falls to his low back. He is unarmored, like the rest, but he carries a terrible spear and shield with a massive snake skull surmounted on the front. The Askamani chant the warrior's name. "Ur! Ur!" Ur's eyes flick to the sling-blade shape of Pythoras, to the blue paint and blood runes glazed on my armor. "Ashvar!" he asks in a thick accent. I nod. He glances after Far, snorts, and sits back down at the table, where he brushes aside a disembodied limb and returns to his drinking. I return to the air and leave the second island in my wake. Jarls and other spectators with grav boots are following us now to watch. It is a spectacle, our hunt. They make a trail of laughter and toasts across the sky. The Askamani come too, just as interested in the great blood sport. On troop barges and grav skiffs and air sleds, they toss out coarse jests. I catch Far just as he reaches the next island of the archipelago. The island of Artemis is larger than that of Hera and shaped like a crescent, with high cliff walls and an interior dominated by a statue to the goddess Artemis. The statue stands flanked by woodland effigies 1/2 kilometer in height. Drawn by the fighter and the Pandora, braves have left their tables to gather on the edge of the island's cliffs. Far lands amongst them, and has only a few moments to exhort them to attack me before Severo and I send him fleeing to the heart of the island. We catch him there, over the feast around Artemis's feet. Familiar standards wave there above the long tables, Volk standards. Braves scatter as I pursue Far into their firelit feast grounds. Their moon-pale faces blur together in a sea of stained beards, agape mouths. I hound Far through their ranks. I am no stranger here. For 10 years I led these tribes and these men, on Luna, Earth, Mars, and Mercury. For 10 years they trudged with me through the ruins of gold cities, through rain and sleet and mud and desert heat and mining tunnels. We marched together toward victory. They do not mistake me now, as I battle Far from one end of their feast to the other, whipping him before me like a beast of burden. He stumbles. He roars for aid. None comes. They see the paint of Ashvar on our armor. They see the curve of my blade. Tyr Morga has come, and the Volk seem ashamed of being found here by me like this. This time I let Far go when he realizes there is no shelter here under the protection of the Volk. He takes to the air yet again, and mistakes the spectators trailing my hunt for allies in his fight. He flies to them, and they shoo him away and shout, "Ashvar!" Severo and Cassius kill those few who try to intervene, but most have just come to watch the hunt. In his desperation, Fa heads for the next island on the archipelago chain. The braves on the ground stare at me in awe and bewilderment. I pitch my head back and howl again. Amplified by the speakers in my armour, joined by Severo's and Cassius's, the howl resounds over the feast and is picked up by many of the spectators in the sky. I follow after Fa and give the man no respite. By the time he makes it to the next island, I am his shadow. He steals a pulse fist and fires to no avail. Across the feast I pursue him. His death is already written. All he can do is draw it out. I harry him, island to island, over rock-built citadels and elegant moonlit shrines, through dark upland groves and fire-lit plateaus where standards of Volk tribes wag in the evening breeze, hunting him, mocking him, whittling away the warlord's myth until he becomes a disgusting, limping grotesquerie so all can see the craven heart of the man who killed Queen Sephi just to call himself king. Chapter 75. Lyria. Prove it. Folga flies low over the sea to the island farthest from Fa's favour. There she sets us down on a beach beside strange contraptions aimed at the sky. They look like rail guns. She pulls me along as she heads for them. "Stop pulling on me," I yell at her. "It's not safe here," she says, and drags me toward a pod fit into the firing chamber of a railgun. The crews must have gone to watch. We can still use the guns, I think. They will fire at us between the gaps in the shield and out into space. Fa keeps escape vehicles on autopilot in orbit. "Stop it!" I shout, and wrench my arm free. She turns back in anger. "Lyria, get in the pod." I stare at her. "You ain't saving me. You're trying to run away," I say, shocked. "Oh, is that the freelancer in you? Or is that Fa? Society Special Forces always have a way out?" I ask. "He did not confess, but you know the truth. They do too. He played you all like fools. Fa is all that protected me. The braves may revere my blood, but the Jarls call me unnatural, a lab freak. They will kill me. Then they kill you." She looks so afraid, but I'm spitting mad. "You don't get to run away anymore, Folga. I'm glad you didn't tear out my heart and throw it in the fire. Really, thanks. I'm glad you didn't have that in you. But you killed 13 people before me. 13, woman! What the fuck?" She looks at the pod. "Look at me!" I throw a handful of sand at her. "Look at me!" She does. "You killed Sigurd. He was trying to help his people get free of a liar, a gold tool. You might not be broken, but you got stains on your hands. If you run away now, you always will. Don't you think that's what Ephraim would tell you?" I point back behind us, where tiny shapes make a trail over the islands. "You have to face what you've done. You said your people are here. Prove it." "This is insane," she protests with wide eyes. "He hid in a leviathan. Darrow is apparently a werewolf who eats warlords and shits nightmares, but he likes me. He trusts me. I should be nothing to him, a rat. But he saw my worth. He let me come after you because I begged him. I told him you were brave. I told him you were kind. I told him you were my friend." I find power in realizing I have convictions, deep ones. My voice finds its edge. "If you go on that pod, you go on your own. You'll have no people, Volga. Not me, not the Obsidians, not the Republic. I ain't friends with rats who jump ship after they dined on all the cheese." I point behind me as a roar of the crowd rolls in across the sea. "Or you go back. You face the fathers whose kids you kidnapped, the Jarl whose son you killed. You face the stains you put on your hands. You choose accountability. You choose your people. You choose me. That's the kind of person worthy of my friendship. Ephraim, Ragnar, Fa. Don't pin it on all the daddies. This is it. Who are you, Volga? Even now, her every instinct is to run, to survive. It's what the world's taught her. Frightened, she looks out of the Pandora, beneath which more pods are bursting up from the sea. It looks like the daughters and Diomedes are storming the low-flying ship. Then she looks at the crowd of flying lunatics following Darrow and Fa to the next island on the chain, and makes her decision to face her mistakes. I will go back. You stay here, she says. Negative, dumbass. You are tiny. This is insanity. You will get hurt. The Ascomani, the Obsidians. Then protect me from the giants, and I'll protect you from the wolves, I say. A single laugh escapes her, and she looks at me like I'm 10 feet tall. That doesn't last long. She comes to pick me up. I shove her hands away. I'm not a child. I fly on your back. Chapter 76. Darrow. By the Laws of the Ice. The throng gathering in the wake of my hunt grows island by island. Thousands trail us now. On and on I chase far over the archipelagos until we reach the island of Hades, a rocky home to the feast for the braves farthest from Fa's favour. I chase him through groves of wild fig trees bent inland by the wind. To my left and right, Severo and Cassius shatter gnarled boughs laden heavily with swollen fruit. Pulp and splinters smear our armour until the grove gives way to slate rock formations covered with orange moss. Fa winds through them and emerges on a headland where hot, bubbling well springs belch steam. He sits down there at the terminus of a spring. There is nowhere left to run. The sea is all that lies ahead. He looks out at it as Severo and Cassius find perches on the rock behind me. Fa's tattered armour rises and falls with his breath. Blood weeps from the many punctures and gashes. It stains the blue paint his shaman applied to his armour and trickles into a puddle around his boots. His warsaw is now a millstone too heavy to even lift. I've called Diomedes. He's leaving Athena the battle. He's on his way, Cassius says. Clang, clang, clang. Fa flinches at the sound, as if he had forgotten I was there. Slowly, he turns. The spirit is gone from the doom-struck man.
What do you want from me?
He asks. His voice warbles.
Why won't you just leave me alone? What do you want?
Our audience has not caught up, but the wind carries their demand. Clang, clang, clang.
I have helium, weapons, ships.
His voice warbles again. Sparks spurt from his metal throat. He digs at something there with his sharp fingers and discards it. Hundreds of thousands of low-colours, Darrow. His voice no longer carries the same baritone as Ragnar's. It is softer, more intelligent, and more afraid. 1 million innocents on Ascomani ships. In the Garter, more. I will free them. I will give you back your precious Volk killing machine. Take them. Good riddance. I will leave Europa. He waits for me to reply. I don't. Tell me what you want. Again, the wind makes its demand. Clang, clang, clang. His eyes creep up. I turn to see the island's braves gathering on the cliffs. The laughter drifts in the wind as the throng in the air arrives, banging their axes on their boots or their skiffs. Hundreds, thousands. Volga spotted. And Lyria, 3 o'clock, Cassius says. Diomedes, 30 seconds. Volga curves around a giant slate of rock with the mad little red riding on her back. As the two sat down, I look back to Far. Clang, clang, clang.
"Then you will let me leave?" he asks.
I see him clearly now. Beneath the mountain of the man lies a venal, quaking spirit, a greedy little man. Or am I choosing to see him as small, to ease the dread in knowing there are servants of the enemy with the sort of conviction his mission would take? I doubt it is his fault that Atlas made Far his tool. Far went along with the worlds, as do most of us. Had he been born one generation later, who knows what side he'd be on. Diomedes coasts in, low to the water. He hesitates when he sees the audience I've gathered behind me, but settles down beside Cassius to watch.
"Answer me, Darrow. If I confess, will you let me leave?"
Far asks. I give you my word. Confess your crimes and I will not kill you. The Obsidians watch in silence, a silence made all the deeper when several hundred Askamani arrive. The wind whooshes against their strange armor. The sea sighs. Far looks down at the blood around his feet. It has started to draw crabs from the tide pools of the headland.
Fine. Atlas is my master," he says. "Are you satisfied?"
Clang, 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 from the Volk above.
"Shut up!"
he shouts like a man pestered by wasps.
"I was born Vagnar Hefka of the Valkyrie Spires, as I claim, to the Jens Grimace stables. I was a slave knight, and rewarded. I enjoyed the life of a gladiator and all its attendant spoils. It came with a price and expiration date. I died. Then I began my second service. I served in Coor Nihil, under the greatest mind of his generation, Atlas Aura, a man who knows duty, as do none of you. I was banished along with him to exterminate the Askamani vermin. We tried for years. After Luna fell, Atlas raised me amongst the Askamani to unite them, to use against the Dominion and the Rising, to remind the traitors that beyond the society lies only the abyss, only chaos, and to give the Rim a saviour from the core, I say. "Yes," he says, "Atalantia. My reign was to last 3 years. Then Atalantia would sail to bring order to these spheres. Without order, chaos rushes in. Kill me. Find out."
He grins at the Volk and the Askamani.
"They will eat each other unless you claim the throne, Tir Morga. Unless you prove me right, you came to get your axe back. Go on, gold. They were designed to be used, and you're a Boris. Unless you feed them enemies, they are a serpent eating their own tail."
He chuckles and spits blood.
"Where is Atlas?" I ask. He grunts. "You asked me to confess, not give up my brother. Atlas thinks of you as a loyal dog at best. Where is he? You do not know him. That is why you cannot fight him. Where is he? But he knows you. He knows all of you. Where?" I shout.
He does not reply. His eyes change, like he knows now whatever vision he had of his future is no longer in reach. He says farewell to it with a heavy sigh and a small smile. He lets go of his war saw. It clangs against the ground.
"Where is Atlas?"
he asks, and pats his chest over his heart.
"Here. There."
He nods to me, then up at the audience.
"In all our hearts. He may be mortal, but his work is not. My Gorgon brothers you butchered were patriots, Darrow. Their sacrifice will live on in the works of our brother, our teacher, our All-Father. Before only him I kneel. He closes his eyes and goes to his knees. He no longer speaks to me. Without darkness there could not be light. Forgive me, brother, for seeking a little more for myself before the end. He unfastens his armor. His huge body is rent and dark with blood. The armor clangs to the ground, a piece at a time. From the smile on his face, I know he's sown poison in his truths. "Did you kill the Ra in their family vestibule?" Diomedes asks. "The children. Was it you?" Cassius stays Diomedes with a hand on his chest. We had agreed beforehand. Fa is the Volk's to kill. Fa does not answer, anyway. Diomedes relents, and Cassius throws me the heat-seeker gauntlet he carried from the Isle of Zeus. It is heavy with sharp fingers. I walk toward Fa and see Skard floating above, surrounded by Jarls. No doubt already spreading dissent against my pending reign. "You saw how he used my boy, my Sigurd," he will say. "You saw how he let him die. He wants the throne. I told you," Fa calls. "Did I kill your son, Darrow? Skard, should not you deliver the blow? Avenge Sigurd?" The Volk hand that kills a king or queen takes the crown. That is often the Obsidian's way. If I take Fa's life, I am king. If Skarda takes it, then he is. Both are a problem. Skarda will not cross me. Not today. None will. If I kill Fa, the Obsidians will cheer. They will kneel. They will hail me as king. They will follow me to Mars and be my axe. But their actions speak for the thoughts they will not voice. Already some of them are floating to join the orbit of the strongest who are not me. This is the problem. The Obsidians is a cult of silence that follows strength. That silence is called honor, but it is really fear. The seeds of resentment sown here will grow to yield more destruction. The Obsidians will rebel again, or, when I die, start the cycle all over. I cannot decide their fate either by sitting on the throne myself or installing a puppet. Yet, if I leave the throne empty, they will destroy each other in their rush to fill it. Nothing will change. So I will try to get them to tread the thin line between chaos and tyranny, that fragile experiment we call democracy. Not now, though. First, Fa must die, and then I must give my candidate a chance. "I'm not going to kill you," I say to Fa. "That's up to her." I look over at Volga and motion her to join me. The Volk Jarls roar in protest, especially Skarda. I raise my blade for silence and call out, "A servant of the Fear Knight cannot be king of the Volk, can he?" They quiet. They see what I'm doing. If Fa is not really their king, I am declaring his murder will not serve as a coronation for their new monarch. "No, he cannot," Skarda says. Sly, sacrificing the day to win tomorrow. "This man is no king, then. He is just a man, just a father. It is known by the Volk that a father's shame is his family's. So, by the laws of the ice, let blood judge blood, I say." The Jarls let it pass. I toss the gauntlet to Volga as she approaches. Lyria follows. Volga is shorter than I am, and shy to meet my gaze. Eventually she does, and the shame in her expression is eclipsed only by her anger at Fa. She slips on the gauntlet and faces Fa.
I take Lyria by the shoulder and guide her off to the side. Whatever peace or malice Far had left drains from him as he looks up at Volga. "If not for the Volk, why did you do this?" she asks him.
"For a brother, and my deserved peace," he replies.
"But the passage—" He seems to shrink a little.
"This farce was not to last. I thought, if you were like me, you could not hate me. You could understand me. You could love—"
He jerks as she plunges the gauntlet into his chest, up to the wrist, and gives a twist. Their faces draw close together. For the first time, I see his features in hers in him, and Ragnar's in both. Then Volga pulls out Far's heart and holds it up before his eyes. "Unworthy!" She throws it over her shoulder, and soon after, he teeters down to the ground to the delight of the crabs. Silence presides, but for the sounds of the dwindling battle beneath the Pandora in the distance. No obsidians cheer, because for the first time in years, they have no ruler. Seeing the chaos coming and the factions already forming, the Askamani look one last time at the corpse of the man they thought blessed by God and slip away into the dark. I motion to Severo. He jogs over with his helmet off to become the scariest town crier the worlds have ever seen. "Hello! Sorry!" He steps up onto Far's corpse. "That's better. Can you hear me now? Good. Great to be back. Lots of favourite faces here. We've shared a lot of good times. And now, a few bad ones. Let's not make it worse. You know it could get really shitty really fast. You know what you're like. Come on, you do." The Jarls all look at those with whom they have a grudge. For a moment, no one is looking at Severo except Volga. "So, with your consent, we will be your mediators in this transition period. 24 hours from now, you will meet on this island, further from my stepstool's favour, where you will vote on your new monarch. Each Jarl will have 2 votes. 2. One for themselves, one decided by their braves. The braves cannot, I repeat, cannot vote for their own Jarl. Recall your men. Bring your ships above these islands. If anyone leaves without a Howler escort, if anyone steals, if anyone kills, if anyone cheats, if anyone intimidates, they break Tir Morga's peace and will earn his Ashvar." He gestures to me like I'm a show pony. "As you have seen, he's gotten a lot scarier since you last saw him. But he will not be your king. He is not on the ballot and will not interfere." Diomedes looks my way. "If you do not like these rules, let's have it now." I walk to a flat spot and draw both of my blades and wait in the silence. "Good," Severo calls after half a minute passes. "Now sober up. Wash your beards. You've campaigning to do. If you have any questions, I'm going to be on my wife's ship testing out my new knives." He takes off. I offer Lyria a lift, but she turns me down. I follow Severo into the air. We land a few minutes later in the hangar of the Pandora that Athena and Diomedes secured. Diomedes and Cassius land behind me. Gunfire rattles from deeper in the ship.
"Askamani are dug in throughout the ship," one of the Calabar Gold Knights reports to Diomedes. "Resistance is stiff."
Severo gasps at the arcane symbols and religious totems erected by the Askamani in the hangar. "Jove's putrid cock! This place is filthy."
"Oh, now you care about a ship being clean," Cassius says. That's rich. Athena rushes over from tending the wounded. Is it done? She asks.
Far is dead, but the menace remains, Diomedes says. Darrow has seen fit to experiment with democracy for his obsidians at the expense of our people.
Athena is torn at hearing that. We agreed you'd get them off Europa, Darrow. I will. And I'm trying to make sure they don't nuke the place as they go or steal millions of your citizens, I reply, more than a little peeved by their pedantry. Diomedes gets very close to my face.
We agreed. They would surrender all the people they have enslaved, all the loot they have taken, and leave. Now you will have chaos. Now the Ascamani will flee and infest the Garter. You have put everything at stake.
I take a deep breath. They already infest the Garter. Do you have an army to cleanse that infestation? Do you have an army to smash the Volk? No. So your only hope is that that Volk army out there chooses to shine the better angels of their nature. Your only hope, Diomedes, is that they help you. So please, get out of my face! He is furious and whips around when Severo clears his throat. Severo and Cassius have their weapons out. Victra's employees are in slavery on this ship and have been for a year. My employees, Severo says, and takes the twilight helm from, of all people, Chion. 4 dozen black owls await his order. So, we gonna whine, or we gonna go sweep your halls? Cassius drawls. Waiting on you, Ares. Idiot, Severo mutters, puts on the helm, and runs toward the gunfire with Cassius at his flank. Diomedes and I exchange another glare and follow with the black owls. We can argue later. For now, there's killing to be done. Part 4. Brothers. For a friend with an understanding heart is worth no less than a brother. Homer. Chapter 77. Darrow. Old Stoneside. 23 hours after we left the Volk Jarls to begin their campaigning, I sat down on an island in the northern Discordia Sea with Cassius. The light is a bruised blue. The water restless dark. There is not another island to be seen in any direction. Even in my armor, without its heater on, it is cold this far north of Europa's equator. I shiver. Cassius doesn't. I wrap my thermal cloak tighter. So, should I let you go in alone? He asks. You're the one who insisted on coming, I say. Well, you're injured and need a bodyguard, he replies. Savage is about, not to mention Atlas. If he's not already back in the Corps, I reply. Walk with me. As long as you promise not to bring up the gala, he says, and touches his arm. Only if you don't mention again how you don't have a scratch on you. Somehow he wasn't injured at all in our fighting. I swear, he says, and we walk together toward the keep. The waves have not yet claimed the wandering island of Harmonia, or the castle upon it that Lorne once called home. It will soon enough. The Discordia Sea is violent here in the north, and without its caretakers, Harmonia cannot help but lose its war against the elements. Breakers thunder against its sea walls. Lichen grows on the castle's towers. Coral and barnacles creep on ramparts that once sheltered the hills and forests that comprised the heart of the estate. Maybe because Cassius is with me, I find its dereliction less tragic than I expected. Time marches on. Nothing we build lasts forever, not without others to keep it. That was one of the many reasons I did not take the throne of the Volk for myself. Far's words haunt me. Ouroboros. It reminded me of what Lorne once told me. Death begets death begets death.
Crabs skitter from our boots as we walk along the bridge from the landing pads to the keep. I am sore, and not just from my fight with Fa. Even with Diomedes and the daughters, Severo needed help taking the Pandora back from the Ascomani who wanted to keep it. This time, Cassius and I guarded Severo's flank as he led the fight to free his wife's ship, wearing his father's helmet. I have broken ribs, 3 punctures in my right thigh, a wound on my upper chest from a spear that went through me, and countless bruises, sprains, and superficial lacerations. Not to mention, Fa's poison lingers in my system, still giving me bouts of nausea. Lorne would laugh and say, I walk like him now. The fight on the Pandora turned when we freed the enslaved crew, many of Julie's old sailors, techs, janitors even. They helped us use the ship's systems against the holdouts and flushed them into the sea to feed the gathering leviathans. The low-colours cried and kissed Severo afterward, and he fell to his knees with them when they heard they were going home. Not yet, though. There's still more to do. Cassius pauses before we enter the keep between the stone hippogriffs that guard the doors. He looks out to sea. You'd almost think the moon is sleeping, he says. It does seem eerie, I say. Not a ship in the sky. The surface of Europa is quiet. Its cities dim. But its people are not gone. They are safe in the deep with Athena protecting them, waiting to hear if they will get their moon back and can emerge like spring flowers from the winter snow. The Ascomani may have fled the stronger Volk ships in droves, streaming back to the Garter to seek strength in numbers with their own people, so the Volk remain the only power on Europa. If the wrong person wins your election, will the Europans get their moon back? Cassius asks. I don't know, I say. I really don't. So much rests on the Volk vote that I had to leave to resist the temptation to interfere any more than I already have. Athena begged and Diomedes demanded for me to pick a ruler, but I can't just think about their moons, their people. I have to think of us all. You promised Diomedes we'd help free the Garter, Cassius says, watching a gull coast past. If the wrong person wins, how are we going to do that without the Volk? If Atlas didn't go back to the core, then Cassius. Sorry. Anxiety spiral. Yes. But also, what if Athena does actually take your head, or doesn't take you to the ships once Europa is free of the Volk, like she promised? I leave him to worry without me. Darrow! He rushes after me through the doors. No need to be rude. Can we just walk? I ask, and put an arm over his shoulders. Please? He smiles grandly and wraps his arm back behind my waist, ready to saunter. Stop it. Fine. A dour trudge down memory lane it is. The keep is as cold inside as it is outside. The place was abandoned when Lorne's household followed him into the war I sparked between House Augustus and House Bologna almost a decade and a half ago. Its hundreds of lamps lie dark. Its halls, once filled with summer midnight dances and the laughter of his many grandchildren, lie mute. I pass room after room, each as unfamiliar as the next. I have no memories of this place, except for the ones I made on that day I brought Lorne out of his retirement and into my war. He fell before he could return. We descend the stairs to where Tactus died on the edge of Lorne's knife, and stand in that room to honor my dead friend. Tactus hinted he might have lived for more than himself just before he died. I remember it as one of the sadder moments of my life. Cassius lets me go into Lorne's room alone. It is emptier than I imagined it would be. There are no trophies, no razors, no mementos from his wars. Only pictures of his family, books and rings by the bedside. one for each of his sons and one for his wife. He left them here. He did not bring them to war. The Calabar said they kept the place exactly as he left it and protected it from looters. I believe them now. I catch myself in one of the room's mirrors. I look like his ghost, but I'm not. In his bathroom, I search for a razor. Then I laugh because I remember one of the old stories about him. When he was a lancer, his praetor told him to go shave because "peerless or beardless boy." Lorne pulled out his razor and did it right there. I shave my beard with bad lass in his bathroom mirror. In this way I say goodbye to him and Ragnar both. I do a sloppy job and cut myself a few times. "Wait! Who are you and what did you do with the Ancient Mariner?" Cassius says when I exit without a beard. I scratch my bare chin. Remembered an old story. "Oh, yes, the peerless beardless. Love that one. Think it's true?" he asks. "Definitely. Why do we even buy laser trimmers anyway?" He scoffs at the nicks on my chin and begins to shave his beard right in front of me. "Social conditioning," he says, and continues both chattering and shaving as we descend to the training grotto. "Pervasive marketing. It's the companies, really. They get you when you're young." I tune him out, and eventually he runs out of opinions on the topic. Unlike me, he doesn't cut himself shaving once. The seawall that once sheltered the grotto lies only a few paces above the waterline now. The statues of the gods that surrounded the grotto are too weak to face the ocean storms, and many of the gods who watched Lorne practice the Willow Way lie broken. I clear barnacles and seaweed from the training floor with Pyphoros to reveal the willow tree inlaid into the floor. It is identical to the one in his old estate on Mars. I feel another deep pang of nostalgia. Several disembodied fingers from one of the statues lie on the training floor. Setting my knee on the outsized digits, I kneel, about to say a silent prayer to Lorne. I feel Cassius watching me. "You know, when Lorne left Mars for Europa, he wanted me to withdraw from my position as Nero's Lancer and come with him to finish my training," I say. "You regret not going?" Cassius asks. "No, but I always wonder what if I had." "Well, you'd have missed the gala." I look up at him, and he's pointing at me like I said it. I laugh. "I think you've finished your training at this point, so why are we here?" he asks. I look around. I came to say I was sorry to him, about Alexander. Cassius looks down. "Ah." He hesitates. "What?" "Well, do you think that's right?" he asks. "What? Praying to a dead atheist?" "Well, yes, that. But also apologizing." "Alexander died as my lancer," I say. "Lorne lost all his sons to war. He didn't want their daughters or sons to go the same way." "Yes. Well, from what I hear, Alexander died being a bit more than a lancer," Cassius says. "Don't give me that shrug as if I don't know. Severo told me some things about him, more than just the Tyche bit." I frown. "Yes, Severo and I are capable of exchanging information when you're not around. Gods, you really are so arrogant. Anyway," he sits on a god's face, "I only knew Lorne from afar, but I think he would be flattered if people said you were a reflection of him." I wince at that. "Even without the beard?" I ask. "Even in the asteroid belt we heard stories about you. Not all world-breaker ones either. That time you had Pax whip you at the Institute, I was pouting in Castle Mars at the time. Then 8 years later, some pirate in an asteroid cantina tells me about it in the middle of an unbidden lecture on leadership. gods, she rambled on. Point is, students are always a reflection of the teacher, Darrow. Far was for Atlas. You are forlorn. Alexander was for you. I nod, seeing his point. Colloway is that for Orion, and Lysander is for you, I say, knowing he needs someone to say it and clear that last ledger for him. In the end. He leans back and breathes out. Does Diomedes strike you as a man in the habit of giving compliments? I ask. God, not even with a gun to his head. Whatever does Ori see in him? Truth, I say. I've never met a man who means more what he says than that one. So when he says Lysander was a man of honor, that he cared about the rim, that he saved Diomedes' life and sacrificed his own, do you think that's a reflection of Octavia or you? He grins. Well, me, obviously. I'm famously selfless. You're actually getting that way, I say. It's not unnoticed. What? Did somebody compliment me? He asks. It's the jawline. Isn't it selfless, really? I take the pressure off everyone else. They don't have to worry about being the most handsome in the room. They can just be. Ah, heavy is the chin that sets the bar. He tilts his head. Do you hear that? A ship, I say. Our radios squawk a moment later. It's Lyria. Cassius brightens up. This is Lyria. Howler 1, Eagle 1. Do you read? Cassius holds up a hand to me. Who? Lyria. Requesting who? Her radio crackles. Truffle Pig to Eagle 1. Requesting hot drop and perimeter cruise. She's hilariously formal on the radio. Oh, Truffles! Come on in. He smiles as the roar of the ship grows louder. Oh, Darrow, I remembered. No more Truffle Pig. She hates it. Says it's demeaning to her other contributions and athletic stature. Uh-huh. Well, she doesn't get to choose her own call sign. Of course not. I was thinking Strawberry Lass. No? Crow Whisperer? Red Rabbit? We'll figure it out later. I have a thought. What do they call baby eagles? He acts like he's just seen a puppy. Eaglet? Oh, gods, she'll die. We wait in the grotto as Lyria performs a dramatic arrest overhead to impress Cassius. She almost hits the building. Shit, she mutters over the radio. Still on janitorial, Eaglet 1, he says into his calm. What? Nothing. Yet. He literally acts like he's 12 around her. Volga jumps out the back of the ship and makes a beeline toward me. Her head is down under the wash of the ship's engines. She glances at Cassius. She does a double take. He's staring dramatically out to sea now, either thinking about Lysander or posing for a coin. She's so captivated by him, her foot clips an uneven stone. He doesn't look over at me, but draws a finger along his jaw. Idiot. Volga blushes as she comes to a stop. You shouldn't be off the islands, I say. Severo said Lyria's a howler, Volga says. Counts as my escort? Did he? I say. You should be campaigning. That is done. The votes are being cast. Can we talk? Alone? Cassius, I say. He sighs. Are the services of a hero required? Go up these stairs, around to the left. There's a garden. I saw some tide pools there. He stands and checks his razor. Admire your reflection for 10 minutes and come back. Funny. I think I'll hop up and talk to the young eaglet instead. I hope I don't open any wounds in my exertions. Oh, wait. I have none. He jumps upward after Lyria's shuttle. Volga watches him go. When he's gone, she wheels on me, angry. Why did you let me kill Fa? She asks. Is there a problem? People are trying to make me queen. And you're telling them not to? I ask.
Yes, I am telling them not to.
Oh, that is a problem, I say. Skarda and Fjord must not know what to do.
Braves keep seeking me out to tell me they will vote for me. The Jarls are angry. I cannot escape them. I do not want to be your puppet queen. I do not want to be your fa. But you made me that when you had me kill him.
That was your choice. Did you not want to kill him?
He had to die. And yes, I wanted to kill him, she says. That's not the point.
I sit down on the stone with a wince. I wait for her to join. She doesn't, then grows awkward standing over me, and sits. For the first time, I really look at her. She's not as calloused in the face as most obsidians. She has deep lines on her forehead, scabs from a few cuts, a nose that's been recently broken. But it's her eyes that are the most captivating. They seem too young for her face, and can't meet mine without glancing away. We're not going to talk about Ephraim or Ragnar or Fa. We're going to talk about the future. Fa said something before he died that made me think about this place. My mentor once told me, death begets death begets death. That's the sickness that eats the gold. It's the sickness that ate the Red Hand. Fa said your people were in Ouroboros. Do you know what that is? She shakes her head. It's a circular symbol of a snake eating its own tail. It represents infinity. The Golds created your culture, a cycle of violence that can never be escaped, Volga. I think you see that in the Askamani. How deep a culture can sink if it gets trapped in that loop. She nods. We're seeing it with this war everywhere now. Part of that is the fault of our enemy, and part of that is my fault, especially when it comes to the Volk. I promised your father I would build a future for the obsidian. I didn't. I just took the handle the Golds made on their obsidian axe and used it like they did. Sephi saw that. So did others, like Atlas and Fa. Sephi began to resent it and look at me the same way you're looking at me now, with suspicion, resentment. Sephi really was a great woman, Volga. A visionary, I think, who will never get the credit she deserves. She knew that to have a future, the Obsidians must escape the Ouroboros that is war. She tried to change how others saw them, how they saw themselves, to give them an identity beyond war. She thought she could make education a bridge to the modern world. She wasn't wrong. She just didn't get a chance to see it through before Atlas swooped down and grabbed the axe by its handle. I let you kill Fa because I think you can see it through. I think you are the bridge Sephi was looking for. She snorts. Ephraim was smoother at greasing a mark. You think I am patronizing you? Do you think any of the other Jarls would be mad at me for giving them my endorsement? That lands. You are skeptical because you know the modern world in a way Sephi never could. Your teacher was a Grey. You found a way to thrive in the city jungle that is Luna. It's a pitiless place, I know. Most important, you never served anyone as a weapon of war. You know what it's like to live in the Republic, the struggle of the low colors in its cities, the mundanity of just being a citizen without the privilege or the weight of a uniform. You know what the Republic promises Obsidians and how it falls short better than Sephi could. Better than I could. Atop a throne, everything beneath it seems so small. The Golds made your people to be weapons to be wielded. Your warrior culture, the Volk religion, your superstitions are the handle. There will always be a hand reaching for it. Like yours. Is that what you think? I ask. You want me to sail back to Mars and fight for you? And when we have, you will remember what we did out here. What I did. And you will discard us like you did Fa. My hands are dirty too, I say. If the daughters of Athena can forgive me, the Republic can forgive the Volk. At the end of today, Severo will hand whoever sits on that throne an olive branch. That branch will be an offer of amnesty for the Volk braves from the Republic, and a blank slate with me. A chance to start fresh, and yes, an offer to return with me to fight for Mars. But it's not just my family or people trapped on Mars. It is the heart of the Volk people, too. This army is just the Volk's fists, its feet, throwing a tantrum, while the children, the old, many of the women of the Volk, are back on Mars, fighting for their lives. I would like this army to redeem itself, to unite the Volk and stand with the rest of the Republic against the Society, but it is not my choice to make. And if whoever sits on the throne says no, she asks. I lift my hands. You are in hostile territory without the gold strategist who made this campaign so easy, or the strong man who bound you all together. You have mostly men, many of whom hate each other. You no longer have the Ascamani as allies. The Rim may be vast, but sooner or later the Shadow Armada will arrive. Until then, you will be facing endless attacks from guerrilla fighters, and if you outlast all that, when Atalantia is done with Mars...
Allow the music to steady your thoughts and soften your emotions as we prepare to return to the narrative.
She will come out here at her leisure and annihilate you. So I will wish you good luck and I will go home. She leans back. This is what the Braves are saying. They know we have no options. They know you are our only hope out of here. Fjord says we can take Ganymede, then keep raiding out to Titan. Uther says we should take the Garter and rule the Rim. Skarda says we should go back with you. But you didn't let Skarda kill Fa. You let your choice be known. Why not just make me queen yesterday? Why manipulate us? Because otherwise they would have felt you had been imposed upon them. You think you're dirty, Volga, but to them you are clean. You are literally the only Obsidian here who didn't commit treason against the Republic and attack it with the All Tribe. You didn't stand by and watch Zephi get butchered by Fa. You didn't sack Martian cities. In fact, you gave yourself up to spare Mars more bloodshed, to protect the Republic. And, yes, because you are a woman, and it is that half of their people they betrayed the most. The mothers, their sisters, their queen. Not only that, a Red came for you, and they know Reds and Obsidians are a terrifying power when they are united. If they pick you, they believe they can come back from the dark to a home that just might forgive them. You are not a puppet queen, Volga. You are hope. I can't give that to them. The Volk must choose hope as we do in the Republic, with a vote. She looks overwhelmed, terrified even by the weight suddenly thrust on her. I called Fa unworthy, she says. I know nothing about leading a people. He made it look so easy. They are insane, many of the Braves. Terrifying people. Who will have voted for you? I say. You will not have the power of Fa over them. You should never want to. They will bitch, they will moan. That's a democracy. It will not be fun. It will not be easy. But you will have help, if you want it. She rocks a little, the weight of her people on her. It's not fair, the responsibility she's been given. She still feels like an outsider, and probably will for a long time. But it is what it is. I promised I wouldn't talk about your da, but I have to. Everyone calls him the Shield back home, but I remember him mostly for what he said to me once. A man thinks he can fly, but is afraid to jump. A poor friend pushes him from behind. A good friend jumps with. He was that friend for me. You have that friend already in Lyria, but if you want, you will have me and Severo, too. She considers that, and nods. Be honest, then. Do we sail to death? Atalantia is so strong, everyone says. If we lose again, we will be nothing. You've only seen your people fight for greed, Volga. I have seen them fight for hope. It is another thing entirely, and you will not be fighting alone. Virginia is gathering her power, storing it up for one last effort. When I return, Mars will rise, and the golds will fall. If we win, you must not forget us, she says, and ploughs on as if I don't understand. This is what they fear more than anything, to be made fools of twice, that we will be used and spat out. We have seen the Ra with you. We know you want peace with them. The Rim will never forgive us for what we've done here. What will happen when they ask for our heads from the Republic? They won't forgive, no. But you can start making amends. How? This is not my home. So, before your coronation, perhaps you should meet with Diomedes, meet with Athena, and ask them. Her eyes rise as Lyria's shuttle banks back around far more elegantly than the first time and performs a perfect hot drop. Only it must be Cassius flying, because it is Lyria who jumps down. We just got a call from Severo. The vote's been tallied. She looks at Volga with a mixture of pride and terrible worry. Then she goes to a knee. Volga hangs her head for a long moment, then looks back and says, I would like to be your friend. But if you mean what you say, when I am crowned, you should not be there. Chapter 78. Darrow. The Monster in the Storm. How'd it go? Asks Severo as I wait for the calf to process. Diomedes pretends not to be listening across the Archimedes' mess. Back on Europa, Severo's face is fuzzy from the interference our proximity to Jupiter has on our comms. Bloody brilliant. Volga, man. I mean, awkward as a duck learning to walk at first. She came out in so much gold and jewels and stuff, but then she picked up Far's Warsaw. Right, and I'm thinking, oh shit, she's gonna cut her own arm off. But she chopped up Far's throne for like 5 minutes. I was thinking, shit, Obsidians love thrones. This is bad. But then she said the golds dream of being atop the hierarchy. Ragnar dreamed of breaking it. She gave this speech about how we were all stained, all dirty, so was all their loot, their slaves. Then she tore off the gold, the jewels. The Jarls hated that. But then, man, she cut off her Valar tail, and the Jarls were all like, what? But the Braves went ape. Next thing you know, the Braves are ditching all their shiny shit, and I'm staring at a sea of pale, bald heads, and the Jarls were like, shit, let's not get beaten to death. So off their hair went too. So I'm not done, he says, cold, and waits. Then, my favourite part was when she said, red was the blood in all our veins. unnoticed, unseen beneath our skin, filling us with strength. She could hear Red beating the obsidian war drums, fading like the dirge, calling them home before light is lost forever. She closed her eyes, says she could feel the sun on her face. She said she was going home to find her honor, to fight with Red, to fight for Mars. Then she said, "Who is coming with her?" Pandemonium! Bloody great day. So it went well. It was fine. Gotta go. Athena and I are helping them unload all the captives. She's being a hard ass. Won't take me to her ships until all the people are free. There's relics and stuff too. Want me to steal you anything? No. That was a test. He lies. Don't die. Bye. I look at Diomedes, sitting hunched over the breakfast table. He only trusts Ori to send him updates. Volga is keeping her word, I say. Diomedes nods and goes back to making sure she keeps doing that. I set down a caf for him. I don't drink caffeine, he says. Of course you don't. I take Cassius a cup in the cockpit. He thanks me as I slide into the co-pilot seat of the Archimedes with a sigh. Jupiter rolls beneath. We are so close to the gas giant that it feels like we are riding a sea made of marbled storms. Our destination is still hidden by the planet's horizon. How's the laconic one? Talking your ear off and spreading rubbish about? Rest easy. Diomedes swore the same oath of cleanliness you did. I wince and recline in the chair. Feels good to relax. Even caught a few hours sleep. He's in the lounge, hunched over his datapad. Reading love letters from Ori, he asks, with only a hint of annoyance, and sips his coffee. Been meaning to say, sorry about all that. It's fine, he says. I know it's not fine because I swivel the chair and put my feet up on the wall, and he doesn't say a thing. I know that it wasn't meant to be, with Ori. She's a dream, that one, but it's all right. I swivel back. Yeah? Yeah. I project. He seems more at peace than usual. I feel that way too. I stifle a yawn. How long to Io? I ask. 2 hours. Going tight over Jupiter's pole this time. More magnetic interference. Scared of Askamani seeing us? I ask with a small smile. Obviously. Even Sevra will be shitting his bed when he's old, thinking about those things. Still no sign of any? I ask. No. Probably all packing their wagons full of garter beans to feed their evil little broods of children back home. A souvenir from the gas giants, Cassius says. Really makes you wonder, what type of nightmares do Askamani children have? Do they have monsters, or do they just dream of Daddy coming home with gas beans? He shivers. The Askamani had no interest sticking around Europa after Far died. Cassius is probably right. Most will be busy stuffing their ships full as they can for the journey home, but quite a few will probably dig in and try to stay. With Diomedes terrified they'll destroy the place and take as much of the population as they can with them, Cassius and I agree to go with the man to contact the Ionian fighters he thinks are in bunkers hidden across Aya. You really think this is a good idea? He asks. What? Popping open the bunkers of a bunch of pissed-off Moonies who hate me to try to stop the people whose God-King I killed? I ask. Yes, that, amongst other things. I dunno. I swivel my chair around and pat the box containing Far's head. It sits strapped into one of the fold-down seats. Cassius has drawn a face on the box with fangs. Hey, Dominus Portobello has a friend. Dominus Stinkhorn. It was the ugliest mushroom I could think of. Honestly, Darrow, atomics, warlord heads, I thought our honeymoon would be more romantic. Honeymoon? Yes. Apparently we're a couple till Virginia fights me for you. I laugh and think about helping dustwalkers out of their cubbyholes. Honestly, the path just seems to be guiding me on detour after detour. But I'm alive. So are my friends. I have a fleet, and will have another soon. I have an army of brutes and an army of specialists, and I have a Ra in the boot. All in all, not a bad trip. I touch Pax's key and shoot a prayer out to Mars for him, for Virginia, for all my friends and loved ones there. We need Diomedes, I say when I'm done with my prayer. That's why we'll help him get the garter back. But this is for Athena and the daughters, too. The garter feeds everyone out here. Anyway, it was best that I wasn't on Europa during the coronation. You heard from Severa, then? It shook out? It shook out. Do we blame it on the red? He asks. I think she might have contributed, I reply. Certainly paid us back for those hams. Thanks for making her feel welcome. Honestly, I think it made all the difference. Like sees like, I think. She just wanted people. He chews his lip, pondering something. You think she'll go with Volga, then? On the trip back? Probably, but Volga will likely take the Rage of the Valkyrie as her flagship. It is big enough to park the Archimedes, and Volk Queens lead from the front. He frowns, not understanding. Volga will need a razor, Master. She should have the best. To be honest, it'd really make my day seeing Ragnar's daughter learn it from you. He seems fond of that idea, and touched. His eyes go a bit distant. Julian, I said a little straighter. He never mentions Julian. He'd say I judged my own worth too much by the people I kept around me. I was poor in those days. I'm quite rich now, I think. He means it, even if he knows it sounds silly. He looks me right in the eyes. Really, Darrow, I don't know many people as long as I've known you. I just want to say that I really appreciate you as a person. We've had our spots. We really have. We brought out a lot of the bad in each other, but a lot more good. I think it's like that because we speak a common language, you know. We've always understood each other, deep down. I nod. He looks out the window. I'm not really blessed at keeping friends, but you are. I truly respect that. I know how special your friends are to you, how protective you are of them, and it means quite a bit to me that you've invited me into your pack and made me feel welcome. No. It means everything, really. Without this, without your friends, I'm very much alone. You've put a lot of faith in me. Faith that I don't think I've always deserved. I just want to say thank you, Darrow. He looks over after I don't say anything. Hey, why are you crying? He asks with a laugh. I wave for him to give me a minute. I wipe my eyes, and with tears on the back of my hand, then clap his shoulder and just squeeze. My composure doesn't return very quickly, but when it does, I say, without you on this journey, I would have fallen apart. You're my brother, Cassius. He thinks I speak in hyperbole. What's next, then, when this journey ends? He asks. Cassius, I wasn't just talking about this trip. By journey, I meant my life. He looks over at me, touched and more than a bit surprised. You're my brother. We let 10 years slip past. 10 years we should have fought side by side. I won't make that mistake again. Whether you like it or not, you're with me to the end. A very small "oh" is all that he can manage. He thinks for a long moment. I mean, that's a lot of commitment, Darrow. I knew the sarcasm was coming, but I still almost burst a stitch laughing. Brothers, he murmurs. It does feel like it fits. We'll try it on. He smiles and leans back like a dog that's had a perfect meal and is happy to sit in the sun. His thoughts must wander because a few minutes later he asks, "Have you thought of a name for it? That blade form you found with Far?" "I just found a flow is all." He looks over. "Lorne would say it's far too serious a flow to not have a name." "You can't laugh." He makes no promises. Breath of Stone. "Why?" he asks, in the voice he gets when he puts on his Blade Master cap. Solemn. "In the mines there's always a wind flowing. No sky, no sun, no seas, no rivers, no grass. It's the only thing that keeps you sane down there." It felt like it belonged to that part of me I'd forgotten. It felt holy. He considers and gives a nod of approval. I like it. I'm actually relieved at his approval. "When we get back, I'll take you down if you like. You can feel it for yourself." "I'd like that too. Nothing like a bit of spelunking." He jolts up in his seat. "What is that?" "What?" Cassius shuts down the Archimedes' engines and kills everything but emergency power. The last thing I see on the sensor screen is a ghost flickering out. A big ghost. Diomedes bursts in like he's invading New Sparta. "Problem?" he asks. Cassius points out the viewport. 9 o'clock, 80 degrees south of our horizon, against the orange band. I lean forward, and a cold hand squeezes my heart. They didn't turn around. "I don't see anything," Diomedes says. Then his breath stops as he spots the flicker of a scout torch ship. "They're hiding their burn in the magnetosphere, too. By Akari. That's close." Cassius's voice is a whisper. "No, that's a minnow." Cassius summons the camera feeds from the Archie's belly. We all stare in dread. "My goodman, we are swimming with leviathans." Core warships move directly beneath us. Tough hulls, immense firepower, passing close enough below us for us to see the hammers, crescents, and eagles on their topsides. A powerful strike force moving fast around Jupiter, bound for Io. Then, amidst all that sleek, killing mass, a monster. The emotions awoken by seeing 8 kilometers of warship depends entirely on its paint job. With the white stars of the Republic replaced by black loon crescents and gold pyramids, my old ship moves through the storms below like doom itself. "That's the Morning Star," I murmur. Cassius seems less surprised than he'd hoped he'd be. "Was," he reminds me. "Has a new name now." Chapter 79. Lysander. Teeth of Civilization. "We have caught the reptiles flat-footed," Cicero says to our new shepherds as we're fired out of the tubes. "Maintain discipline. Maintain your hydras. We kill them all." Ascomani warships garland the orbit of Io with fireballs as I emerge from the spit tube in armor burnished to a golden sheen. Intending to use my reign as the centerpiece of my propaganda campaign for years to come, I've staged it for maximum visual and allegorical effect. My gold knights form a spear, with me at the tip and Cicero on my right flank. Behind us, 253 new shepherds, their ranks swollen with new volunteers. Waves of Praetorians and 2 House Loon legions follow my gold vanguard. To the east, Votum and the Reformers. To the west, the Bologna clients. In our wake, the Ascomani fleet burns. They thought they were the lone power left in Ilium. They never stood a chance. All goes according to Atlas's plan except one thing. The Volk are where they should be, on conquered Europa, but there were far more Ascomani ships in orbit over Io than Atlas said there would be. Not that it matters. In fact, it's preferred. Roan described my feelings best as the infantry loaded up.
The roaches are all in one bucket, and the lads are in the mood to stomp. This first fight will be sloppier, the men and women of our fleet filled with rage. Better to vent it now before the serious business with the vaunted Volk infantry and their nasty dreadnoughts. Shorn of the All-Father's blessing, the Volk, and the element of surprise that allowed the savages to taste victory at Calicut and Sungrave, the Ascomani are introduced to the core school of warfare and unmitigated slaughter. Their response to my fleet whipping toward them around the curve of Jupiter was ridden with doctrinal flaws and hamstrung by their lack of a unified command structure. It only shows the depth of Atlas's genius and Far's skill to have made them part of a force that could maul Ilium's best. At the sight of the onrushing Lightbringer, the largest ship any of them will have ever seen, their fleet broke before a shot was even fired. Some fled toward space, as if we would leave paths of retreat. Some stood to fight. Some even rushed toward us to close in and board our ships. They were the first to learn the awesome power of my flagship. Pyther smashed them at ranges of 50,000 kilometers, exactly the treatment their All-Father went to such lengths to spare them from at Calicut. They are deadly, yes, but not when they are the ones taken by surprise. Racing closer, my praetors and captains vivisected their fleet with calm, professional contempt. Even the enemy's cynical strategy of hiding their charge behind Cosmos haulers filled with civilians was nothing more than a bleak demonstration to all of Ascomani cruelty and ignorance.
Ripwing pilots and dashing Bellona and Votum corvettes made mincemeat of them without even scratching their human shields.
My boarding ships leapt after Cosmos haulers like flying spiders to pump in Praetorians and gold melee brawlers trained in hostage rescue. With the fleet in Pallas's steady hands, my concerns lie on the surface. The Emerald Garter awaits to be liberated like a maiden from a dragon. The rain is clockwork in its precision, and it reflects the vast doctrinal gulf that separates savages from civilization. Even on the ground, the Ascomani are caught with their hand in the cookie jar. They thought their All-Father gave them the Garter to be the heart of their new kingdom. Now they stare up at the sky and see it raining golden death. Lonely strands of gunfire lick up toward us by the time I can make out the individual shapes of the Ascomani flowing onto the battlements of Plutus. They will be discovering that many of their air batteries have been sabotaged, and the blessing the All-Father bestowed upon them by tearing down the kinetic shields over Plutus has now become a curse. Nothing protects them from my reign, not even their prayers. I am the first to pierce the atmospheric pulse dome over the city. Cicero is second. A flight of Ascomani on grav boots serve as an example to the garrison far left behind. More than 200 surge up toward us from the arbour of Akari. Cicero and I bank in opposite directions. Behind us, my spear parts. Into the gap descends a column of light from the Lightbringer to gore the centre of the Ascomani formation. Cicero and I come back together to fall upon the dazed survivors. I kill my first with my razor out before me like a lance. I take a second with a backswing that cleaves his bestial helmet in half, and my third in his spine just above the shoulders. Cicero kills twice as many with half the effort. He did not joke as we loaded up. Righteous wrath becomes my friend, the courtier. The rest are slaughtered by the new shepherds. Cicero and I pair up again, and surge downward to land hard on an anti-ship gun firing at Roan's assault shuttle. Cicero shoots open the door with his pulse fist. I follow into the firing control chamber to see a collared green sitting in the firing chair. His torso is perforated with a shard of shrapnel. He'll be dead in a minute. A pity. I kill the two Ascomani monitoring him and exit to a nod from Cicero. We peer over the city. My shepherds fall on Plutus to sow chaos in the Ascomani defenders. Hugely outnumbered, but not for long, the shepherds do their job and pave the way for the Greys. A curtain of dropships falls across the curve of the horizon. War has never looked so glamorous, nor so tidy.
I cross the city as it falls to my army. All over Plutus, the Ascomani are in flight, or clustering together in knots, only to be targeted by roving gunships, or picked apart by rooftop snipers or drones. Only those who retreat into Plutus's buildings, or down to the subterranean levels of the Garter, buy themselves reprieve. But their comms are jammed. They are isolated. And the Praetorian kill squads, aided by new shepherds, are already clearing buildings block by block. By the time I reach the spaceport with Cicero, the fighting there has migrated toward the citrus groves east of the tarmacs. Thousands of Ascomani litter the Durocrete already. Rather, pieces of them do. Roan sentries, joined by a cohort of new shepherds, hit the tribes there as they rushed to their ships. Many of those ships are now on fire from bombs detonated by the Ascomani. Spiteful cretins. I land with Cicero beside 30 new shepherds gathering outside a Cosmos hauler. Smoke seeps from the ship's topside. Phoenixia, a fellow Lunese of 30, salutes me. She has the honor scar I gave out on Phobos. She's thick as a bull, fond of mathematics, and zealous in her loyalty to me. Imperator, we broke their defense of the spaceport in the first 13 minutes. Most fled north, into the groves. I held here on your directives. Shall we pursue the Greys and lend support to their fire teams? Roan, directing his men from a mobile headquarters nearby, needs no help in prosecuting the massacre. He's already ordering ammunition dumps. Phoenixia itches for action. Understandable, but that's not the impression my girls must leave behind. We're here to save lives, Phoenixia, I say. These ships are loaded with citizens of the society. Help them. Prioritize the severity of the fires. Cicero sets the example and blasts through the cargo bay of the Cosmos hauler with a plasma charge. He breaches alone. Gunfire flashes from within. I follow. By the time I make it into the hold, he's slain the 4 Ascomani waiting inside. Pulling his blade out of the belly of one, he activates his helmet lights. They illuminate a vile scene. Cages have been stacked as far as the hold stretches. They are filled with low colours, thousands meant for the asteroid homes of the Ascomani. Cicero has a spearhead sticking through his thigh. He calls out in a voice trembling with emotion, "Fear not, citizens! House Loon has come! Lysander has come! You are safe!" To the sounds of weeping, we begin to free the low colours. I am exhausted when at last I stumble away from the smoking haulers to collapse with my shepherds around a Praetorian medical tank. Soot scores my armour. My air filter is so clogged I can't draw oxygen into my helmet anymore. I hack out black phlegm and take water from the tank's hose as Phoenixia passes it on. Cicero standing in front of the rest of us, staring off. With effort, I join him in standing to set an active tone. "The barbarity," he murmurs to me. "We must investigate how this came to happen, and punish all found derelict in their duty and all collaborators." "Your leg, Cicero." The spearhead is still through his thigh. Blood covers his entire boot. I motion over an early drop medicus. "Cicero, I think it's compressing the artery you—" "Damn my leg! I can get a new one!" He grabs the medicus and stabs a finger at a green girl with terrible burns, carried by a woman who looks to be her mother, and pushes the medicus on. "Triage, Goodman. We are made to last." Cicero returns to barking at his greys over the comm. The resting new shepherds watch Cicero for a moment. I wait to see what they'll do. Without looking at each other, they all get up and go back to helping the relief efforts. Above, waves of hearthcraft, slow-moving support ships packed with water, rations, and medical supplies, descend from the Lightbringer's hangars to the spaceport to tend to our wounded and the thousands of civilians who huddled in various states of infirmity. It looks impossibly clumsy, all the corpses, all the refugees, all the ships, gunfire still crackling in the distance, guards barking orders at centurions, who bark orders at legionnaires, who bark again at civilians. But from the awkwardness comes industry, and from the industry a feeling of order. Cicero's greys must finally be performing to his liking. He shuts down his comm and peers up at the sky. Ripwings pass overhead. "A long trip for a short battle," he says. "The next one will be the real fight," I reply. "I look forward to it, as do my legions. The last time we saw Darrow's painted ravagers, they were splashing mercury red with its sons and daughters. Not this time, I think." He rips the spearhead out of his thigh and flings it away, jams a paste cauterizing gun into the wound, injects, listens to his flesh sizzle, and glares across the tarmac. "Missed the artery," he says, without looking over. "One can feel these things. Let us go see if the Greys need us." We cross the spaceport to Roan's command control. Demetrius and Drusilla land as well a few moments later. Fully kitted up in exo-armor, they are neck and neck on the day for the Legion's kill tally. It's kept on the Legion's cloud and updated automatically by their helmet cams. Drusilla salutes me. "Dominus, Kyber and Marcus have freed a cache of high-value prisoners in the Arbor of Akari, Moon Lords, and Ara, Gaia." Cicero turns. "Gaia's alive?" I ask, as if surprised. "Yes, Dominus, battered but healthy." Cicero breathes out in relief. "Thank Jove, Ara survived. If their line dies out with this— Why don't I have a visual?" I ask. "Signals are slagged in the city proper," Demetrius draws. "Ascamani have tech. Had to rabbit this down the line." That means the Praetorians are annoyed privately at delivering news I already knew. They want to get back to the hunt and get the Legion bonus for Slaughtermonger of the Day. I didn't know they had the bonus or the competition until 2 days ago, but recently I've been looking at the Guard a little more thoroughly. I was glad to learn that Kyber, amongst a few others, doesn't play their indecorous kill game. "I'll accompany you, Dominus," Roan says, and passes his duties to a subordinate. "You coming too?" asks Cicero. "No." He turns toward the rifle fire that still comes from the distant groves. "Less Greys will die if I'm in the field. Where do you need me, Flavinius?" 7th cohort is having trouble with a tribe held up in an olive oil refinery. I'll mark it on your HUD now," Roan says. Cicero nods to me and bursts into the sky. Roan, Drusilla, and Demetrius watch him go like a pack of wolves, admiring, but no less feral. "I like that one," Drusilla says. "Hope he comes back." "Me too," Demetrius replies. "Phobos, though. Shame if he slagged up our fine work again." "I think he's learned. Olive oil, and not even one masturbation joke." "Centurion Demetrius, Decurion Drusilla, open your mouths," Roan says. They snap to attention. "Bee knives, on tongues, now." They both stomp their right boot, and knives pop up to waist height. They catch the knives and put them on their own tongues. "Dominus, your dragoons stand by to apologize for their insolence. Orders?" I wave a hand. "Put them to use." Roan turns on them. "Rarity gains privilege. It does not assure it. Respect the hierarchy. Prime, Dukes." He steps closer and whispers, "Flex on your Dominus again. I will fuck you to death with your own knives. Now go make sure our sovereign's friend and valuable ally comes back in one piece." They replace their knives, salute him, me, then take off. "That will not happen again, Dominus. I apologize. And for my language." Strange thing is, he actually means it. A man with a code, Flavinius. Sadly, not one I understand. "Thank you for handling it, Roan. Marcus has relayed your alibi to the Moon Lords. Stick to the script, all will be well. Now to Gaia, Dominus. The drags are just dying to see a Ra kiss your feet."
I arrive at the arbour of Akari to the sound of the enemy's lamentations. The arbour where Far kept Gaia, and a choice selection of moon lords for me, has been liberated by my Praetorians and House legions. Hundreds of injured Askamani and Volk prisoners have been herded into the courtyard beneath the arbour. They wail like hounds to their god. Marcus and Khyber lead out a procession of golds. The Moon Lords are in a deplorable state from their captivity, a far cry from the haughty figures they cast when they declared war on the Republic. They are beaten, bald, and barefoot as they limp into the silver sunlight. To Roan, this is just punishment for their hubris, and mercy considering their treason. To me, it is a tragedy, even if they did lord my own exile state over me the last time I saw them. Many even called me a snake. Sadly true, but I became a snake only for their protection. I soften my eyes as I greet them at the top of the arbour's steps. My friends. I pause, letting them see that I mourn their sorrows, but respect them enough to not condescend with pity or condolences. They would never forgive that. Instead, I offer hard facts. The enemy fleet in orbit is annihilated. Rescue efforts are being made on every Cosmos hauler. My army and allies are deployed hunting down the savages across the Garter and saving as many of your citizens as we can. Our priority is to protect the Garter and restore it to your stewardship. All control established is temporary and for the protection of your citizens and infrastructure. We are not here to stay, only to aid our friends. Their thanks are stoic, polite, and dignified. Where is Gaia? I'm told she is alive, I ask. They part to let a bent, wrinkled old woman shuffle through their ranks. I didn't even see her. She holds Thalia's hand. In the few weeks since I saw her in her cell, Gaia has aged decades. Her eyes are hollow, her skin hangs loose and pale. When she reaches me, Gaia lets go of Thalia's hand and extends it to me. At first I think she means to embrace me. Instead, she says, "Gun." All the Moon Lords extend their hands. I nod to Roan. He gives Gaia his pistol, and as Marcus's men arm the rest. The tattered pants of the Moon Lords rustle against the steps like the robes of judges as they follow Gaia down to the courtyard. Without ceremony, or even a declamation, the Moon Lords open fire on the Askamani prisoners. My Praetorians watch from the steps without expression, but I know they are smiling inside. Khyber, my eerie whisper, leans against a pillar watching Thalia. The young girl's face is blank. Her eyes flash with the flare of muzzles. When the prisoners are dead, Gaia limps back up the steps and kisses me on the cheek. "Indebted," she says. One by one, the surviving Moon Lords follow her and kiss my cheek and repeat the most precious phrase in all the Rim. "Indebted, indebted, indebted." "Diomedes?" Gaia asks. The Moon Lords gather behind the old woman. "I'm sorry. We did not see him as we escaped the Dustmaker. I fear the worst. We will avenge him together. We will avenge Io together." "Next?" Gaia asks. "I will rally Ganymede to sail on Europa, crush the Volk, and bring Far's head to you on a pike." "No pike," Gaia says. "Slow, and with fire." Chapter 80. Darrow. Stirring Stuff. We've been floating off the shoulder of Jupiter, watching Lysander beat the living hell out of the Askamani for not more than 2 hours, before the powerful main comms array of the Lightbringer begins bombarding us with scenes of his heroism.
The Lightbringer eradicating the best Askamani ships like a kid killing sparrows with a flamethrower. Lysander's grand charge upon the Garter. Lysander rescuing the Lows from flaming transports. Lysander liberating Gaia. Lysander kissing the heads of burned browns. Lysander embracing freed captives. I want to puke fire. It is undiluted propaganda, and it is stirring stuff. I've already got Severo to convince Athena to take him to her ships by the time Lysander greets the Rim in battle-charred armor backed by the Moon Lords on the steps of a building with trees growing out of it. To the citizens of the Rim Dominion, this is Lysander Aulun. In these dark days, you could not be blamed for believing yourselves forgotten by your friends in the Corps. We are proof you have not been forgotten. My forces have won a great victory on Io, and the Garter has been restored to the keeping of the Ra. The enemy's vile garrison has been slaughtered to a man. Many of your countrymen, taken as slaves by the Far and his barbaric host, have been liberated. But Ilium is not yet saved. Far and the iron heart of his fleet and host remain upon Europa. I call upon all brave children of Akari to join me over Io, to form a joint force to bring this dark king and his evil brood to justice. For Kaliki, for Sungrave, for Ilium. His voice darkens. And to the warlord who calls himself Volsung Fa, your life is already forfeit. If you sail out and meet us as warriors upon the field of battle, we will allow you— I have only one thing to say. That motherfucker's gonna burn. Cassius and Diomedes both turn on me. Darrow! No, Cassius. I love you, but no. He is Atlas's good tyrant. Don't look at me like that. I'm going to lather him in honey and feed him to the berserkers. I swear to Hades. Are you done? Diomedes says. Talking? Yeah. Cassius has gone very introspective. Do we know for a fact Lysander's working with— For, I say. With Atlas? Cassius asks. He was surprised on the bridge, I know that. He saved my life, Diomedes says. That he lives suggests there is a new arrangement. Perhaps he surrendered to a fait accompli. Perhaps. Darrow, I know you are angry, but this is a good thing. For you, I say very slowly. Not for the Volk. Their ships are slower than Lysander's, and I know what that Moonbreaker can do. The Volk are dead. The daughters, too. You'll have your justice. I can't help the petulance. This false summit is close to breaking me. No, I will not have my justice. Not if this is Atlas's plan. Not if those Volk do not become a weapon against Atalantia. Diomedes pauses. I do not want to see the daughters slaughtered either. I am not stingy with my oaths. The only hope the Volk have is to unite their fleet with Athena's. That is in motion. It will take time. Even then, we can't outrun the core ships. This battle will eat Mars's reinforcements. So what now? I kill a loon? Atlas switches back to Atalantia and acts like it was his plan all along? Bloody damn. Why can I never be a step ahead of that man? For now, I recommend you suggest to the Volk that we stay on Europa, Diomedes says. That's ridiculous. Breathe in, out. Why? I ask. Atlas has planned this. That feast you interrupted was part of the plan, but we know the next step after that was to take the deep, massacre the daughters. Casualties didn't matter because that monster was coming to smash anything left. He points out at the Lightbringer in the distance. They know they're faster. They know the Volk can't run. A thought comes to me. Atlas functions best in the dark. Perfect comms discipline. We've almost never intercepted a signal. He trusts his operatives. Diomedes nods. Eventually they will know their plan has gone awry. Why let them know until we've made our move? Maybe it takes a Ra to beat a Ra. They won't be in a rush, I realize. How fair is Lysander? Is he greedy with glory? Diomedes asks Cassius. Very fair in his way, and no, he's not greedy with glory. Then he will wait for Ganymede's soldiers, to make this a joint operation so as not to offend Rim dignity. So we have time, I say. He nods. Not much, but a little. Whatever you think of him, Darrow, Lysander came out here to protect the Rim, Diomedes says, to reawaken the idea of unity. We know now my grandmother is alive. We know Lysander craves a lasting alliance with us. We also know we have a ship that can get to the surface, and I know how to get into the Garter. So I suggest we go down, find my grandmother, and show her the truth behind Lysander's theatre. He points at the Lightbringer. That is a monster that cannot be duelled. So let's tie it down and find some leverage. What is the one thing Lysander is afraid of losing? I ask Cassius. A person, his reputation, Cassius says, already accelerating the Archimedes toward Io. Chapter 81. Lysander. Parting of the Shadow. 406 peerless knights of the Rim kneel in the wheat fields west of Plutus. The knights are as old as 120 and as young as 16. Some came from bunkers burrowed across Io, or from the cells beneath Plutus, or from smaller moons, having fled Far's army, but most came from Ganymede. They left behind the safety of its orbital shields to honor my call to arms. 1,100 knights of the Corps joined them in the sacred rite. After the ritual, we will flow up into the ships that wait beyond Plutus's life-abiding pulse bubble, then on to Europa and battle against the creme of Far's host. The climax to Atlas's play draws near, and I ache to be done with it. An ancient Ganymedan with a face like a mallet stands from his knee and bellows, I fear that I shall never banish my shame. I fear that when I die, all my granddaughters will remember of me is that I hid behind Ganymede's shields while Io and Callisto burned. He sinks back to his knee. The Rim-dwellers call the ritual the parting of the shadow, or the expiation of fear. First performed by Akari and his bosom companions before they put themselves into tubes and launched themselves down at Earth. Since we do not believe in gods, the confession is dedicated to our ancestors, though I know they do not hear us in the void, and that we speak only to make ourselves brave and hone our intentions before battle. The importance of Gaia's invitation to partake in the rite is impossible to ignore. No knights of the Corps have taken part in the ritual since the Dark Revolt. Atlas was right. Nothing makes people fall apart like fear, or come together like hope. That hope for the Rim is me, my fleet, my knights who sailed here with the virtues of the conquerors in their hearts. I feel heady with momentum. I am impatient to send the obsidians reeling from the Rim and out of my life. I shudder to think of what might be happening back home. Yet I allow myself this moment of satisfaction. The battle will be a formality, though I am the only one in the field today who knows that. A 19-year-old Olympic athlete from Ganymede, famous for her prowess in the javelin and the pancration, rises with severe dignity and shouts,
I fear I will run if death is certain, that I will break before the common grey falls back in retreat, that my body is greater than my will, and my station greater than I deserve. She sinks back to her knee. Cicero stands to my direct right, a look of profound importance gripping his face. Kneeling at the head of the ceremony with me, Gaia, the legates of Ganymede, and my own army, he scans through the ranks of peerless, tears in his eyes. Though this cause is worthy, I fear that I will perish out here in the dark, that I will never feel the kiss of Sol upon my face again. He falls to a knee. Lit by the light of the garter's artificial suns, his armour burnished to a mirror-like sheen, he is the picture of a holy warrior. Gaia rises. Her wizened face would be comical peeking out from her armour, were it not so twisted by hate. I fear that even in victory we have lost the future. I fear our people, already sailing into darkness, will never be found nor liberated. I fear they will endure forever in bondage. She sinks back to a knee. There's a pause, the longest of the ritual, before another stands. A half hour and nearly 100 admissions later, a silence falls on the gathering. It is not mandatory to speak, but it is seen as bad form for a commander of my stature to not participate. It reeks of pride. I stand and stare at the faces of my people and wish I could speak honestly. I fear Atalantia. I fear crossing Cassius again one day. I fear Darrow causing mischief back home. I fear my own weakness. I fear Atlas and his wrath. I fear his presence almost as much as I feared his absence. He is due back today, before we sail. I fear he failed in his mission. I fear he will have succeeded. That a weapon powerful enough to make Mars surrender in a week will fall into his terrible hands. I fear that I will never be anything more than his puppet. Most of all, I fear my own concessions will come back to haunt me, that I will be laid bare before these people as a fraud. I fear the chaos of these 10 years will leak from this decade to stain the centuries to come. I fear Pandora's box is opened. I fear Gold's division, I say instead. It is true enough, at any rate. I fear that this unity, so hard in coming, will last only so long as the threat to your people exists. I fear we will forget this moment and— A few dozen of the Rim Knights turn their heads to look back toward the city. A smudge appears in the distance. It seems to be a lone man, flying our way at breakneck speed. How did he pass through the grey cordon without molestation? I clear my throat. I fear— More knights are turning now. Not just turning, murmuring to one another. Furious at the ritual's interruption, Gaia signals 2 of her enforcers. They bellow for silence. No one listens. Some of the knights go so far as to stand and point. The onrushing man is close enough now to see the colour of his flapping cloak and armour. They are grey. Storm grey. My core knights frown in confusion, and finally turn to follow the gaze of the Rim Knights. Shouts of "Storm! Storm!" come from the Rim Knights. Soon they are not alone. My own knights of the core join the rising chorus as the man flies over their ranks. They rise with a roar. It is Diomedes. I can barely believe my eyes. His black and gold hair streams behind him in the wind. His broad face is pale and hard. He's survived. Somehow his escape pod made it through. He's alive. My heart swells with relief and joy. By Jove! He's alive! Cicero crows. The mad bastard survived Kaliki somehow. The knights, solemn and fixed on the battle to come only moments ago, erupt into mania as Diomedes lands in their ranks. The Ganymedians and Ionians swarm him with so many kisses and embraces that Diomedes has to shove his way through the throng. Only Gaia remains on her knee. She stays there until Diomedes trudges up. He glances at me with a hard smile, and then back to his grandmother. His eyes soften when he sees she is sobbing. He falls to his knees and wraps his big arms around the old woman. Together the two weep, and I stand there elated, but wondering. I am at a loss for words. "Smile, man," Cicero says, and jostles me. "Look at the rim. That champion's back. They'll fight like dauntless gods." "Yes," Pallas says from his side, far more thoughtful. "Smile, Lysander." I wait for Diomedes to pull back from his grandmother's embrace. He doesn't seem eager to do so. It's the old woman who finally pulls away. Cupping his face in her hands, she kisses him on the brow. "You live, my darling, my little storm." "Thanks entirely to Lysander," Diomedes says, and nods to me. I return the nod, still baffled. He lifts his voice so the commanders can hear him. "Apologies. I am late. I answered Loon's summons with all haste. I did not want to miss the battle." He turns to me, stern, and shakes my hand. His armor is standard Dominion kit and, like his cloak, recently painted grey. "Salve, Lysander. I thought you dead at Calice." "And are you? Your pod made it through the battle. A miracle. Apparently we're both hard men to kill," he says. "How did you survive?" I ask, and realize our stories will not match up. Those discrepancies may prove troublesome. "Impacted on a hull, floated in space, nearly froze to death. Enslaved by scavengers, chased by obsidian. Boring stuff until I saw your broadcast," he says. "Grandmother, I wish we had more time, but battle is near, and I don't wish to slow the army." He grips my arm. "Something is wrong." "Wrong? Your kit. You saved my life. You have kept your word and protected the garter. When you fight our foe, you should be carrying the shield of Akari." He grins. I am stunned. "Come." My praetorians follow along as Diomedes and I fly east of Plutus. He touches down in the high gardens etched into the side of a dormant volcano. I land next to him in the grass, before a discreet door in the stone. He removes his helmet and breathes in the air. It still smells of smoke, but notes of cherry blossoms and citrus cut through the lingering stench of battle. We head for the shrine, and my praetorians follow. He turns with a frown. "Only golds are allowed inside." "Of course. Kyber, Marcus, wait here." Kyber obeys, but Marcus's eyes narrow. I fall in with Diomedes. "I feared many of your relics would be stolen in the sack of Io," I say. "It is not always good to draw attention to precious things," he replies, and spits on the door. He smiles at my expression. The door does not open, but another one does, 10 meters to the right. I follow Diomedes through. The sanctum is cold and lit with green globes. Somewhere water rushes. Diomedes leads me through an antechamber and down a stairwell. "I did not think it proper to ask for the shield until after the threat was gone," I say, growing a little uneasy. "Lysander, I have always treated you with respect. Do me that same courtesy," he says. I stop on the stairs. Diomedes has played me. "The shield is not here." "Are you calling me a liar?"
he replies. He has stopped as well, beneath me on the stairs, but has not turned around. I have my razor. I could strike him down. Whatever you heard, I didn't know about Kaliki. About any of this, I say. Any of what? He asks softly. Diomedes, say his name. Atlas. You know how I knew it was him in the end. Back on Mercury, when he met us at the theatre, he couldn't resist mocking us. Had I a moonbreaker in my palm, I'd shake even the devil's hand with a grin. He is only a mortal man, Lysander. He errs, too. He looks up at me. His eyes glint in the low light, measuring me. I know you came out here for unity. That much is clear. You honored our alliance, and you had no knowledge of my uncle's attack on the Dustmaker. After Kaliki, it must have been either Atlas's version of unity or death. If it was not you, he would hand the morning chair to Atalantia. I believe I understand why you chose what you chose. I feel ashamed, but there's some relief in his words, the incisive fairness. It's not what you would have chosen, I say. He smiles. I would never have been given that choice. I'm not known as a man to compromise. I am working on that. Have you told anyone else? I ask. No. It can remain that way. It depends on the outcome of this conversation. He walks on down. I frown, not understanding. Honor does not mean I am absent discretion. I could run. I'm very fast, but so is Diomedes. I doubt he would chase me even then. He does not need to. He knows I have to follow. So I do. The stairs even lead out to a subterranean garden. Shafts of sunlight lance through the gloom and gather on strange chunks of stone, which glow to spread the light evenly. The room pulses with a bluish-white light. Several indigo rose trees reach for the nearest shaft. The air is fragrant, kind. In the center of the garden lies a stone shrine. You've had my back. Now I have yours, Diomedes says, and motions me to lead into the shrine. I walk up the steps. He follows. The walls of the shrine compose Ionic columns and open. Passing through them into the dimmer light of the shrine, I become aware of a scent. It is a heavy scent, a nostalgic scent. Wet fur. I'm taken back to that night on the Palatine when I saw a wolf floating outside my window. I step backward. Diomedes forms a wall behind me. Gently, he pushes me forward. Then I see the shrine's lone occupant sitting on a bench by a white rose tree with a twirling trunk that spears its way through the shrine's roof. Light lances in from many directions. A broad-shouldered man sits on one of several benches surrounding a central pool before an altar where the shield of Akari lies with a box set atop it. The man sits hunched, his back to us, a black hasta around his right arm, a razor around his left. Hearing our approach, he half turns. A pale scar runs down the right side of his hard face. My heart thunders in my chest. My feet slow. My hands grip my razor, and I know how it is Diomedes performed his miracle and survived Kaliki. The man on the bench is Darrow of Lycos. Chapter 82. Darrow. Civil Discourse. Diomedes has betrayed me. Seeing him enter the shrine with Lysander instead of his grandmother, I bolt to my feet and draw my hasta. Lysander's razor is already in his hand. At first I did not recognize the young man. War has that effect on the face and eyes. It's reassuring that it touches even the shiniest boy on the Palatine. His face has been thinned out by anxiety, his eyes made brittle by concession and sacrifice. I glance through the columns out into the garden for signs of Praetorians or Gorgons. The only thing that moves are the weird lizards eating thorns from the rose trees. That doesn't mean Atlas isn't out there. Shit. I level Pyrphoros at Lysander. He's taken a fighter's stance and searches the recesses of the shrine, just as I search the trees outside it for enemies. He didn't know I'd be here either. What game is Diomedes playing? Diomedes, if that's Gaia, compliments to your carvers, I say. Diomedes, what is this? Lysander asks. Civility. Diomedes walks over to one of the benches and takes a seat. My fear dissipates a little, but the confusion remains. Goodman, enough. I'll not have my guests shed each other's blood. Guests? Lysander asks. This is my moon. You are my guests, Diomedes replies. Please, rest your blades. They've had their say. Now I'll have mine. We are alone here. I've made sure of it. His gesture to the benches is gentle, but his voice is not. Sit. So much for never lying, I say. Atlas could be just outside. Lysander, Diomedes says, let us not play games. Where is Atlas? I don't know, he replies. His eyes dart toward the box. Wouldn't be his first lie either, I say, still watching the garden beyond the columns. Darrow, stop, Diomedes says. Lysander looks embarrassed. Diomedes? No. It is not your time to speak. It is mine. The authority in Diomedes' voice goes unchallenged by Lysander. Darrow, you've implored me to trust you, and in return you have trusted me this far. Recalling my blade, I take a seat. Wary, Lysander stays on guard, his blade pointed at me until he reaches the bench opposite me on the other side of the pool. He sits, but keeps his blade in his lap. I yearn to take it from him and shove it down his throat. My eyes drift to his sidearm, my thoughts to Alexander. Diomedes must see the machinations taking place in my mind. Our fight is not with him, Diomedes says. Lysander's eyebrows float up. Our? Diomedes walks to the box atop the shield of Akari and pulls out Far's head. Lysander blanches. You chose the twisted path we find ourselves upon, Loon. Diomedes stuffs the head back in the box. Darrow straightened part of it. I did not know what Atlas had planned. Not until it was too late. That is why you are still alive, Diomedes says. And I am still alive thanks to the both of you. That is why we are here today. Lysander and I stare at each other across the pool. He keeps glancing at the box, and I keep searching for Atlas in the garden. Diomedes rubs his hands together in thought. After today, I will likely be appointed hegemon, a post that has not existed since Akari retired it. Ilium may be on its knees, but the rim is not bereft of strength, though most of it is not here yet. When I hold the Spear of Akari, I will be in total command of the Shadow Armada and the local garrisons of Uranus, Neptune, and Saturn. Unfortunately, even then, I will be the weakest party in this shrine. Yet even with the strength we three represent, there is one who eclipses our combined strength. Not Atlas. Atalantia Augrimus. Many of the evils that have befallen us have been on her orders via her schemes and her agents. She has used Atlas to outplay us. I imagine, Lysander, that Atlas has given you her role in this little play. Lysander nods. to spare further loss of life. 3 years, yes, we know. He nods to Far's box. While we have torn each other apart, she has only grown stronger. As I see it, we have 2 choices before us. Either we can continue as we have, and you two can pound each other apart over Io or Europa. Happy to, I say. The last time we met I was on my knees due to the efforts of your betters, boy. This time you'll have my full attention. Agreed. I welcome the contest, Lysander says. He is not afraid, and that makes me happy. It's less fun killing people who are afraid. But I have the advantage in mass and firepower, Darrow, and I have the Lightbringer. You will lose. It's a taunt. He believes it a fact. Maybe, but either way, I'll still kill you, I say. No matter who wins, you both lose, Diomedes says. The victor will limp home, and Atalantia will open her jaws and chew the remains. Both of you pride yourselves on your logic and cold reason. Tell me I am wrong in my assessment. Neither Lysander nor I say anything. Common ground, Diomedes says with a sigh. Good. There it is. We are outplayed. Unless we form an arrangement. Lysander and I both scoff, then glare at one another. Diomedes says nothing. What sort of arrangement? I ask eventually. A military alliance with me, Diomedes says. A triumvirate against Atalantia. Silence reigns until I break it with laughter. Why not? Diomedes asks. You both want it from me and don't want the other to have it. I won't give it up, unless it's to both of you. Diomedes, this man is Atlas's puppet, I say. Lysander has his own charges to levy. Have you forgotten the dockyards of Ganymede? Darrow's litany of transgressions? Diomedes is a hard man to discourage. He smiles, patient. Lysander. He motions to the box. Darrow, your new blood-soaked queen? I grunt. I think we can all agree that today I am the most aggrieved party. I have lost my mother, my father, my sisters, my brother, my mentor, and my home. This war has cost me all that I love, except 2 people. There is a voice inside that demands revenge. It tells me revenge will fill the holes torn in my heart. He goes quiet and stares at the pool, and I wonder if he sees their faces in the water. He goes on. But I know that is a lie. Arcos, a man known to all of us, said it best. Death begets death begets death. I hang my head back in frustration. When did he get so chatty? If we demand restitution for all the evils that have been done to us, there will be no end to this war. It will consume us and the people we claim to lead. The future is more important than our wounds. He looks straight at me. The purpose of war must not be vengeance. It cannot be to kill your enemies until none are left. That is barbarism. That's how Earth and its multitude of nations strangled itself. He looks at Lysander. The purpose of war must be to find the road back to peace. I am not a politician, nor a philosopher. I do not know the peace we 3 might find when the dust settles, but I know this. All Atalantia and Atlas, and those like them, will accept is either subjugation or annihilation. He leans back. I do not see a tyrant in either of you. I see 2 humans who want to leave the world a better place than they found them. Let us start here. Now. From each of you,
I request an act of humility and service. Darrow, you will present the head of Volsung Fa to the Moon Lords and ask for their mercy as your boon for the service you have rendered. Lysander, you will bring the head of Atlas to the Moon Lords and ask for their mercy as your boon. If you do not, then slag off." And like that, Diomedes returns to his usual stony silence to wait for us to speak. Neither of us do. The passions within me war. I want this fight with Lysander. I want it more than I wanted Nero's death, but I remember all too well the hollowness I felt when he lay dead before me, slain by his own son. Nero's death did not fill the holes torn in my life. It was his daughter who did that. From the day Virginia stayed my hand at Octavia's gala and stopped me from killing Cassius, she kept me from falling into the shadow within myself. Today, I think of what she would say to this. I study Lysander. Behind his petulance and the scars of war, behind even his awesome entitlement, I see the same conflict that rages in me. It is hard to put down the blade when you are afraid. "Virginia treated with you at Phobos," I say, halting. He looks over at me. "You let her withdraw to Mars, when you did not have to. Why?" "I wanted her to know that there were options other than fighting to the death." "Why?" "Mercury," he says. "Your army. What Atalantia and Atlas did to them. The impalements. The massacres. How could Virginia ever surrender Mars if she thought that was all that awaited your people? How could they do anything but fight to the last?" He frowns. "I wanted her to know that I was not Atalantia or Octavia, that I was not Atlas. I can understand that, but I don't know if I believe it." "Then what are you?" I ask. "A shepherd," he replies. "That is all I want to be, to use the gifts given to me to make lasting peace. But this is a fantasy, Diomedes. Even if I agree, even if we did turn together on Atalantia, Darrow will never put down the sword until our people are dust. There would be no peace, only a delayed end to what we can finish here." Diomedes turns to examine me. "We do not see the same man, Lysander. You have forgotten that Darrow let you live when you were a boy, that his son is half gold, that his wife is gold, born of the family who killed his first wife. Lysander is right. There would be no peace, I admit. Not if there was no change, not if the hierarchy remained, not if my people continued on in slavery, not if a loon sat upon the morning chair. But if there was a middle path, if there was a way forward without tyranny, for that I could put down my sword. I could find compromise." I can't believe the words coming out of my own mouth. "Spheres of influence, then?" Lysander shakes his head, adamant. "This won't work. He has you around his finger, Diomedes. The last time he made peace with your father, he stabbed him in the back. If a man cannot learn from his mistakes, then what hope is there but to kill us all at first sin?" he replies. More stone-side. "Diomedes, for a decade he has given mankind nothing but war." Diomedes nods. "And if you were born a red on Mars, what would you have done?" Lysander flinches at the question in revulsion, unable to imagine such a thing. "When I was a boy, my father asked me that question. I said, 'Rise up,' and he smiled. Darrow is not to blame for this war. Gold is. The hierarchy gave humanity the stars, but the decadence and cruelty of our rulers gave us this rebellion. You told me once that we have forgotten who we are, Lysander. You are right. We are not kings. We never were meant to be. We are shepherds. Shepherds do not rule. They guide. They nurture. They protect. Because they know it is not the shepherd who produces. It is the flock. Without the flock, we are just beggars with sticks and esoteric rites. It is our time to find humility, to show we are more than autocrats. I need you to be the man you claim to be, Lysander. Diomedes' words seemed to find Lysander's heart. I hear you, Diomedes. I do. But I have compromised once at the point of a sword. If I say no, there is no sword to your throat. You may leave and consider our proposal aboard your ships if you wish. Diomedes replies, I am not my uncle any more than you are. I stand up. Diomedes, you cannot just let him leave. A man's word may no longer matter in the core, but it is all that matters in the rim. Lysander came to help my people because I asked him to. He saved my life aboard the Dustmaker. He came to this garden without his guards as my guest. As my guest, he may come and go as he pleases. Seek to harm him. You are at war with me. He means that. Not to mention, I'm your only hope of catching your uncle, Lysander says. He's run circles around Darrow for years. Diomedes smiles. That, too. I admire Diomedes' consistency, but at any other time in my life I'd leap across the pool and hack Lysander's head off. That would cost me Diomedes today. Forever. There's a friendship between these two men. Lysander stands to leave. He pauses, conflicted. Darrow, would you really consider this? Even though I killed Alexander? I tame the anger. Instead, I look down into the reflecting pool. We were on a hill, overlooking Tyche as the waves came in, when Alexander asked to go down to save the people who called him enemy. I know what he'd want if he were here today. Diomedes says, Your fleets will remain where they are, Io and Europa. At Nival Night, the Moon Lords will meet in the House of Bounty. Acta non verba, Goodman. I will have your answer there. I need the shield as an alibi for this meeting, Lysander says. The shield is for a true friend of the Rim. It will be waiting for you, I hope, Diomedes replies. Lysander nods and departs. When he's gone, I grimace at Diomedes. You may regret that. Come, you should wait on your ship. You have your own decision to make. With Diomedes as escort, I follow the tunnel from the shrine back to the grain warehouse where I left Cassius behind with the Archimedes. He does not wait outside, where I left him, and when I call into the ship, he does not answer. My stomach sinks when I find a holodrop waiting for me on his captain's chair. I don't need to listen to it to know where he's gone. I rush out of the Archimedes. Diomedes turns with a frown and follows me to the open doors of the warehouse. I peer up to where the Lightbringer forms a dagger in the sky. I frisk myself. Diomedes finds it for me. A listening device as small as a ladybug. Bloody damn Bologna, I mutter. Darrow. Diomedes squeezes my arm. Do not draw your weapon. Something whispers behind us. I step back from the doors to see a dozen shadows falling from the ceiling of the warehouse. They land quieter than cats. One already has a blade at my throat. More appear outside the warehouse. Dust walkers. Diomedes' eyes narrow. Grandmother? A woman clucks her tongue from the shadows. My little Storm, what in the worlds have you been up to?
Chapter 83. Lysander. A Way Out. My Praetorians in front of my command shuttle salute as I land at the spaceport of Plutus. Demetrius is the first to greet me. "Dominus, you had your ducks worried. You disappeared with the raw prince back from the dead." His eyes flicked to Marcus behind me. "Flavinius feared the worst." "Are you my keeper or my bodyguard, Centurion?" asked Demetrius. He smiles. "We guard the blood, Dominus." He obstructs my path forward for an insolent second. Kyber is there immediately. "Where's the shield of Arcadi?" "Move, sir. Your Dominus is walking," Kyber says to her superior. Her voice is strange. It sounds almost like anger. Marcus must have done something off when I was inside the shrine with Diomedes. Demetrius glares at Kyber like he would break her in half, but steps aside. He is not scared of Kyber. Maybe familiarity with whispers dulls the general anxiety most people get when Kyber gives them attention, or maybe Demetrius is not scared because his reign as slaughtermonger in the secret kill pool is entirely justified. I let Kyber see the situation a little more clearly and explain far more than I should to a centurion meat-mallet like Demetrius. Diomedes and I had much to catch up on. In the end, I told him I would not take the shield until I earned it. He also had reports of strange behavior on Europa. I pause. "Kyber, the attack is on hold until we have better intel. Go tell the knights." She does not turn her head, but I sense her glancing at Demetrius and Marcus from behind the blacked-out lenses of her goggles. She salutes and skips up into the sky. I motion Demetrius and Marcus to follow me to my shuttle. When we're alone and a jam feels active, I say, "Is there a way of contacting our friend? He should be made aware of this intel." "We'll pass it on," Marcus says. "I think not. Not this time," I reply. "You can tell him in person soon enough," Demetrius says. "He radioed in not 30 minutes ago. He's black till approach. Should be a few hours, but you never know. The transmission. Dead silence. 7 seconds. I tense. 7 seconds. He already called off the attack on Europa, then? Demetrius nods as the shuttle accelerates. Was his mission a success? Dead silence. 7 seconds. He cocks his head at me. The raw prince. Do we need to send a few lads? I don't think so, but I don't know. So we should talk to our friend. Quick study, Demetrius says, and leans back, takes out his boot knife and trims his nails on my boots. Marcus just watches me like a spooky crocodile. Marcus and 5 others, all part of the kill pool, escort me from the hangar to my quarters. The last thing I need is the business of the bridge buzzing in my ear and Pytha's questioning looks as I contemplate Diomedes' offer and Atlas's arrival. Darrow might be desperate enough to bear the shame of compromise, but I can barely stand the thought of humbling myself before the haughty moon lords and begging for their forgiveness. If I do that, I will lose Bellona and Votum and Wrath, and I will lose my reputation. Then again, all will be lost anyway if I don't. Let me know when Atlas arrives, I tell Marcus, as the door guards, kill pool, all 4, part to allow me into my chambers. And send me Flavinius. Flavinius is escorting in our friend, my liege. Marcus snaps a crisp salute. I close the door and call for Exeter. He doesn't answer. I slump toward the sitting room off which the halls to the other rooms branch out. Exeter, are you knitting again? I call. I need something to drink. Exeter? "Oh, fetch it yourself, you spoiled brat," a familiar voice says from the sitting room. I stop and almost summon my Praetorians. Almost. Wary, I press on to find a large man sitting on one of the couches. He smiles at me. "Exeter is just taking a little nap." "Is he dead?" I ask. "Well, that would be a very long nap, wouldn't it?" "How did you get in here?" I demand. "Is that any way to greet an old friend?" It's been over a year since I've seen Cassius. He looks like he's been through hell, and made all the healthier and handsomer for it. His face is leaner, like he's been on the hunt and not hunted. His body is more relaxed. Though naturally an athlete of rare form, he's a coiled spring now. I imagine he's been fencing with Darrow. His hair is still all golden curls, but shorn shorter. There's not a spot of stubble on his chin. I imagined him out there with the famous Ragnar beard that's all the fashion in the Rising. The drinking bags under his eyes are not nearly as inflated. Instantly, I know he has changed. What once was rusting iron has been infused with carbon. He's steel and smiling and happy to see me. It almost feels like a purposeful insult. The tiger-styled armor he wears is not his. It belongs to a man named Strabo from Earth, one of my new shepherds. "And Strabo?" "Of course you know their names," he said. "Strabo. Well, he's taking a long nap. I tried to make it short, but he was very tough and not very likable. Honestly, you can't imagine what he was doing, or to whom." Cassius's eyes flare. Let's just say his life was the second thing he lost. Armor alone doesn't explain how he accessed my quarters without my Praetorians noticing. How he can sit here without the security teams seeing him on the feet, or how he could have gotten on the ship at all. Of course, there are secondary entrances built into my rooms, 2 that the Praetorians know and guard, and 1 only 2 other people know about, Horatia and Pytha. "Pytha," I mutter. "You told her about Atlas?" "I did." I close my eyes in anger. "Rather presumptuous of her to let you in." "She only wants to help you. I only want to help you. You're no Strabo after all." I keep my distance. My hand rests on my razor. "So that's why you're traipsing around the system with Darrow, why you saved him on Mercury, helped him over Venus. To help me." Cassius watches my hand on my razor. "Lysander, I am here to help you. If I wanted to kill you, I'd have hidden in a closet and burst out while you were meditating upside down, practicing Mithridatism, or whatever new strange hobby you have. At any rate, do you think Pytha would have let me aboard if she thought I meant you any harm?" He's making an effort for it to feel like old times. Only it isn't. Not just because of all the deeds between us, but because he is far more dangerous than he ever was. "No," I confess. "Though the fact that she left that decision in your hands is troubling. If you aren't going to kill me, why not ditch the armor? You're drags. I imagine I'm the only person the Praetorians hate more than they hate Darrow. He is the enemy, so there is a measure of professional respect for him, no doubt. Me, well, I betrayed the company, shamed them by getting the sovereign. History is not kind to Olympic knights who break their oaths, is it? Most get the kiss of 1,000, I say. I wouldn't want that for my worst enemy, much less Cassius." He pats his armor. "I like my skin where it is. Thank you." He smiles. "Now, can we talk? If you wanted to talk, why didn't you come to the meeting?" "Wasn't invited. Diomedes wouldn't let me attend. Apparently it was for imperators only, and no one's rallied behind my banner in a long time. But I did hear what was said, for what it's worth. He raises his eyebrows. Not going to sit. All right. I'll stand. He stands, feigning ease as he strides away from the couch to admire the room. You're redecorated. It's quite stately now, far less Spartan. I nearly forgot. You've been here before? He nods at the leading question. Darrow brought me up from the brig when he was sailing on Luna. We spent the night watching old videos of ourselves at the Institute, drinking scotch. Or was it bourbon? Scotch. It was smoky. Regardless, I remember Darrow hadn't had a chance to adjust the decor. Fabiai's blood was still wet on the bridge deck. These are nice. He strokes the wooden walls and peers down some of the hallways. A library, too. Knowing you, I suppose there's a garden somewhere. 3 doors down to the left. If they notice Pytha is hijacking the feeds of the cameras, this will end very badly for you, I say. I trust her competence. Obviously you do too. This ship is a monster. The Archimedes must have felt like a very small prison for you. This is quite a home, one fit for a loon. I shrug. It's hard to keep my guard up around Cassius. Truthfully, I haven't spent much time here. The Archimedes, well, that was home. Not a prison, like you said. No, not all the time, I confess. I often miss it. It could be home again, he says. After this. I smile. You haven't changed. Ever the romantic, at the expense of any kind of realism. It's your charm. I do that, don't I? He says, a little dark. Suppose that's natural for a man who makes so many mistakes. He spots the display case that dominates the far wall. Is that what I think it is? He approaches the case. May I? It won't bite, unlike its owner. He picks up the spiked helmet of Ares from the case. He turns it in his hands. I haven't seen this in a long time. I lost 3 men salvaging that from Severo's room. The whole place was booby-trapped. Far less than Aja and I lost, taking it from its first owner, he says. It's easy to forget he killed Ares when he wore the cloak. Is he here? I ask. Severo? You mean, did I bring him? Gods no. That wouldn't go well at all. Have you ever put it on? He asks of the helmet. Why would I? Curiosity. Just for a lark. It wouldn't fit. He grins. No, I suppose your head is too large. Not that I'm one to talk. He sets the helmet back down on the shelf with incredible reverence. That reverence says everything. What did you feel when you saw the Archimedes at Mercury? When you knew I was alive? He asks. Are we violets now? I ask, still staring at the helmet. I know it's terribly common, emotions, but still, I've wondered. Humour an old friend who's risking life and limb to see you? I really do believe he means my body no harm, so I sit down on one of the leather couches to decide if I mean his any. I've both feared and yearned to speak to Cassius since I learned he was alive. Now that I can, I find myself at a loss for words. I consider his question. Shock, confusion, rage, then relief, then betrayal, then a distant, numb sadness, I answer. I didn't want you to die in a raw dueling pit, Cassius. I didn't. I was trying to do what I thought to be right. But when I saw you there, saving Darrow, I felt... well, I suppose I felt traded in, like you'd chosen him over me, like you'd been waiting to. He leans on the edge of the couch. Do you still feel that way? What room did Darrow bunk in? On the Archie, I ask. He grimaces. He wanted yours. Nothing weird, mind you. Said he wanted to wake up every day to be reminded of his failure. He pauses. He's very dramatic. There's your answer, then, I reply, more wounded than I thought I'd be. The idea of Darrow in my bunk falling asleep beneath my childhood scrawlings is a violation. How does he feel about me having this ship? I ask. Did that factor into salvaging it? Cassius asks. A little. I shrug. Even loons can be petty. He sighs and slips down onto the couch. Have you ever wondered where we'd be if we didn't have these last names? He asks. No. What's the point? I say. Liar. We'd be mangled in some ditch to be cleared off a battlefield by a plough with the other nameless dead, I say. Life's not all war, Lysander, he says softly. I've always wondered the people we'd be if we weren't born with these names. Bellona, Loon. They've given us such horrible choices to make. Choices we never asked for. I know we got the riches, too, but it's not fair, this inheritance of yours. Silenius squatting on your back since you were born. Everyone else thinks being born a loon is a blessing, but I know it's a curse. Do you? I ask. He nods. I saw it in you every day for a decade. Since your parents were killed, you've been under siege, haven't you? Magnus, Octavia, Aja, Atalantia, now Atlas and your Praetorians, all jockeying to harness the power of your name, shape you in their image. That pressure, I can't imagine it. It's required you to shift your shape to survive. It's not your fault. It's kept you safe over all these years. Shape-shifting. It's the only thing that has kept you safe, being what Octavia wanted you to be, what your guards expect you to be, what Atlas needs you to be, what I needed you to be. He looks down at his gauntlets, rueful. Since I woke up on Europa after being cut to ribbons by those raw cousins, I've thought about what I'd say when I saw you again. I was angry at first, angry that you wanted this war, that you didn't obey me, didn't heed the lessons I'd tried to teach you. I saw that as a betrayal. But now I know I was angry because I was always asking you to be someone you weren't, someone you could never be. I look down. Julian. He sighs, frustrated at himself. He was my twin, but he always felt like my younger, sweeter brother. He made me feel like a better person because I had his love, made me feel like a leader because he always followed my lead. When he died, it punched a hole in me. I tried to whittle you down to fill that hole. When you did, I retreated and left you reaching out and confused because I felt dirty for replacing him, angry at you for trying to, even though it's what I taught you I wanted. I know that inconsistency on my part made you feel you were not enough. I know it bred contempt in you for me. I was selfish, then cowardly, then cruel. He meets my eyes. I'm sorry for it, Lys. I am. I'm sorry I couldn't be the teacher you deserved, that I poisoned you with neglect, suffocated you with judgment. I know when you looked at me you just wanted me to be happy, but I couldn't be happy. I've always had trouble with that. Without distractions, well, if I could do it all again, I wouldn't try to shape you. I tried to let you shape me into what you needed. I think we'd both have been better off for it. I look away. I did not know how long I was waiting to hear him apologize until this moment. His words slip past the armor I've built around my heart. The emotions of childhood rush back. All the loss, the loneliness, the fear and instability. The need for him to be happy, and when he wasn't, feeling like it was my fault. I don't know if I'll see him again after this. I think of Ajax and the words we never got to speak. I think of Glyraestes and all the nights we could have spent surrounded by his trinkets, talking in detail about nothing but how to capture magic. In my head, you were a giant, I say slowly. But now I'm the age you were when we set off from Luna. I don't blame you, Cassius. I don't know how I'd have raised me either. I sigh. But more won't come out. Fear and pressure have me too wound in knots. But now we get a second chance, he says. That is, if you take Diomedes' offer, Lysander. I darken inside. Ah, we have to talk about it. It's why you're really here. Why not? Let's talk about it. I'll tell you why I'm really here when we get to that part. You know I care about you, but I'm afraid too, brother. You are surrounded by people who terrify me, Lysander. They don't know me, what we have here. Emotions between us. And even if they did, they'd tear me to shreds. Respect the risk, if not the reason. Fair, I say. Very fair. Diomedes told me what he'd propose, asked my opinion. I told him he had the right of it. You are a man of honor. You'd do the right thing. You'd give them Atlas. Honor. It sounds so silly when you say it enough, I reply. It can excuse anything. But we only pretend it protects, yet it is there. A feeling of what is true and what is slippery and false. But you're right, I do have it. That inclination may be more of a desperation to have honor. But time and again, I've found that it's like opening a vein while swimming with sharks. Am I a shark? No, sharks don't have such good hair, I say. He laughs. My smile fades. I can't, Cassius. I can't accept the offer. You are Lysander Aulun. If you can't, who can? You don't understand, I snap. At every turn, I try to make the right action. My heart is beating fast, but I can't stop talking. I acted like the hero of the Rim, Cassius, but I'm not. I'm called Imperator, but I am not. I could be. I really could help people, I think. I swallow, seeing the truth of my condition. I am just a puppet. That's all I have ever been. A puppet or a prisoner or a pet. Octavia's, Atalantia's, Atlas's. That meeting, Atlas may already know. My jailers were sniffing. Demetrius. Marcus. The more I think of Atlas, the harder it becomes to breathe. I feel hot. My hands start to shake. This has never happened before, except once with Octavia. Once was enough for the pandemonium chair. It'll get rid of the shakes. That's what she said. When I got out of the chair, I was calm. It was a while after the chair before I realized I couldn't remember my parents. I clench my fists, but the shaking won't stop. Atlas is coming back. If he does know, if he suspects anything, he'll enslave me, I say, with chemicals, pain. He can do that. If I'm lucky, he'll just kill me and put a doppelganger in my place. But no, he'll take his time. He'll peel me apart one layer at a time. He'll kill Pytha, Cicero, Exeter, Horatia, anyone I care about. My Praetorians can't protect me. The ones who came with me on the Dustmaker, they are sociopaths. They kill hundreds of people and keep a running tally. They make bets about it. They serve him, not me. They worship him, call him a patriot. Me? I'm just a spoiled Palatine brat. He'll skin me in front of them, and they'll just salute. His hands grasp my shoulder, and I feel the strength in it. Then let's kill him together. You asked me why I came here. Let's kill that piece of shit. Tears stream down my cheeks. I told you I came here to help you. Let's do it soon as he lands, Lysander. Let's set you free. Enough shifting shapes, enough compromises. Finally, you can be the man you want to be. I jerk when a door hisses open in the distance. Cassius holds me steady. Lysander! It's Pytha's voice. It might not be her, I say quickly. Cassius looks at me with so much love. I feel the shakes leave me. In the sitting room, he calls without even looking back. His hand slides to the razor, and his face hardens. Is all prime? Pytha says. He takes his hand off his blade when he sees her reflection in my eyes, but he doesn't go to her till I give him a nod. Cassius picks Pytha up and twirls her like a big brother, then pulls her into a hug. In his arms, my captain, once his captain, looks no larger than a child. She pulls back and beams at me. Thank gods you haven't killed each other. Did you ask him, Cassius? Only just. She bends on a knee and cups my head. Moon boy, tell me you said yes. You're not angry with me? I ask her. I just wish you would have told me, she says. I could have helped. If I had known. But it doesn't matter. We can end this now. We can do this, Lysander. Together. Anxiety claws at me. Atlas was a tool I needed to set things right, but there are other tools now. It would have to be Roan, too. If we fail, we won't, she says. The three of us together. How can we?
Chapter 84. Lysander. Hangar 17B. The three black night raptors coast in from space. They broadcast no radio signals or light, except the red rangefinders on the tips of their wings. Even those are turned on only at the last possible moment. To me, standing in the abandoned hangar flanked by Marcus, Drusilla, and 4 more Kill-Pool dragoons, the rangefinders seem like the eyes of Atlas himself. Nocturnal, omniscient. As the bait in the jaws of my own trap, I have never felt more like prey. Pytha knew the hangar Atlas would use. It was cut from her systems by someone earlier in the day. Power outage, supposedly. It is filled with war machines too damaged to repair and awaiting the attention of oranges to be harvested for parts. My razor hangs on my hip. My aegis cuff on my left vambrace is dormant. I wear a sidearm, which is not too unusual. I wish I could have come in my pulse armor, but Atlas will be suspicious enough to find me waiting for him in the hangar. He told me to meet him in the barracks, where he'd be untouchable. Only bullying Marcus and Drusilla with my intel got me here where he can finally be killed. Instead of pulse armor, scarab skin guards my body, concealed beneath my white uniform and cape. My hands sweat in my lambskin gloves.
Only my mind's eye keeps the sweat from my brow. It's all I can do not to search the hangar for Cassius. He is here. Somewhere in the ranks of damaged rip-wings and mechs, or perhaps above, in the shadows of the high ceiling. It's better I don't know. I'm afraid Atlas will read my face immediately. The night raptors hiss as they pass through the pulse field that hems in the hangar's atmosphere. Their bulk is alienating. Battered and carbon-scored, they hover over me in a line, their engines groaning, their guns big as men. They stay there, floating as if waiting for me to kneel. When they set down, they do so in unison. Ramps unfurl from beneath their reinforced cockpits like tongues to disgorge their human cargo. Only none comes. An invisible jam field extends with a pop. He knows. No, he's careful, making sure no one records him. I counted on this. A few minutes pass. I resist the urge to flee. I wish I'd just had Pyther blast Atlas the moment his ships came into land. But I had to be cautious. I was right to be. A fourth night raptor glides through space toward the hangar, far delayed behind the others. A cautious man indeed. As it lands, the Gorgons disembark. A grey, long-armed specialist trudges down the ramp of the rightmost ship with her rifle. Her face is half covered with a bandage. She is hairless, her scalp bright red and peeling. She smiles at me like a ghoul, half monster, half militarist fantasy. More Gorgons follow with their gear and their wounded. Around 30, all told. Whatever they faced on the moon of Orpheus, Atlas did not exaggerate its dangers. Few are uninjured. Many are missing limbs and wear court cuffs from their battle with Orpheus's defenders. Unless some are remaining on the Night Raptors, their numbers have been depleted by 80%. Witnessing the state of Atlas's dread force fills me with a measure of confidence. He's not invulnerable. I search their ranks for their leader, hoping to find him as wounded as his men. I am disappointed. He exits the fourth ship with all his limbs, but he is not in armor. He is not in armor. Clad in black fatigues, with only a pulse shield generator on his belt, he helps a bulky grey woman bear out a man on a stretcher. Over Atlas's shoulder is slung a reinforced pack. My eyes ache to stare at it, but it must be like the sun to them, forbidden. Atlas feels my eyes on him, and his head turns like an owl's to meet my gaze. He calls back into the Night Raptor. My heart sinks at the heavy boot steps. Roan trudges out in his full Praetorian field armor. Like Atlas, the man appears uninjured. Of course he is. He just went out to escort Atlas in. His eyes sweep the ranks of machines in the hangar. Do they know? No, he looks at everything like that. Roan told me when I was younger to always have a plan to kill everyone you meet, and any deviation in a pattern is a sign of someone preparing a trap. He's just as big of a threat as Atlas is, especially in that armor. Atlas passes off the stretcher to a Gorgon. Together, he and Roan make their way toward me. "You're late," I call. Be entitled, but reasonable. A Palatine brat who's learned his lesson. Neither man replies. Roan stops a few meters from me and nods to Marcus, Drusilla, and the others. They salute him and hold the salute for Atlas. Flavinius's eyes bore into me. He smiles, pleasant. "Heard you had a visitor." I nod. Atlas strides up to me with his pack on his shoulder and stops about a foot away. His eyes are everywhere, collecting data, except meeting mine. "I told you to meet me in the barracks. Did Marcus confuse my orders?" he asks. "I told him," Marcus says.
There's been a problem. It couldn't wait, I say. He sighs. I left you the pig trussed, gutted and cooked. All you had to do was eat it. Diomedes is alive. Yes, Marcus already told me. He's still not looked into my eyes. He knows, or he doesn't. The man looks absolutely smashed with exhaustion. The feast is ruined. Atlas's eyes finally meet mine. Far is dead. His gorgons within earshot, which, due to their augmented hearing, is all of them, turn or stop dead in their tracks. Talking business in front of the ranks? Pull yourself together, Atlas says. Roan takes the hint. Clear the deck. On the double. Wounded to sick bay. Showers, grub, and comfort flesh for the rest. You've earned it, Nils. You've earned it for the rest of your lives. On the double, I said. The mission must have been a success then. Is Edme in the pack on Atlas's shoulder? The gorgons flow past me to either side. Atlas keeps looking at me. In time, he will discover me. My only defense is his exhaustion and the magnitude of the mission he was on, and telling him the truth before he suspects it. I have to unravel it slowly, but not so slowly I lose his interest. Most of all, I have to keep him here until I get the green light from Pytha. When the last of his men have cleared the hangar, he steps back and hangs his head. He is exhausted, but the act is also one of respect and profound sadness. You knew about Far. That's why you stopped the assault, I say. Correct. The kin shield is also gone. Certain patterns have been broken. I'm sorry. I know they were close to you. Do you have anything else? He asks. I glance back at Marcus, Drusilla, and the other four. Give us the deck. Marcus looks to Atlas, who shakes his head for him to stay. They're in the zero, Atlas says. What else, Lysander? I want to take off my boots. Darrow killed Far. He sighs back at Roan. And I thought I'd get a shower before they piled more shit on my shoulders again. Roan grimaces in sympathy. At least we have confirmation now. You were aware of this? I ask. Suspected. When Obsidians see a curved blade, they shout wolf. Why am I just hearing this, Marcus? Atlas asks. I think he's lying. I think he knew of Darrow's involvement for fact. I was not aware of the information, Marcus says, worried at displeasing Atlas and accusing me of withholding with the same tone. How did you come by it, Lysander? Atlas asks me. Diomedes told me after we arrived at the parting of the shadow. You were right. Ra was with them on the Nixian Isles, Roan says. I resist the urge to look toward the exit. Pytha can't see into the hangar. No one can with the jam field, but she will let me know when the coast is clear with a green light over the hangar's pulse field. That light is hardwired. I picture her in the sink, watching the Gorgons filing through the halls to the lifts and then riding them deeper into the ship, their minds occupied with fantasies of hot water, food, and warm flesh. Why is it taking so long? Are some of them lingering? Has Pytha been frozen out? Stay the course. Trust your team. I need more time. I need to get rid of the 6 greys behind me. Even with Pytha's green light, this will still get messy. Atlas is about to leave. I saw Darrow, I say. Atlas stops and turns. That he did not know. Roan takes a half step forward. You saw Darrow in person? I nod. Diomedes took me to meet him. Go on. Tell us, Atlas says. It's the first time I've gotten his full attention, and I'm worried I've turned on a machine that will gobble me up.
Questions come at me with no logical order except to help Atlas form a private mental construct and to shake free information from me that I might not know is useful. It's like being hit, pulled, and twirled by a wave.
Was it just the three of you? Who left first, you or him? Did you get the impression he was staying? Was there a green tinge on his lips? Describe the tone of his voice. You said there was mud on his boots. Describe it. Did he come from a cave? Was it dust, then mud, or mud with dust? More on the heels or the toes? A steep incline, then. He came from the east.
His eyes snapped to a Praetorian behind Drusilla.
My men are exhausted. Roan, do you mind? Gratitude. Marcellus, rabbit to Flavius. Tell him to get Camillus and the Triad down to the surface. Darrow must have accessed the shrine through the granary 3.1 kilometers eastish. If he's there, do not engage. I will lead the team. If he's not there, take samples of everything. Bring Janus, too. Get him on all that grid's cameras. All I need is a direction or a metal sample. No radios.
He flicks a hand, and one more Praetorian is shed. 5 now. No green light. The anxiety is insane.
They've sensed my involvement, then?
Atlas asks me. They have. Diomedes and Darrow want an alliance with me against Atalantia. They sent me back here to kill you.
Lysander, this is very important. What did you say to their offer?
I said maybe.
Roan frowns.
And they let you leave? They didn't take you hostage?
He did it right. They wouldn't have believed you if you said yes, Lysander. And if you said no, we wouldn't have them by the nose. But they're still engaged.
Atlas takes me by the shoulders.
Well done.
He lets me go, smiling. Then, casually,
do they know about my mission to Orpheus? Do they know about Edme?
Yes. I lie, and let him see the lie so he thinks I'm still playing a tricky game. But the game is up. He felt the scarab skin under my clothes. No green light? Oh, well. Double down all the same. I drop my hips and reach for my razor. In all my life, I have never seen someone move as fast as Roan, except for Atlas when he slaps the pulse shield generator on his belt and draws his own blade. Knowing Atlas is easily good enough to parry my first stroke, I choose not to waste it on him. I go after the greys behind me. At the same moment, 40 meters away and 10 off the ground, Cassius pops up from the cockpit of a war titan with no engine and opens fire on Atlas with a heavy pulse rifle. I activate the Aegis on my left forearm as I turn on the greys. A meter-wide blue shield flares to life, covering my flank. It takes Atlas's first stroke dead on. That first stroke is all he gets before Cassius's fire literally slaps him off his feet. My first stroke takes Marcus just under his eyes and passes through his unprotected skull to kill Drusilla beside him in the same manner. The 3 Praetorians behind them are amongst the best grey soldiers alive, but the unexpected speed and ferocity of my attack catches them off guard. I spring at them, and 2 precise strokes remove the 3 remaining Praetorians from the equation. It costs me. The impact of a rail slug into the back of my left thigh buckles the leg and sends me spinning. 2 more hit me in the right leg, just above the kneecap. I sprawl to the deck and reach for my sidearm. A round from Roan cuts the weapon almost in half. Only the scarab skin and the low caliber of the pistol munitions keep the impact of his rounds from cutting my legs in half. Still, the pain is incredible. I'm on the ground, a half-breath before I push off amongst the ruins of the Praetorians. I glance up to see Atlas stumbling 10 meters away, his shield crackling from Cassius's fusillade. 7 near-perfect shots slam into Atlas's shield, wreathing him in a cocoon of blue and green fire. Atlas keeps the shield up, even though his skin must be boiling inside it. Roan saves Atlas's life by firing at Cassius's sniper position with his pistol as he draws his rifle with his offhand. He switches between the weapons like water flows to lower ground. His dragon helmet slithers up for combat. "Kill clearance!" Roan yells. "Granted," Atlas calls. "Switch!" His shield cooling from the reprieve Roan granted him, Atlas springs after Cassius. Roan shifts back to firing at me, this time with ammunition that will shred my scarab skin. I rush my former ducks from behind my aegis and leap, leaving the crown of my head exposed as bait before shifting my aegis. He snaps 2 shots at my head. The aegis takes the rifle fire at point-blank range, but he switches ammunition on the gun and fires a trick shot on the ground that bounces up under the shield and whizzes between my legs. Roan switches ammunition again, and a slow-moving slug pounds the left rim of my aegis. Still in the air, I'm spun around in a full revolution, coming out of it just in time to fall back toward him and plunge my razor through his pulse shield, through his armor, to take him in his bent right leg midway up the thigh. Before I can withdraw it, Roan deploys a buffer pulse from his armor. I'm smacked by an invisible giant hand, stunning me and sending me sprawling backward. I lose hold of my razor, but not my aegis. I fend off a hail of gunfire and roll to my feet, dazed, to find Roan with his leg still impaled by my razor. Instead of dropping his rifle to remove its tip from the floor, he pulls sideways against the blade, taking it through the meat of his thigh. Blood sprays from the wound and vaporizes against his pulse shield. Crimson fog fills the space between his armor and the shield, obscuring his sight. He becomes a bloody shadow as he fires at me. I duck behind my aegis and take 3 more shots meant for my head. I try to close again and launch myself toward my razor, still sticking upright in the deck. Grasping it on the roll, I come up and drive the blade toward his head. He deflects that strike and 2 more with his rifle. The deflections must cost him his rifle because he shocks me by closing within my guard. No grey ever tries to close on a gold. It's suicide. Not for Roan T. Flavinius. I feel a pinch in my right breast and glance down to see a dagger buried to the hilt in my chest. The ribs caught it before it reached my heart. Roan's other hand punches upward toward my throat. I duck my head to take the punch on the chin and take his opposite elbow on the side of my head. At the same time, he tries a cravat move to sweep my legs. Instead of stepping out of the cravat move, I step into him and drive my knee upward into his stomach armor. An electric thrill from his shield courses through my leg, deadening the limb. Still, the force of the blow lifts Roan off his feet. He lands like a cat and hurls his broken rifle at me. I bat it aside and narrowly dodge an acid pack he throws to cover his retreat. Acid eats into the deck and hangs in the air like a fine mist between us. I go around. Breath comes shallow and filled with blood. Fire spreads through my diaphragm. My left lung is punctured. Knowing Roan is a menace at a distance, I try to close and overwhelm him with my mass and speed. He keeps space between us, boosting backward and upward with his grav boots. He reloads his pistol and fires down at me as he goes. I hide behind my aegis. The rounds affect my shield in a strange way. It's overheating too fast. How many kinds of ammo does he have? I don't know what's happening with Atlas and Cassius. My situation is turning desperate. I can't hide behind my aegis much longer. It's glowing red, melting the scarab skin into the flesh of my left forearm. No time to go back for a Praetorian rifle. With a roar of pain, I lunge out from my aegis's cover and hurl my razor at Roan like a javelin. It takes him in the right shoulder, and he spins in the air. His shield spits sparks, and he careens into the side of a night raptor. He spills down its fuselage to crash onto its wing. I leap up to join him, only to find him already recovered. He lost his pistol in the collision, but his armor is an equalizer, and he extracts my razor from his shoulder to grip in his right fist. He stomps his boot, and another knife pops up into his left hand. Barking like a dog, he charges me. He's a gory damn terror. Unarmed, I search for a weapon. I spot his pistol on the deck below and bail off the wing before he closes. I grab his pistol on the run, drop, turn, and fire just as he bears down on me. The shots finish his pulse shield, and I roll under the sweep of my own razor as he swings it at my head. I spin around as I come out behind him and kick his legs. It's the legs you go for on an armoured opponent, because with their balance compromised, the weight of their armour becomes a liability. My shin bone almost breaks, but he teeters off balance and begins to fall. Still he manages to whip the razor back at me and tear the pistol from my hand. It is not his first time handling a razor, not in the least. Stripped of the pistol, I back off from him. He cracks the whip at my eyes and underhand throws the boot knife. I track it and catch it and hurl it back at his face. He blocks it by raising his armored arm, and I sprint at him. He's terrifying at any range, but up close I can overpower him. I hit him before he can bring the razor around on me and tackle him to the ground. I manage to pry free the razor as we roll. It bounces away. He's out of blades, but ends up on top. He drives his right hand toward my neck. I raise my left forearm just in time to intercept the knife that emerges from his armor. Gory damn! Another one! Unlike the first pistol rounds, the knife has a diamond edge. It goes through the scarab skin like paper and emerges through my forearm, nearly taking my left eye, too. I block a second stab with the same arm. This time the knife goes through the forearm into the side of my face. It goes into my mouth and cuts through a few teeth. Its tip just tickles the roof of my mouth. He's so close to killing me, but he's just not strong enough to pound the blade home. I push the blade back out of my mouth and I twist my arm and push down. I trap the blade against his chest and roll him till I'm on top. Keeping my gored arm tight to his chest, I use my left knee to pin his right arm. I reach blindly with my right hand for my discarded razor. I grab the blade instead of the hilt and lose the top third of my pinky and ring finger for the effort. Roan's resistance suddenly slackens. His hips push up against me with a boost from his grav boots. I'm rocked off balance. My momentum takes me over his head, freeing the knife from my impaled forearm. Fortunately, that momentum also pushes me toward my razor. Sprawling forward, I grasp the hilt with my mutilated hand and swing backward in a daisy-cutter stroke. Resistance jerks my arm. I scramble up to see Roan standing behind me with a long black needle clutched in his steel fist. He tries to take a step. He cannot. My razor cut through both of his calves just above his grav boots. Grunting, he spills sideways and lands with a thump on the deck. I stumble toward him. He squirms like a crab on its back. Even now he's dangerous. He hurls the black needle at me. I slap it away with my razor. God knows what it was coated with. I stomp on his chest. "If I was born gold, I'd eat you alive," he says with a chuckle. "No blood. Oh, Selenius. No." I spike my razor through the crown of his dragon helmet and into his head 3 times. Knowing even Roan T. Flavinius can't survive a trio of holes through his brain, I spit blood and broken teeth down on his body. Then I leave him to his death spasms and fetch his pistol from the bloodied deck. I load a new magazine from his thigh cache. Numb and seeing double, I stumble toward Atlas and Cassius. With Roan's opening shots on my legs, it's hard to walk. The wound in my face oozes blood. My left arm is badly punctured and a few ligaments severed. Each breath is frothy with blood. I couldn't keep up with the dance that lies ahead. Atlas and Cassius are locked in a deadly game. Cassius's right hand is gone. He's fighting with his left. 3 deep slashes score his chest plate. His armor bleeds electricity. Atlas's face is a crimson stain. Half his scalp is hanging off the side of his head. His left leg drags behind him, and 3 long gashes flay his chest. Cassius's bright razor and Atlas's hasta blur like butterfly wings. I'm too far away. I raise the pistol, but can't find an opening that doesn't put Cassius in the line of fire. I stumble closer. My left eye must be damaged. I can't focus. Cassius is winning, though something is wrong with his armor. Acid or something has eaten through the back. His armor is quitting. The helmet stuttering up and down. He cuts it off completely and delivers a horizontal sweep that should take Atlas in half at the waist. Atlas handsprings over the blow, using Cassius's own shoulder for leverage. He stabs down as he passes overhead and pierces Cassius's armor just inside his left shoulder. The blade sinks 2 handbreadths deep and sticks as Cassius twists. Atlas abandons the weapon and dodges 2 of Cassius's return thrusts, darts back in, takes his blade, retreats, and sweeps at Cassius's armored head. It's a feint to draw Cassius's guard. Atlas pivots and drives his hasta underhand toward Cassius's heart. Even wounded, Cassius keeps his defensive discipline. He redirects Atlas's blade into the deck, stomps on the tip with his boot, and backhands his razor toward Atlas's head with his left hand. At the last moment, he converts his razor into a whip. The whip snakes around Atlas's neck with a snap. Beautiful! Atlas goes still. His hasta is stuck in the deck. Cassius holds him on a leash. The two fighters pant for breath. It's only then I see the blisters on Atlas's skin. He was boiling inside the shield when Cassius first opened fire on him. Cassius doesn't dare take his eyes off Atlas. I turn, scan the hangar. It's quiet. The jam field is still up. The light is green. I wish Pyther could see. We've won. We've won. I stumble toward Cassius, searching the deck for my prize. Drop your blade and get on your knees, Cassius orders. Atlas does not obey. Lice, Cassius calls when he hears me limping toward them. My legs give out and start to cramp. I fall to a knee. You prime? Prime, I say. Flavinius? Dead. Kill Atlas. I see my prize, Atlas's pack. It's halfway between Cassius and me. Kill him, I tell Cassius again. Atlas looks over at me like I'm a worm that has crawled out from an apple he was eating. Ask Lysander about the weapon, he says. What weapon? Cassius asks. Selenius's. Biological. Edme. It can target a colour. Any colour. On any... I shoot Atlas Ora in the head. Everything above his eyes turns to mist. He teeters, takes a step, and falls. His bored smile remains, mocking me. I wait for something terrible to transpire, for gorgons to rush in, for the Lightbringer to break apart, for gas or snakes to hiss out from Atlas's corpse. Nothing happens. The man is quite simply dead. Part of me did not believe he could die. Watching his blood flow around the bits of his fragmented brain, I begin to accept it. I push off the ground with the pistol and stumble up toward the pack. Our weight slides off my chest, replaced by one far worse. Cassius turns on me with a strange expression. Lysander, you need to leave before anyone sees you, I say. His eyes have fallen on the pack. I'm not far now, only a few more steps. Lysander, stop! My boots scrape forward. Take one of the night raptors. Let Diomedes and Darrow know the deed is done. I spit blood. My vision is clearing a little. I'll let you know when I have control of the ship. Then we can talk accords. The pack is at my feet. I bend down to unlatch its clasp. It opens a little, but I dare not give it any more attention, not with how Cassius is looking at me. I straighten. My heart sinks because even Atlas's last words have sown misery. Lysander, what did Atlas bring back? Cassius asks. Peace. Is that what he told you? He asks. Lysander, what is that? Edme. My linguistic education was not as expansive as yours, but that sounds like I eat to me. He takes a step forward, his razor bloody and straight in his left hand. A loaded pistol can weigh 24 ounces, or a lifetime of regret. At my side, Roan's is heavy in my hand. The magazine is full with armor-piercing rounds. I let Cassius see it. A small laugh of surprise escapes him. The betrayal in his eyes shakes me. I never wanted to hurt Cassius, just like I never wanted to hurt Clearastes. Not ever. But war is a game of double down. Once it starts, if you flinch, it's all for nothing. He looks at the blood, the bodies, his disembodied right hand lying on the floor, the bag at my feet. Horror grips him. You used me? For that? For this? He asks. To cut your strings and pin it all on me, the betrayer. Yes. He sways and looks around as if mortally wounded. Lysander, I thought we were... I believed in you. You believed in your own reflection, I say. We are not brothers. Let us go our separate ways. Take a night raptor. Fly away. Live. Escape this. I can't. I won't. I will be sovereign. I will be a fair sovereign. I will fix what is broken, but I must break what no longer works. Division. I tow the bag. With this. That's a biological weapon, he concludes. I nod. I couldn't trust it in Atlas's hands. But it's safe in yours. If I don't control it, someone else will. Why not me? I ask. I didn't start the war. I have only ever tried to do what is right. Why not me? Because I don't trust you, Lysander, he says. If you give it to me, I will take a night raptor and drive it straight into that monster. He jerks his head toward Jupiter. The gas giant swirls beyond the pulse field to the hangar. Your strings are cut, Lysander. You're free. We can take on Atalantia. Is that not enough? It's time for you to go, Cassius. He watches me for a long moment. Say I don't. Then you're choosing death. He staggers, exasperated. No, Lysander. You choose. That's the point of it all, isn't it? You choose. The chair means this much to you, more than the people in your life who love you. Go, Cassius. Not without that weapon. This is not a debate. You are 13 meters away. Your armor has quit. My mind is made up. And my pistol has 19 rounds. What happened to you? I point the gun at him. Go. He looks at the gun as if it were an interloper, goes very dark for a moment, and then laughs. You're being ridiculous. In the end, I'll be more famous than you anyway. Cassius Bellona, the man who killed fear. Leave, Cassius. Please. You won't kill me. You love me too much. The guilt will crush you. I will learn to bear it. He looks me in the eye, sad. No, you won't. But if it must be guilt that drags you down, brother, I will be your millstone. He smiles at me, forlorn. Remember when you told me Octavia never allowed you sweets? First chance I got, I took you to that candy emporium on Eros and piled a stack of credits in your hand. That look on your face when I said you could buy as much as we could carry. He takes a deep breath and sighs it out. He adjusts his armor and gets a better grip on his razor. Cassius, don't, I warn. I must. I am Cassius Bellona, son of Tiberius, son of Julia, brother of Darrow, morning knight of the Solar Republic, and my honor remains. Then he rushes forward. He is not fast, not injured and in dead armor, but he is determined, and he is brave, and he is tough, and he is clever, and he is daring. He is only things I admire in him in that moment, and none of the things I don't. He covers his exposed head with his armored arms and runs at me for all he's worth. I fire methodically, breathing through my nose, both eyes open, like Roan taught me. At first, Cassius runs through my fire. Then he ploughs, trudges, stumbles, until the gun is empty, and he sways, but he does not fall. Not Cassius Albellona. The tip of his razor wobbles just 2 finger breaths from my heart. Even though I have made a ruin of him, I cannot tell if he could not kill me or would not kill me. Nor can I tell if he opens his arms to embrace me or if he's simply teetering forward. A seizure racks his once powerful body. The blade falls out of his hands. I catch him and carry him to the ground, desperate for one last word from him. But Cassius is already dead, and he is smiling. The rest of the world vanishes. I see a black door, a hand pushing it. A chair waits for me between shafts of light. On that chair I see a boy whose feet don't touch the ground. In his hands he holds a candle, and with a single breath he blows it out, and with it go all the shafts of light. The hangar is quiet. My broken scarab skin creaks as I twist around. I am alone. I am in agony in which the pain of wounds is a welcome distraction. It is quiet, but for the first time, all the strings are cut. Gentle now that I can afford to be, I strain and lift Cassius to the side. Beneath him lies the pack, the solution to disunity. The greatest fear of my life grips me, and I look at Atlas and his bored smile, then back at the bag. What if it is empty? The gun is still in my hand. Odd. I thought I'd cleared the clip. There is 1 bullet left in the chamber. I set the gun within reach, and I open the pack. I stumble through the halls, smearing blood as I go. I depress Kyber's whisper beacon. Kyber, need you. An orange mechanic ahead in the hall stares at me and my mutilations in horror. Cassius's razor is in my chest now, just above the heart, where I planted it. The red fire team rushing down the hall to put out the evidence-destroying blaze in Hangar 17B grinds to a halt as they see me dripping my way along. "Assassins!" I hiss. Blood pulses through the wound in my cheek. The Reds form a human wall around me. Alarms begin to blare. "Get me to safety." I stagger and fall. The Reds catch me and carry me. Others form around me like legionnaires to escort me to safety. They run with me through the halls, roaring for others to clear a path until Praetorians finally arrive and order them to put me down. The Reds refuse at first and shout at the Praetorians, demanding to know why they didn't protect me. I had to embarrass the guard. That was almost as important as burning Atlas's body beyond recognition. To bind them to me, I had to make the arrogant guard look like fools who failed me again. The Reds relent only when I whisper to them to hand me over. I raise a hand in thanks as the Praetorians rush me away to safety. Demetrius storms up and almost blocks the way into the medbay when my Praetorians arrive with me in their arms. He is a totem of terror, but he lets us pass into the bay. Coriolanus and others of his cabal form a cordon around us after I'm set on the medical bed. "What happened?" Demetrius demands. "Assassins. 1 dead, maybe more. Had help." Each word is a misery with the wound in my mouth. "Find them, Demetrius. They killed them. They killed Roan and Atlas, Marcus and Drusilla too." Death enters Demetrius's eyes. The suspicion toward me is there, but he'll investigate first, then turn that death on me if I'm to blame. For now, he wants immediate retribution.
Who?
There are, Prince. Dustwalkers. Find them. Kill them. He storms off with purpose, his cabal pounding after him. I will not see him again. I hope. Khyber comes to my side after the Medici have removed Cassius's razor. I shoo the Medici from the room. You need me, Dominus? She asks. I pull her close and whisper. Khyber, my defender. A coup. Surely you have felt it. In the guard. I feel the lean muscles of her shoulder stiffen. She nods. It was the cape on Phobos. Roan poisoned me. Her eyes go flinty, no doubt thinking of the sniper who prevented her from joining us on the Dustmaker. He was with the Fear Knight. They were trying to control me. I don't know if there is anyone I can trust. Me, Dominus. I am your whisper. Thank you, Khyber. It will ruin the guard if this comes to light. You have your own circle of trust? She nods. Demetrius and all his cohort are to be found dead, killed by the same Rim assassins who did this to me, yes? She nods again. There are Gorgons hidden in level 31, Block C. Make them disappear. Arrest Captain Pyther. No harm is to come to her. Will you do this for me? For the guard? 13 is your body, she says. Demetrius. Slow or quick? Quick, always, when we can. She almost smiles at my nobility. One more thing, Khyber. I dumped a black bag down the hangar's waste chute. It will be in the recycling queue on level 19. Before anything else, retrieve that bag and hide it in my quarters. Your will be done. She salutes and slips away. The Medici drift in. Patch only what you must to preserve my life, I tell them. My allies and the crew must see my state. We cannot sanitize the truth any longer.
Chapter 85. Darrow. Dusk and Dawn. Nival night approaches, and still all I can think about is Cassius up on the Lightbringer with Lysander. A dozen of Gaia's Dustwalkers lead me across Plutus's skyway. I watch the Lightbringer as we walk. Its spear shape is distorted. They've gotten a shield back over the city, but it will take years to repair the damage from Far's attack. Beyond the broken battle walls, Io darkens as it slides into Jupiter's shadow. Only the Garter glows on. Its artificial suns cast light over the fragile world of orchards, grain fields, and silver mists. Refugee camps fill the distant spaceport and wind through the citrus groves all the way up to the stone folds of the goddess's robes. I hear the camps also cover the next level of the Garter beneath the surface. Demeter of Plutus, the great statue that sits to the north of the city, embedded in the side of a harnessed volcano, wears a passive expression. The goddess clutches a bundle of grain to her chest in her left arm. Her right arm is held out, the hand open, the palm up. In that palm, she cups a simple circular building of European nickel that emits a silvery light. Like moths, the dusky-robed moon lords rise from the city or descend from their ships to attend Diomedes' summit. All the beauty seems so inconsequential when someone you love is in danger. Stone, states, philosophy, they feel so secondary to the fleeting preciousness of life. Beneath the statue, in the agricultural offices in the heart of Plutus, the Dustwalkers deposit me in the room of an arch grower and depart, leaving 2 at the door in reserve.
There, in the simple sitting room, Gaia waits with the man of the hour. Diomedes and his grandmother are both dressed in homespun vestments. Gaia's are brown and gold. Diomedes is the colour of storm. A dragon pin and the lightning bolts of his office the only embellishments. Gaia, curled on a cushion by a window overlooking grain fields toward the statue, does not turn as I enter. The box containing Far's head lies on a chair. Pyrphoros lies in Gaia's lap. I feel possessive of the blade, protective of the daughters who made it and what they'd think of it lying on the lap of the woman who ran the cryptea for half her life. To many, especially Athena, Gaia would be considered the architect of the Rim's subtler form of tyranny. "Any word from Lysander or Cassius?" I asked Diomedes. "Not yet." My anxiety deepens. I glance at the House of Bounty. "We're going to be late to your own summit," I say. "We are still attending, yes?" Diomedes does not answer. Gaia nods at the window toward the building in Demeter's palm. "For 519 years, the Ecclesia have met in the House of Bounty before every cycle. I remember my mother taking me there when I was a girl, sitting on the steps, listening to the growers bicker about the next harvest, the rotation of the crops, the fertilization of the soil. This is the first time it'll host a conference of war. Diomedes has told me of the triumvirate he wants to make with Lune." "It can be a conference of peace, too," I say. "We could end war in our lifetimes. I assume Diomedes has explained his plans with Lune and me. Will you lend support?" Gaia turns a little to look at me. Disgust fills her eyes. "No." I glance at Diomedes. He already knew this. I'm baffled. Diomedes gave me his word. "Diomedes is a servant of the Dominion. His personal guarantees and honor are subservient to his duties," she says. "My son Romulus knew this. He lied about your crime to keep us from war, Darrow. He shamed himself for the sake of his dominion. So too will Diomedes." I feel the world sinking out from under me. She's not going to let me go to the summit. "You're going to let Atlas get away with it," I whisper. "You're going to just swallow it all." "The Volk will pay for their crimes. The daughters are terrorists. Lune will destroy them, and I will destroy you," she says. I search Diomedes' face for signs of shame. There are none. "Atlas is responsible for the deaths of millions of your people," I say. "Yes," she says. "Oh, no. No." "You already knew," I say. "I am cursed to be the mother of fear. My boy is so much like me. He feels too much. He is tortured, but he has his duty, and I have mine. That is what my son told me when he visited me in my cell, when I was held captive by his pet warlord. It was his last revenge, you see. When we sent him as hostage to Luna, I did not see him off. I couldn't bear it. The last words I spoke to him were, 'Do your duty.'" I feel like I am drowning. All my allies, all my people out here will be undone by this woman who is so old she will not live to see the future she steals from them. "You are the matron of House Ra," I say. "You are part of the Moon Council. You have a duty to your people. You would cast the moons into the shadow of another lie. Worse, you'll demand your grandson bear its weight. Tell me, Gaia, how will it feel to watch Diomedes march to the dragon tomb when this lie is uncovered? To watch him waste his life the same way Romulus, your son, wasted his own? I can't help but laugh. Are we amusing you? No, you are tragic. I look at Diomedes, unable to understand. He just watches his grandmother. Gaia hefts Pyrphoros. What does it take to master one of these blades, Darrow? Gaia rasps, but answers without giving me a chance to reply. Pain, discipline, sacrifice. We of the Cryptea have a sacred charge separate from the edicts of the Moon Lords, to keep order in these spheres. The hierarchy is essential to order. Flawed as it may be, the Republic has proven that is not always the case, I reply. 12 years, she cackles. 12 all at war. We have secured contiguous government for more than half a millennium, boy. Your frail experiment hasn't the legs for another year. You think gold is the problem? Pfft. There has always been a human pyramid in every civilization beneath the sun. It is human nature to crawl upward. But if there are not rigid ceilings, everyone will think they should have everything. Then what do you get? An unstable structure at war with itself. Ravenous resource consumption. The despoilment of natural habitats, beauty, worlds. Your republic and your free market rape natural sanctuaries, poach rare beasts to extinction, consume, devour what took an epoch of order to build. She glares at me. I can speak 21 dead tongues, name every species of wildlife in our spheres, recite the caloric intake of at least 130 cities in this dominion. I have dedicated my life to the study of social engineering, to the history of humanity, and you tell me that a Red who can't name 5 moons of Ilium should have the same say in government? Democracy gives humanity what it wants, boy. The hierarchy gives humanity what it needs. Structure and hope to escape our own stupidity. My son Atlas knows that my duty to the hierarchy supersedes all others. Even my great love of Rim independence. That is why he told me of his work here, face to face. He knows I will be trapped in silence. He knows I understand the chaos that will awaken if his work here seeps into the light of day. He even granted me a boon, and said Far would solve the problem of the daughters for me. His last words were, "Do your duty, mother." I stare at Diomedes. His face is unreadable. Diomedes, you can't really go along with this. You can't be that full of shit. Gaia looks at her grandson with absolute love. Diomedes is a servant of the Dominion, of his ancestors, of the hierarchy. She extends Pyrphoros to him. He takes it. The blood of Akari swirls in his veins, so he will do his sworn duty. He will keep his silence. He will bear this disgusting lie for the greater good, and he will kill you, here and now. What of my guest rights? I ask. Have you eaten bread? She asks. I almost laugh again. I'll die because of a bloody damn technicality. So what does she make of your new oath, Diomedes? I ask. I was waiting for the proper moment to tell her. It is now. He looks at the guards by the door. Leave. They wait for Gaia to nod before obeying. When they have gone, Diomedes stares hard at me. then wraps Pyrphoros around his own neck, hands his grandmother the handle, and then goes to his knees. Gaia stares in shock. "What is this?" I feel exultant, and watch Diomedes in admiration, a true man of honor. He looks up at his grandmother and says, "Gold has failed its duty, grandmother, in the core and here. When we failed to protect the people, even from our own blood, the daughters of Ares had to do it for us. How are they terrorists? On Europa, they saved millions, both by harboring refugees and taking part in the assault on Far. When defense was needed, they offered it freely and paid with their lives. I have sworn to protect them, to take up their cause as my own. Tonight, when I become hegemon, I will deal with the matters before us, but I will, in time, pursue the cause of dismantling the hierarchy. I will reform our laws. I will demolish the crypteia. You've said it yourself. The Achilles heel of the court has always been greed, and ours has always been pride. I tire of both. So do the people. Gold has failed. We need order, yes, but not the same order that brought us here." Horrified, Gaia looks about to reply, but Diomedes is on a roll. It is the most verbose I have ever seen the man. "I will not swallow this monstrous lie of Atlas. I will not make nice with Atalantia, who treats the lives of millions as a game. Akari asked for gold to be philosopher kings. Maybe we were that way once. Now we are just dragons guarding our treasure. We may be superior in intelligence, in our lifespans, in our capacity for violence, but not in our humanity. We failed, grandmother, long before Atlas set his warlord on us, long before Rhea. We are medieval. We are grotesque. I love you with all my heart, but you represent a past that fears the future. I will not accept that. So, if it is true that the young cannot teach the old, and the old must always teach the young, kill me, for I will learn no other way." If anyone else had said such a thing to Gaia, she would laugh at them, but Diomedes is not a man fond of hyperbole. Gaia watches him with shock, then disbelief, then horror, then anger, and finally absolute misery. A burst of grief escapes her mouth. Tears stream. "No, Diomedes, no, no." She flings away the handle of the weapon and tries to pull him up, but it's like moving an anvil. He pushes the weapon back into her hands. "Diomedes, stop this. It's because of her, isn't it? That viper in our garden, Ori. She's cast a spell on you." She slaps him. "Wake up!" She slaps him again. "You betray all your ancestors. Our family has been devoured. You are our future." "I am," Diomedes says. "So believe in me. I will honor Akari. I will protect the people. I will bring order, but in my own way." Gaia looks up to the ceiling, as if to ask the heavens why they cursed her with this affliction. Then she hardens, looks at her grandson, rests her thumb on the retraction toggle of the handle of Pyrphoros, as if she's about to take off his head. He watches her in sadness, but he will not yield. He will not bend. His convictions are iron, and when she realizes that, Gaia breaks. The weapon falls from her hand, and she sinks to the floor in grief. Diomedes unwraps Pyrphoros from his neck and wraps his arms around his grandmother. He whispers to her, and she buries her head in his chest. All the grief from these last months, and maybe even this last decade, pours out of her. Her frail body shakes for some time before growing still. After a few minutes, Diomedes helps Gaia stand. "The summit is nigh. I will need your support, grandmother. This family has more to do." Her eyes are raw and red from crying. They fix on the door. She is frozen. "Grandmother, I heard you. Will you help us?" "I cannot. But I will not oppose you." "That is not enough," he says, and tilts her head up and looks her in the eyes. "When my brother died at the Battle of Ilium, you told me it was my duty to take his place as heir to the Dominion. You are the matron of House Ra, but you are more than that. You are our link to the generations who came before. Most of your contemporaries have faded into the mists of history. It is not yet your time to fade. Shine bright for me, grandmother. Lend me the light of your wisdom, your cunning, your fame. Atlas claimed your duty is to keep his secret. Atlas is wrong. Your duty is not silence. Your duty is to use your voice." The words and the conviction behind them animate Gaia. She touches his cheek. "My little storm. I have waited so long for you to realize your strength is not in your arms, that it is like this." She laughs. "I will never agree with you on this course of action, but maybe that is natural. I am the dusk now. You are the dawn. I have lived. I have had my say. I will help you have yours. That is what your father and mother would have wanted." I look out the window. The darkness beyond the garter is now complete. "It is Nival night," I say. "It's time." "Then we go," Diomedes says, "and we must trust Lysander and Cassius will meet us at the summit." Chapter 86. Darrow. Nival night. I wait in the small chamber beneath the House of Bounty's speaking floor. Periodically I glance at the entrance, hoping to see it open, and Cassius waltz in carrying a box and wearing his cocksure smile. As time ticks on, anxiety starts to creep in. Diomedes' condemnation of his uncle and his wicked schemes is muffled through the walls. Now and then the stone rumbles with the anger of the Moon Lords. There is a pause that must mean they are voting for a hegemon. A cheer trembles through the stone, followed by Diomedes' voice and a grumble of anger. Diomedes' voice again, then silence. A moment later, Diomedes comes through the chamber's door. He now wears a pure black cape and a ring with a black stone that swirls with motes of dust. "I am hegemon. It is time." I glance at the room's other door. Lysander and Cassius are not here yet. No. I had wanted to present the lords the truth, then the heads of Atlas and Fa at the same time to show no favoritism. But Lysander is late, so you have the honor of going first. You told them about Lysander's involvement with Atlas? Yes, I revealed to them its full nature, and the mission I have charged him with. They also know you saved my life, and of your heroism on Europa. They do not know what you carry, however. He nods to the box in my lap. Come. He departs and leaves the door open behind him. I follow with a last glance at the other door. I walk through the stone tunnel to the sound of Diomedes' voice. Should you draw blood from this man, you draw that blood from me. Honoring the Rim ritual of not bringing the dirt of the external world into the sacred meeting, I remove my boots at the end of the tunnel and slide on a pair of slippers before stepping out to join Diomedes. In his full power, he stands in the center of the speaking floor, holding a plain black spear, the spear of Akari. It is made of duroglass to show the dangers of war. I walk toward him under the gaze of the 3 Olympic knights who stand to either side of the speaking floor. They must be the only members of their order to have survived Far's invasion. Knees crackle in the risers, and robes shift as the Moon Lords stand to watch me approach Diomedes. There is an emblem of a golden flower on the floor. When I join Diomedes atop the emblem, he breaks a piece of bread from a loaf, and I eat it. After this guest rite, he nods for me to proceed. Now, as a guest of all the Moon Lords, I turn to face them. War has pruned the legislative body of its numbers and many of its military-age members. But Atlas must have wanted an audience for his horrors, because they look as if they must have been in session when Far attacked. Though their robes are identical, each of the lords carries a heavy iron staff. The staffs are unremarkable, except for the iron hand on the end of each. These iron hands clutch the sphere the Lord represents. The depictions of their worlds are as beautiful and colorful as the staffs are austere. The Lords are despicable in so many ways, but there is dignity here in their cloudy gold eyes and hair shot through with white. Though not all are old, many are very young and must be the only members left in their delegation who survived the invasion, because the young ones sit alone. Silent, noble, they all watch me with contempt. You know me. I am Darrow of Mars, Arch-Imperator of the Republic, and I come to present a gift, ask a boon, and to beg your pardon. My gift first. I set the box on the floor and pull out the head of Volsung Fa by its valor tail. It shifts the wintry weather of the room like a storm god. There is no sound. The dignity the Moon Lords are obliged to retain before an enemy like me would not allow that. Yet they regard the head of Fa with relief in their eyes, pure, sweet relief. Gaia is the first to bang her staff on the floor. The entire room follows her lead, even the Kodovan of Ganymede, whose dockyards I once destroyed. They recognize and affirm the gift and the worthiness of the act. The acclaim goes on for almost a minute. When it ends, I go to a knee. The Moon Lords sit. Their slippers whisper against the stone, their knees crackle, their robes shift. I have slain your enemy, but I am the same man who turned the guns on the dockyards of Ganymede after the Battle of Ilium. That battle secured your independence, but my act cost the lives of thousands of your citizens and deprived the Rim of its best tool to secure a brighter future. We were allies. The act was dishonorable and a crime. I know I cannot hope to have your forgiveness as a man for that, but I hope to attain your formal pardon for the benefit of the peoples we represent. No staffs recognize my apology, not even Gaia's. The senators of the Republic would be awed by the expressions of the Lords. They are models of rugged, impassive haughtiness. I have told you how this man saved my life after Kaliki and his defense of the peoples of Europa, but now you wonder why I have asked him here, Diomedes says. It was a reason important enough for him to risk coming here. I'm sure you think it was no risk. After all, we know his life is not in jeopardy. If we found him in the field, or if he'd entered this chamber as an interloper, his life would, of course, be forfeit. But as a guest of the Moon Council, who has now eaten of the same loaf that filled your mouths, never. But in his mind,
It was dangerous for him to even walk in here, where any one of you could charge down and cut off his head. Because that is the world he comes from. That is the type of gold he has long battled and been conditioned to expect. He is a consequence and a product of core gold tyranny. He does not know us very well. For us and for him, that is a good thing. He came and risked your wrath because I, as hegemon, have offered to restore the military alliance my father made with the Rising. The Moon Lords, silent so far, now erupt like a volcano. I glance back at Diomedes. He gives me an amused smile and motions me to stand. He tilts his head to Gaia. She rises in a fury and raves with her staff at the other lords. "Now, you roar! You, Phoenix, who fled Europa and left your own people to die! You, Isagoras, who cowered behind Ganymede's shields! Now you are brave! Now that Darrow has slain the beast and saved Europa! Now that my grandson has unveiled the Master! Shame! Shame! Ungracious toads! You listened to the bombardments. You listened to the screams of your people. Listen now to your hegemon, who still bears the shadow of battle upon his body." She sits and glowers. Diomedes forges ahead into the silence his grandmother carved. "For almost 12 years we have known independence. 12 years out of the 700 of our existence. 12 years because we formed an alliance with a fledgling movement and a young warlord. 12 years of independence purchased for the price of a dockyard. Who would not have paid that price?" He peers around. In that moment, he's not an orator. He's a blacksmith eyeing a piece of iron that doesn't want to bend. Now he works the bellows. Our worlds are fragile, far apart. It is in our nature to be practical, except when we don't want to be. We are furious because trading those dockyards was not our choice. We take pride in having a choice. But isolation is not a choice. It is a fate. If we do not pick a side, others will choose for us. Our history and this fraudulent invasion prove that. Our enemy is and has always been the tyrannical nature of the golds in the core. Today, they manifest as Atlas and Atalantia. That is why I have offered Darrow and Lysander to form a triumvirate against them. "Then where is Lune?" a Kodovan woman asks. "Atlas, Lysander. It is easy to throw around their names when they are not here. Why does Lune not come and face his shame like Darrow has?" "Lune has been unwavering in his respect toward the Rim," Diomedes replies. "He sailed out here as a friend, as an ally. I have no doubt he will yet again prove himself to be a man of honor who seeks unity instead of division. When he joins us, he will bring the head of the puppet master to join that of the puppet." He gestures to Far's head. "Then he will ask your pardon as Darrow has for the concessions he made to Atlas." "When?" the Kodovan asks. "Soon," Diomedes says, with a glance at me. I can barely think of anything but Cassius up there fighting the Fear Knight. He and Diomedes can't both be wrong about Lysander. Can they? Calliston asks very softly, "I do not understand. Are we not to seek vengeance, then, against the braves who did the raping, the killing, the burning? My moon is not just broken. It is ash." Diomedes considers. "An enemy seeks a corn hound on you. It rips out your liver, kills your friends? Do you spend your treasure, your life, hunting down the hound, or the enemy who unleashed it? Atalantia sponsored this attack. She helped lure us into the war. I would turn that corn hound, the Volk, on her, and watch with a smile as it rips her to shreds. Am I to simply forget the wound Darrow rent in my moon when our docks fell? The Godovan asks. Yes, if you want to keep your moon, Gaia says. Atalantia will come. Not tomorrow, not the day after. But when she comes, she'll kill everyone in this room who does not kneel. Even if you kneel, she will probably kill you and install one of her creatures in your ancestral home. She does not need to compromise. We cannot beat her alone, so we must compromise. Diomedes' attention has shifted to a green attendant signaling him. He motions the attendant over. The green whispers in his ear, and Diomedes lifts a hand for silence. We are receiving a tight beam from the bridge of the Lightbringer, he announces with a smile, and motions the green to put it on. The hairs on the back of my neck rise. Why a tight beam? I ask Diomedes. Why is Lysander not coming in person? Chapter 87. Darrow. Casus Belli. The pyramidal holocaster glows to life. Hundreds of gulds fill the bridge of the Lightbringer and stand arrayed behind Lysander. I recognize a few. Cicero our votum stands at Lysander's right, wearing an expression of contempt. Lysander is covered in blood and horrific wounds. His cheek has been punctured. His chest, too. His left arm is savaged and hangs limp. His face is swollen, yet it is the darkness of his eyes that haunts me. All hope and warmth drain from my body. Something is terribly wrong. As Lysander speaks, the wound on his cheek reveals his molars. Salve, brothers and sisters of the Rim. In the spirit of friendship, unity, and honor, when you cried out for aid, I set sail without hesitation. I called on my allies to set aside your past treasons, to forget that it was the Ra that slaughtered the Sword Armada at Ilium with Darrow and the Rising, to forgive the Ra who made the deal that sent the Rising to attack Luna and set fire to the Society. I look over at Diomedes. He is stricken with confusion, but Lune isn't done. My allies showed the strength of their character. They forgave. They forgot. They sailed. They risked their lives, their people, their treasure, and delayed the siege of Mars, all to help you. Only to find Darrow, our great enemy, once again a guest in your house, drawing up schemes for war in the core. Only for me, who vouched for you, to be attacked by assassins sent up from the Garter. I bear the marks of their efforts on my body. I live only because of the sacrifice of Vrone T. Flavinius, one of our greatest patriots. I am sick with grief and disgusted you would send a man after me whom I once considered a brother. Look on what you've done. A body is dropped from above. It sways from a rope tied around its neck. His neck. I am gripped by a great stillness. My skin crawls. The world takes on a dreamlike quality. Words are muffled, sight two-dimensional. I waver, struck dumb. Cassius. Pressure builds in my chest. My beautiful, brave friend hangs like a carcass in a butcher's freezer. He is naked and brutalized, his arms broken. Blood leaks from dozens of bullet holes and stab wounds. His sword hand is missing. The hand that used to reach over and squeeze my shoulder as we sat in the cockpit of his ship. The hand that used to grip my wrist to correct my blade form. The hand he drank with and would gesture with like a trained orator as he spoke. Tears poured down my face. I hurt all over. He is dead. Cassius. This is a nightmare. I'll wake up in my bunk on the Archie and find him yawning in the cockpit. I cover my mouth to stop myself from crying out in pain. Why did he go? Why did he have to go? Why didn't he just wait for me on his ship? It's such a waste. I just got him back. I can't think of anything but him smiling on the Archimedes when I told him we were brothers, and he agreed, and how he then just sat there in such contentment. So safe with me. Why did he go? I don't want to be here. I want to be home with Virginia's arms around me, or back with him in the cockpit. We should have stayed on Europa. We should have fought. Dying at his side would have been better than this. I'd trade him for all the ships, all these moon lords. He was worth them all put together. Diomedes is talking. I can't hear what he says. He's enraged. I've never heard him so angry. Then I look over and see the tears streaming down his face. He points at Lysander. Loon, you are a liar, and your empty words are evil. We spoke of Atlas. You confessed his involvement. Who would not agree to a fiction to survive a meeting with Darrow? I only escaped as a child because I put the Dawn Scepter in Virginia's hand. But I ask you, where is the Fear Knight? Lurking in the shadows? So he must be all around us all the time. Too often the Rising has blamed him for every evil that besets it. One man cannot be everywhere. I know for a fact he has been seen in operations in South America. Hundreds of witnesses can attest, as my allies can attest to my character. Darrow has poured poison in your ear and called it honey. I know you are a good man, Diomedes, but you have been manipulated, as have you, my noble moon lords. An enemy besets you, an enemy who has fought for years by Darrow's side, led by the father of the man Darrow still claims as brother. And then Darrow arrives, as if by magic, to deliver your Diomedes from the clutches of doom and present himself as your savior. I am too heartbroken and disgusted to speak. Gaia does for me. You wretched worm! Weasel! Gaia snaps. Foul tyrant seed! I spoke to my son Atlas. I looked in his face. I heard from his own mouth the game he has been playing. Atlas did all this only to reveal himself to you and let you live? Lysander frowns. Strange. Gaia, you are a spy master. You know how ludicrous your story must sound. Is there any person in that room who hates the Corps more than you? Your husband was killed by my grandmother's orders, as were some of your kin when they rose up in arms against their sovereign. My lords, has she advocated for an alliance with Darrow? The Moon Lords look at each other. I could kill them all. Diomedes motions me to stay silent, as if Loon was leaving room for anyone else to speak. I watch the man prattle with a heart full of hate. Romulus was tricked by Darrow. Diomedes has been tricked by Darrow. The Ra have failed you, my lords. I came out here to save Ilium because I believe in unity. I believe in reform, peace, prosperity for the high and low. I believe in order and the sacrifice needed to achieve it. But I also believe in tolerance and forgiveness. My allies and I will still destroy the Volk threat and the insurgents on Europa and sail home at no cost to you. No cost, save proof that we are united in the pursuit of peace. That proof is simple. Render Darrow unto me, or face the consequences. The Moon Lords, who have so far been entertaining Lysander's Tower of Lies and allowing him to cast the shadow of doubt over Diomedes' honor, show their true character. Without even looking at one another, they stand in unison against the ultimatum. Pride may be their folly, but it is also their beauty. Diomedes speaks for them. Darrow has eaten the bread of this body. He is a guest. We decline your ultimatum. It is impossible. Lysander, I have offered you another path. You say the Slave King has saved you. Very well. Let the Slave King feed you. The signal dies. The Moon Lords, all standing, wonder what the hell just happened. I am still slowed by the loss of Cassius. Diomedes turns to me, absolutely astonished at the bald-faced lies. Lysander knows your ways, I say, numb. He knows we have evidence. This call wasn't for the Lords. It was to show his allies he has a casus belli. You need to get your people to safety, if you can. I look at the slippers on my feet, everyone's feet, and I feel dread in my belly. Diomedes is about to say something, and then his eyes widen. We need more people like Diomedes in the world. He is true. He is noble. But unfortunately, that also makes him naive to the extremities evil will embrace. The Moon Lords are naive as well, because they think Lysander came to them in earnest to win their approval, as if their approval means shit to a man with a moonbreaker. None of them yet understand that Lysander was just covering his ass before committing a war crime. The realization comes to Diomedes as a bar of light in the distance divides the blackness of his pupils. I turn to follow his gaze in time to see the catacomb-like darkness of Nival night beyond the Garter become as bright as a Mercurian summer day. Particle cannons. A column of light links the Lightbringer to the golden horizon of Demeter's grain fields. The columns multiply, stemming from the Lightbringer and then from the Bellona and Votum ships. To the east, one of the atmosphere bubbles pops in slow motion, like a water balloon pierced with a needle. Orchards and grain fields flash burn as the superheated air ignites everything in its path. The shield dome of Plutus bangs like a gong struck by an avalanche as the particle beams hit the shield to form a cathedral of light and sound thunder over the city. The noise wakens me from my stupor of sorrow. I have faced many bombardments on 3 separate planets. They are the definition of hell. Far worse than anything else in war because of the helplessness they instill. Yet I have never been caught off guard like this. Like a civilian. No armor, no plan, no resources, no men, no grav boots, kilometers from my ship. The terror sweeps the humanity out of me, out of the Moon Lords, and we turn into mice scrambling for the exit. "Order!" Diomedes calls, and the 3 other Olympic knights rush from the side of the room to echo him. The authority in his voice is a tonic to our panic. "Evacuate by seniority!" Marveling at the near-instantaneous reversion from chaos to discipline, I watch the Moon Lords file toward the main exit by rows. I peer out from between the columns of the House of Bounty, scanning the air over the city, over the burning grain fields to the east and the burning orchards to the west, and I see what I feared. They fly low, visible only because of the light that shines off their plating. Missiles. The recently restored defensive shield over Plutus is strong, nigh impenetrable due to its energy coming from the tidal shifting of the moon itself, but there are always gaps for missiles to slide in under. The decapitation stroke is on its way. The city's remaining defensive towers target the missiles and detonate the barrage shy of the House of Bounty. The missiles still tear a hole in the cityscape a kilometer wide.
The House of Bounty shudders and lurches from the shockwave. I keep my feet. I'm one of the few who do. Diomedes and the Olympic Knights shout for the Moon Lords to move faster and carry the old. Something hits the building. A carving of a dryad breaks free of the ceiling and falls to crush a teenage Moon Lord who likely never held his world staff before today. Sticking out from under the statue, his hand twitches for the staff. It is out of reach. His hand takes on the same shape of the iron hand that grips the world he will never see again. His home, Triton. Then hairline fractures race through the ceiling. I sidestep a piece of rubble before it crushes me. Gaia, who has stayed behind to help a colleague, sidesteps another dryad as it crashes down. A shudder goes through the building as something slams into its roof. A crack races through the wall into one of the pillars holding up the exit arch. The pillar begins to lean inward. If it goes, the arch will collapse, and we'll be trapped with a sheer drop to either side. I shout a warning to Diomedes and race up the risers to jump over the Moon Lords who clog the exit artery. I shove my way through the leaner, moon-born bodies just as the lower half of the pillar caves inward. I arrest its collapse, taking the weight on my shoulder. Something pops on impact, maybe my collarbone. My feet scrabble on the ground until they find a crack between the paving stones. On Earth, with its punishing gravity, I could not hope to bear the burden of the pillar. On Io, I can take 5 times the weight. I grunt and roar with effort, holding the pillar up and holding back the collapse of the exit. Moon Lords flow past me. My body is breaking, the weight compacting my vertebrae. I am losing my battle against the stone. Then Diomedes is with me. Then a woman, her face centimeters from my own. Greca au Kodovan, whose dockyards I destroyed. And then 2 more Olympic Knights. Together we push against the pillar. It feels like an eternity. It must be less than half a minute. Then a hand grabs my shoulder, and all together we throw ourselves through the exit arch. It collapses behind us with a grumble of stone. Something hits me in the back of the head. I trip and fall. My vision swims. The world groans and shakes all around me. I struggle to get up, my shoulder a ruin, to see a leathery hand extending down toward me. I grip it, and Gaia pulls me up with surprising strength. Stumbling like drunks after the Moon Lords, we pass through the antechamber filled with washing pools, where the lords doffed their skip boots for the ceremonial slippers, through another chamber where incense still burns in braziers. I feel the building tilting under my feet. Then we're through the antechambers, out under the blazing, thundering sky. Rock grumbles and cracks behind us. I glance over my slumped right shoulder. The House of Bounty is gone. The great hand of Demeter upon which it sat has broken off at the wrist. For a moment, a single Moon Lord stands in its place, frozen in time, his hand outstretched, his mouth open. But there is no ground beneath his slippers, and he follows the building down into the abyss. The Moon Lords ignore the landing pads and carry on along stone stairs cut into the statue. They disappear into an aperture beneath Demeter's right breast, one after the other. I must have been hit in the head harder than I thought, because I swoon on the stairs. Gaia's grip on my belt keeps me from tumbling over the side. There is nothing to do but follow the quickening current of bodies into the statue. By the time I realize we've made it to safety, the statue seals the door behind us. The affectations of antiquity do not grace its interior. A modern lift lies within. Not one of the gulls rejoices in surviving their near brush with death. Their faces are drawn, pale, lacerated by broken stones, and their eyes hopeless as Lysander's ships make their world shudder. "You really should think about changing the slipper policy," Cassius would say right now. Crammed together with them, my right shoulder probably broken, blood slithering down the back of my neck. I think again of Cassius swaying on the end of that rope. I sink into my grief as we descend down and down through a chute into the metal and stone world of bunkers. A shudder goes through me. My heart weighs as much as a planet. It was all finally starting to go so well. Medici greet us when we arrive in a bunker. They tend to us and start to usher away the wounded. Diomedes turns to face the others. His shoulder is fleeced of skin after his efforts with the pillar. The Moon Lords look no better. Their robes are tattered, their skin flayed by stone. Diomedes looks gutted, lost, almost insane.
There are people on the surface. People in the second level. There are people everywhere.
He nods after the Medici.
That way lies safety. Shelter. The garages and tunnels to the surface are this way.
He takes off at a jog toward the garages. All but the oldest of the Moon Lords follow.
Carry me,
Gaia says. I look down to see the old woman glaring up at me. Blood sluices down her left leg.
Carry me, Gaia. I can't run, but I can fly. Shoulders shut. Get on my back, I say.
The old matron of House Ra clambers onto my back, and I take off at a run. Chapter 88. Lysander, the Sack of Demeter. A lone piece of ash twirls down from the sky. I catch it on my hand. The fire is spreading from the eastern garter, Kuiper reports. The air has started to smell like smoke. I rub the ash into my palm.
No matter, we're almost done here.
I watch a loader mech slowly pulling a giant plum tree from the ground. Thick as 4 greys lined abreast with long, narrow leaves and huge blue plums. The trees are the culmination of centuries of horticultural splicing and research by the growers of House Ra. I turn from the excavation and walk, surrounded by Kuiper's trusted Praetorians, toward the mobile command post where my house horticulturalists oversee the sack of the garter. Industry bustles all around. Hundreds of mechs trundle with trees toward waiting transports. Ripwings buzz the sky. Praetorians land in curtains of dust, dragging trussed Ra growers behind them. 3 stories from the ground, Pallas stands with my growers atop the command post. She turns with a smile as I arrive.
"Ah, Lysander! Lucilla here was just apprising me of the haul," she says. "Lady Bellona will be impressed."
"Not upset I'm going into the produce business?" I ask.
"As long as you stay clear of helium, she will revel in your success. You have creditors to pay, after all."
"What a trove, Lysander! The value of the fruit trees alone rivals all the gold of Persepolis. I'll not lie. I told the lady this adventure was nothing more than an expensive lark. I couldn't have been more wrong." She points at 2 passing mechs.
"What are those, Lucilla?"
"Ah, a prized pair. Those Prunus domestica caeruleum will be the first of their kind in the Corps, Domina," my arch-grower Lucilla says. Pallas sighs. "I feel like I'm watching Noah's Ark load, but the animals are all made of money." Lucilla was selected for my household by Glerestes, or rather by Exeter. She is a plain brown woman with narrow ochre eyes, a stout body, and ambition far beyond her 36 years. Until now, she has just been an expensive eccentricity on my household roster. I am grateful now for Exeter's foresight. In the 16 hours since the bombardment's inception, she has earned her keep 10 million times over.
"Lysander, might I borrow a Praetorian?" Pallas asks.
I nod. She has more respect than to pick Kuiper. Her eyes fall on Draconis, one of Kuiper's favorites. I'm told he shot Demetrius in the head, personally. He is a dark-skinned man, with bright eyes, a solemn face, and an optimistic disposition. He despised the kill pool nonsense, and is apparently Kuiper's best mate. "I'm lusting for some plums. Fetch me 2, please." Draconis pops into the air on his grav boots and returns with 2 plums. Pallas eats one and tosses one back to Draconis. "What do you think?"
He tastes. Just desserts, Domino. Couldn't have said it better myself, Pallas says, and pats my shoulder. Well done. Fires are coming. What's the haul, Lucilla? I ask. The majority of the Western agricultural portfolio is now under our control, Lucilla says, and begins to go into details. I listen and watch my troops. Below, caked in dust, ash, sweat, and occasionally blood, groups of Praetorians and House Legionnaires flow in from looting seed banks and capturing valuable human assets. You are confident these trees can grow in the core? I ask Lucilla, interrupting her. I've lost nearly 100 Praetorians in this endeavour already. We have already begun preparing to adapt the cellular samples to Mercury's biome. Mercury? Pallas asks with raised eyebrows. Rim horticulture outpaces the cores by a century at least. With the DNA sequences alone, we can close that gap within the year, I say. In 5 years, I will make the waste of Ledon a crop heartland, fertile enough to feed the whole of Luna, and then some. I hear rebels make good fertilizers, Pallas says. Cicero must be delighted, as you must be. The revenues will be immense. I nod. It's about time my house diversified its portfolio. Yes, can't sell power alone. She glances up at our ships above. Walk me to my craft, Loon. I walk with Pallas to her ship. She flew a custom ripwing down instead of a shuttle, one of the charioteer's many eccentricities. She appraises me in its shadow. I apologize. After your games on Mercury, I told Lady Bellona you didn't have the stomach for this sort of enterprise. I didn't yet, I say. What changed? She asks. I was taught how the worlds work, I say. If you don't have the stomach to win, there's plenty of people who do, and will. Well said. She looks around and steps closer, her voice low. The lady will appreciate how this was done, Lysander. We still have our hero narrative, thanks to Darrow and the perfidious Moonies, and now we have also bewildering prophets. Some of the reformers may blanch at this, but our clients are perfectly satisfied. None can even detect the smell of bullshit radiating from you. That's a compliment. Bullshit? I ask, innocent. Flavinius isn't the only Praetorian missing. Kyber is the only one on your personal detail to survive your little purge, it seems. The assassins were very thorough, I say. How thorough? She tilts her head. Do I have to sleep with one eye open? You have nothing to fear, I say. An invisible weight falls off her shoulders. My. Really? She brushes ash from my hair. Remind me to stay on your good side. She pulls herself onto the wing of her craft. Cicero. He's valuable and a sweetheart. Polish this up with him, and I'll polish up Cassius with the lady, yes? That can be done. She pauses. It's best she does not see his body. Julia is a realist, but also a mother. You understand? I nod and back away as she takes off. I find Cicero near the burn line, watching the wall of fire creep across the grain fields. His eyes are red, and his shoulders and hair covered with ash. I follow his gaze toward a huge grove of olive trees. Several dozen growers stand facing the oncoming fire, holding hands. They give each individual tree a name, he says when he hears me approach. They said they sing to them, and it makes the trees happy, and a happy tree produces better fruit. Why aren't those growers in the sanctuary? I ask. 3 cities will be spared bombardment. I know not everyone will make it there, but it seemed decent to spare as many as possible. The infrastructure is the target, not the civilians. They said the trees were their children, and they will die with them. Then they spat on me. He turns, He looks miserable. I know the Ra and Darrow tried to kill you, but these growers, they just live here. What they said was beautiful. This place was beautiful. This place is military infrastructure, Cicero. It feeds sedition, disunity. I know this act feels monstrous. I know it does not feel right. If it did, we would be monsters. I think of the pain I feel, and will probably feel forever, for killing Cassius. When we lose something, we remember only the good, and yearn for that. We forget the bad. We forget the Rim's transgressions. We forget the war back home started just up there. I point to the sky. Half measures only lengthen the road to peace, and make that peace all the more fragile. This was necessary. He sighs and looks up at the falling ash. They will call us Ash Lords. No, Cicero. A man once told me that the burning of Rhea was a mistake only because Octavia assumed the credit. That man was wrong. The burning of Rhea was a mistake only because it targeted the wrong organ, the heart of that rebellion. We have targeted the stomach. The Ra, if they survive, and the Moon Lords will either crawl to us for food or kiss our feet and call us deliverers, or their people will rebel, and we will sail and they will call us Domini. He says nothing. Look at me, Cicero. He does. You are, 36? You and I will live for 150 years more. I will end this war, and the 150 years that follow will be a time of unity, healing, and building. Those who die now do so that billions more may live in peace. We will need your good heart then. I touch his chest. Together we will construct wonders, explore near stars, spread light further into darkness than ever before. You and me. Now come, it's time we depart. He smiles at my last words and lets me pull him away. But before we take off, he glances back to watch the growers burn. The Archimedes idles in the hangar. Before I called down to Diomedes and Darrow, I had Kyber send a team to retrieve it. Thanks to Atlas, I knew right where it would be. It was bad enough to kill Cassius. I could not bring myself to also destroy his ship. It feels like it is part of him, and if it is destroyed, he will truly be gone. Pyther stands over Cassius's corpse, which lies atop a grav sled. I approach and set down the helmet of Ares on the sled. He took it long ago, when he knew his duty. Seems right he should keep it. Pyther does not look up. Cassius is dressed in a snow-white tunic and pants. I had Exeter sew a morning-night badge onto one of my cloaks for him. He does not look asleep or at peace in death. Too much damage was done to his corpse by my Praetorians after they saw Roan's body. Knowing that this is not how I wish to remember him, I close my eyes and picture the first time we met in the halls of the Citadel of Light. How dashing he looked, standing between pillars gripped by jasmine, his blue cape fluttering, the Bellona wings on the shoulders of his court armour catching the light like pearls. I hang my head in wordless sorrow. If only he had left when I asked. I consider entering the Archimedes again, but there is nothing waiting for me inside except the past, and the past is dead. Pyther's eyes are bloodshot. Her work of sneaking Cassius aboard was discovered not long after I relieved her of command. My Praetorians, except Kyber and her circle, think she already escaped. She speaks only when I free her from her manacles. "You're still sacking the garter?" she says, noting the faint tremble of the ship. "Yes." 17 hours. "Yes," I say heavily. "If I ever see you again, I will kill you," she says. "So why not kill me now? too good to punch down? I'm not a monster, Pyther. Cassius was an enemy combatant. You are not a fighter. I cannot kill you in cold blood any more than I can bear to bring his body home to his mother. I know that is not what he would have wanted. In the end, he chose Darrow, the Republic. They killed him, so let them bury him. She won't even look at me. Did he kill Atlas? Yes. Good. You didn't deserve to kill that dragon. Cassius did. He was a true knight. Can I go? Wounded that she has nothing more to say, I nod. She pushes Cassius along on the grav sled toward the Archimedes and disappears inside. She will go to the Republic, I know, and carry with her sensitive information. But I know what she knows, and that presents opportunities to lay traps. The ship rumbles as it lifts off. I feel a little sad as she turns the cannons my way. When she discovers they do not work, she flies out of the hangar and soon disappears. Kyber waits for me by the exit. Kyber, I owe you a great thanks, not merely for helping me stop the Fear Knight's coup, but for bringing honor back to the Guards. I want no more of this kill-pool nonsense, no more cabals within cabals. There are still Gorgons amongst the ranks. We will sniff them out together. 13 is a sacred legion, Dominus. It's part of the body of the blood. It is a part of you, Dominus. I will allow no corruption to gain a foothold. I touch her shoulder. The whisper has never spoken more than in these last 24 hours, but command suits her, and the men respect her. With Roan dead, there are very few candidates to replace him as dukes. There are many Golds who have already solicited me for the post. But it is important for all to know how close Grey is to my heart. I need someone the Praetorians respect. The post is yours, Kyber. Kyber salutes. Gratitude, Dominus. I will support you in every endeavor. I pat her shoulder, and my comm trills with an urgent message from the bridge. I stand with the holograms of Cicero and Pallas, reviewing the sensor report from their scouts. Do we have any idea where this second fleet came from? I ask. No, Cicero says. They are most likely Rim-style designs, some decades old, but it looks like the Pandora is the flagship. Very strange. We can't hit the Volk fleet before they unite, I say. And it looks like combined they will cause us some problems. Perhaps even have the edge. It'll almost certainly come down to boarding actions. We're faster than the Volk, so I'm of the mind to pass on this scrap. What do your clients think? Pallas laughs. When your transports dropped off their packages, their eyes started glowing. I gave a few of the horticultural spoils to each of the houses that contributed ships. Nothing compared to my own personal share of the treasure, but the revenue from just a single breed of bean or tree will pay for their expedition and more. Far more. I say we head home with the victory, the riches, and get back to the real war. If these mongrels want to fight, let them meet there, where we outnumber them 4-1. I agree, Cicero says. My sister's held down the fort long enough. Mercury will bloom after this, and my clients have barely lost 500 men and women, all told. Enough shadows and dust. Let us home. I long to feel the sun. Home it is, then, I say. I take a seat in Pyther's chair as the pilot guides us away. I look at the world I leave behind. The green band that once circled Io's equator is gone, replaced by a conflagration that mirrors the hellish flames of Io's many volcanoes. I wish I could finish off the Volk and be certain Diomedes and Darrow are dead, but with the bounty of the Rim in my pocket, my Praetorians scourged of the disloyal, the Ascomani purged, and the strings that made me a puppet excised from my limbs and heart, I give the order for my ships to sail back to the core at full torch. Later, I return to my room and sit in the quiet of the place where I sat when I spoke with Cassius. The imprint of his body still marks the sofa where he sat. I feel empty and melancholic, but also strangely at peace. I fetch Atlas's bag from where Khyber stored it and set it on the table. I open it. Inside, still stained with Cassius's blood, are 14 golden cubes. I think that's where I went wrong with Atlas. He might have needed Diomedes or Vela to open the vault, but I don't think Diomedes knew anything about Orpheus or Edme. Knowing the Rim, there was probably some old blind white hierarch who held the secret and would whisper it in the ear of Ra should the dread weapon ever need to be used. I pick out 2 cubes, one with the red sigil, one with the gold. The only question I have left to ponder is which, were he in my position, Selenius would use first.
Chapter 89. Darrow. The Only Path. It is a crime how easy it is to forget home and those you love when you are at war. I used to feel guilty for how seldomly Pax would cross my mind. Usually it was only in a quiet moment before sleep or waiting for the shower water to grow hot. I would bring him mementos from distant battlefields as a way of proving he was in my thoughts. To him, to myself, to Virginia, even to our household servants. One of his favorite mementos was from the Himalayas on Earth. A gold commando captain, whose name I forget, had a curious collection of glass globes that I discovered after relieving the man of his head. Inside the globes were tiny models of cities. Some had weather that shifted with the seasons. The one I brought home was a city trapped in perpetual winter. I spent much of the idle hours in the Ra bunker, recovering from my shoulder injury, finishing my memoirs to Pax, and telling him more and more about Cassius. That is probably why, as I emerged from the mouth of the Ra bunker 3 weeks after Lysander's attack on the Garter, I think of that globe city and its fantastical buildings. Most of the atmospheric generators that allowed the bounty of the Garter to blossom and flourish on this hellish moon were destroyed in the 2-day bombardment. But not all of them. Not Plutus's. The Atmogens were stationed beneath its everlasting defensive shield, and though he could have, Lysander didn't bother to send men to destroy them. As a result, a new climate has emerged. Ash snows down on the buildings, on the blackened trees, on the barren fields where it gathers in drifts that shift with the wind much like the sea. The air is cold, and those who bundle themselves against it move hunched like mourners across a solemn winter landscape. The gold of wheat, the green of corn, the purple of plum, the red of pomegranate, the blue of berry bushes, far as the eye can see, has all been washed grey. But not all is lost. Overhead, dark rip wings perforate a cloud and bank toward the mass of a jade-green warship that hovers over the dead city. More ships trundle to the east and west along the ashen band Loon has made of the Garter. The spotlights carve through the grimness, searching for more survivors. It is only a fragment of the efforts Volga has made to help the people of Io, and Volga's contributions are only a piece of the puzzle. Even though they might help spot survivors, Volga is wise enough to keep her obsidians on their ships. Instead, smaller figures skip across the landscape like hares. The daughters are not freshly arrived. They came to help a day after Lysander departed. It's taken them weeks to find and uncover the collapsed bunker entrances. Until today, we were trapped beneath the surface of Io. At Plutus alone, I spot 10 hearthcraft offering medical aid to refugees. These craft may be painted raw black, but the hastily sprayed red owls on their wings mark the emergence of Athena and her daughters as something far more important in the Rim's political landscape than rebels or terrorists. Standing by my side, Diomedes watches the daughters' hearthcraft with mixed feelings. His grandmother's face is far less conflicted. Sour and humbled, she scowls at the hearthcraft, only to shoot a glare at an Athenian frigate parked on a hill where apples once grew. Are we to kiss their feet now, and thank them for stealing our ships that might have made the difference against fire? She says. We'll see how long that lasts when the Shadow Armada arrives. It's that sort of talk that makes me fear this moment of idealism will be washed away by realpolitik before too long. All my hopes rest on Diomedes and his fabled honor. It is precarious to put so much faith in one man, but no more precarious than putting my faith in Volga. So much balances on the good intentions of dangerous people. It's enough to give a man grey hair. I do not kiss feet, Diomedes says, after a long moment. He scans the Moon Lords, seeing similar sentiments in their ranks. But I will clasp hands. I thought Loon didn't use any atomics, Gaia says. He didn't need to, I say. Then what is that mutant? She says, and points to a strange figure descending a building riven down its center by an orbital strike. The figure leaps from one side of the fissure to the other before bounding our way. I run toward him, and he stops, taking off his helmet, and opens his arms for a hug. I slam into him, and cling to him, and Sevro hugs me back. Cassius, I say. I know. I break down, and Sevro holds me, hard, not humoring me, but clinging to me too. I know Cassius always rubbed him the wrong way, but when I pull back I see tears in his eyes. I'll miss the prick, he admits. I'll miss him a lot. Sevro smells terrible, and like home. He presses his forehead to mine. We saw the bombardment from halfway across Ilium. I wanted to come straight off, but Athena and Volga wouldn't join their fleets. Lyria worked on Volga, I worked on Athena. Finally, we agreed to move in concert, but Loon didn't stick around to give battle. He's more afraid of Atalantia than he is of us, I say. We'll make him pay for that. Damn right. I tousle his warhawk. When he finally pulls back, he glares at Diomedes. You idiot! What do you think this is? The Middle Bloody Ages? The only thing Loon's honor is themselves. You had that piece of shit in your grasp. Bologna. This. It's all on you, man. Diomedes holds out his hand and closes it over the ash that falls on it. It would appear the lesson is learned. Glad Bologna could pay for your education, fool, Sevro growls. This man is the hegemon of the Dominion now, Gaia says. The Moon Lords have resurrected Akari's post for him. Show due respect. He is to be referred to as... Sevro turns on Gaia. Shut up, crone. I know all about you. Athena's educated me. He spies armored figures descending from the Pandora and stalks toward the frigate on the hill. Best not keep your saviors waiting. Gaia stares after him, then at Volga and her descending entourage, as the way Caesar might have regarded Gauls entering the Forum with weapons. Is this why we lived? To ally with beasts? If Mars does not feed us, we will starve, or else crawl to Loon, Diomedes says. So, yes. When we reach the hill, Volga and Athena wait on either side of a square table charred black during the bombardment. The two women are a study in opposites. Athena wears her helmet, but also the oil-smeared jumpsuit of a laborer and stands with a slouch. Volga has become a warrior queen in image, if not yet in proof, A mane of blue feathers flows from her shining silver war helm. I'm disgusted to see Far's war saw clings to the mag holster on her back. Yet Volga's face, when she doffs her helmet, is covered in a mask of ash. She is bald, too. I search for Lyria amongst the titans of her entourage and spot her soot-stained hands folded in front of her. It was not Volga's idea to wear the ashes and so come bearing her shame on her face, but the fact that Lyria thought of it and convinced her means far more to me. She looks at me in pain, and her eyes start to well up. Somewhere, maybe in the void or the veil, Cassius would smile to see his accidental protégé is yet again more than meets the eye. Then Diomedes, of all people, starts the meeting off on a bad note. "You are to come unarmed," he says. Volga is unimpressed. "You live by my mercy." "You rose by my aid," he says. They glare at each other until Volga shrugs, draws the warsaw, and breaks it over her knee. An impossible act if it hadn't already been weakened by a laser. Premeditated, then. She tosses the tip to Diomedes. "So you remember its edge." She returns the hilt to the holster. "And who holds the grip?" Athena curses under her breath and looks at me as if I made these giants in my personal laboratory. "Shall we get to it before we kill each other, then?" she asks. "Ideally," I reply. "Diomedes, the Covenant." 4 dust-walkers bring the Covenant to the table. The document is laser-etched into a hunk of iron Severo found in the rubble. It is a vague document and carries none of the reforms to the hierarchy that Diomedes agreed to in private, but it is consequential for 5 reasons. It provides dominion amnesty without expiration for all daughters of Athena, as well as promises of due process in legal proceedings for all colors. It pronounces the Volk's oath to never venture again beyond the asteroid belt. It formalizes a military alliance between the Republic and the Rim Dominion for a period of 10 years, and it binds all parties to a declaration of war on the Society. Not Lysander, not Atalantia, not whomever rises if they fall, but the Society itself. It does not solve all quarrels. The Dominion was refused a right to prosecute Volk braves and seek any restitution for their liberated Obsidians. The Volk were not allowed to keep any spoils of victory save the Rim Obsidians who wished to stay in the Volk host. Athena did not get the abolition of the hierarchy she desired, or ownership of the deep, yet. In the end, no one is happy, which means it is probably the only document anyone could sign, with even the slightest suspicion that it might actually be honored by the others. When drops of blood are taken from each signatory and sealed into the metal, Athena, Volga, and Diomedes stare at the iron tablet with an expression I know all too well. What have I done? Will it matter in the end? No. One of them will break the agreement. I should be ready. Those same thoughts play through my mind as the meeting threatens to dissolve with enough frigidity to make even an optimist fear the worst. Before each signatory can retreat to their people, I point to the iron tablet. This means nothing. Not to us. We all know it. But it will mean something to people who weren't here if we let it. I don't know what we'll find when we return to the core, whether Mars stands or not, whether there will even be a Republic Navy left to rendezvous with us. But I do know this. One way or another, this war will not last the year. A reckoning is coming, either for the tyrants or for us. We are weaker. We are fewer. The only advantage we have is that they can't afford to trust one another. We can't afford not to. May I say something?
We all turn to the interloper. It is Ori. Standing with the daughters behind Athena, she takes off her scarf and goggles. Diomedes smiles softly. I motion her forward. In the garden where I was raised, we are taught to study people like flowers. Many pinks are not destined for high halls and must know how to sense dark intentions even behind the kindest eyes. When I look at you, I sense you are all growing toward the light. There is something sacred in that, because you all represent a people. People who yearn for something more, for something they've never had. Loon, Grimace, they are trying to reclaim what they have lost. Control. There is nothing sacred in that. They do not lead. They pull, they corral, they confine. Their path has only room for one. Your path has room for you all. Remember that, and from this ash, freedom will grow. On that note, the meeting adjourns. Volga returns to her jarls. Lyria jerks her head at Severo and me to join. I nod at her dirty forehead. The ash didn't go unnoticed by the Moonies. Well done. Volga grimaces. There is more to do before it is washed clean. Darrow, I am sorry about your friend, Cassius. He was the most handsome man I have ever seen. Lyria snorts. Severo rolls his eyes. He was. A warrior must tell the truth, and I hear he was very kind. I wish I could have known him better. Loon will die. He has broken Lyria's heart. Whatever you need, when the time comes. Thank you, Volga. I look at Lyria. She's wiping her eyes. He was quite fond of you, I say. She doesn't let me console her. She bull-rushes me and hugs my hips. I peel her off and kneel and take a real hug. He was really pure, she says. I'm so sorry, Darrow. He loved you. I'm sorry. She pulls back and wipes her eyes. Shit, this sucks. Not long after, Volga returns to the Pandora with Lyria, as Severo and I say our goodbyes to Athena, Ori, and Diomedes. The fleets of the giants are well underway, Diomedes says. Uranus will try to hit the outbound Ascamani ships and return our stolen peoples. Neptune is across the sun and will meet us in the core. Once the Shadow Armada meets me here, we will meet you at the rendezvous. I won't be able to wait long, I say. Our ships are fast. Maybe we will beat you there. He grasps my hand, and then surprises Severo by extending his hand to him as well. Severo looks at it in suspicion. Don't be late again, Severo says. Don't torture me again. Severo shakes Diomedes' hand as quickly as possible. I will see you in Sungrave, Diomedes asks Ori. I've seldom been able to look at people and realize they are in love. With Diomedes and Ori, it is so obvious even the ash knows. They are a strange, shadowy pair. One raw iron, the other moonlit glen. But people probably think Virginia and I are an odd pair as well. Ori squeezes Diomedes' hand. He nods to me and returns to his people. I'm functioning as his emissary to the daughters before he sails for the core, Ori says. Of course you are, Severo says. Athena grimaces after Diomedes. Since I'm sending our fleet with you, Darrow, if his people turn on us, they'll be able to wipe us out in a week, she says. But they won't, Ori says. They need us too now. You sure you don't want to come with? Severo asks Athena. Just in case. I am not a warrior, and this is my home. The people need me more now than ever. Chion will have to do, she replies. If that's the case...
I unwrap Pyrphoros from my arm. Ori laughs. Athena ignores the blade and peers up at the falling ash. The garter will take decades to rebuild. Without the croplands of the core, we'll starve out here. Maybe not this year, but the one after. Ra knows it. I know it. So you have to win, lads. Martian grain, Martian fruit, Martian cows and pigs. That's your sentence. Feed us, and don't break all my ships. With a nod to Ori, she turns to head back to the refugee camp. Sevra bumps Ori's shoulder with a fist. We'll miss your songs, he says. For a while they were the only thing that could make me feel anything. Without waiting for a reply, he swivels away and heads for the Pandora. I face Ori. It's been a journey, I mumble. I wanted to say thank you for bringing us here, for giving me the path to the Veil. I was spiraling. People have saved my life before, but I think you saved my soul. And you saved Cassius's, she says. It wasn't me that did it. I liked him very much. In another life I might have loved him. But he didn't need a woman's love. He needed a brother's. The way he talked about you, well... Her eyes swim with tears. Lysander was an obligation. You were an aspiration. He was so afraid on our journey to the core, so nervous to see you and be rejected. But when he saw you respected him, valued him, he shined like a star. His path led back to you because you made him feel loved. That is all that matters, Darrow. When he died, he knew he was loved. So when you think of him, when you feel sad, remember that. She kisses me on the cheek. If we do not meet again, I will see you in the Veil with Cassius. You know the path. It is a strange, mismatched fleet that departs Io. Not just because the Obsidian ships are hulking juggernauts while the Athenian vessels are lean lightning. It is the people on the ships, too. The ships the daughters stole or built themselves are understaffed and, while rich with crafty specialists and brigades of black owls, are short of meaningful infantry that can challenge the Ash Legions. The Obsidian ships, while rich with quality infantry, are riven by animosity between the crews and the returning Volk. The blues and oranges and reds on those ships will never forget the treatment they faced under Far's rule, nor should they. Once they were hired contractors serving under Sephi's generous hand, then they were slaves again to the very braves who called them colleagues. Only my tearful petition, the threat to Mars and Volga's immediate reforms keep the low-color crews from using their newfound freedom to sabotage or abandon the ships. Still, I imagine most of them will hate the Obsidians for the rest of their lives. It is good Lysander did not want to fight our fleet. We have no cohesion yet, and would have lost despite our advantage in numbers. I hope on the journey home, Sevro and I can form the ragtag fleet into a fighting force that can combine with the Republic ships not grounded on Mars to help turn the tide. I know it will be an uphill struggle. On a journey full of surprises, it seems the Rim has yet one more in store for us. 12 hours out from Io, we receive a hail from a ship that the Pandora's scanners cannot see. It is the Archimedes. My heart is heavy as I walk toward the ship with Sevro. Each step up the ramp reminds me of a friend I've lost. Io, thunk. Ragnar, thunk. Orion, thunk. Dancer, thunk. There are less steps to reach the top of the ramp than I have dead friends to list. They all drift away when I enter the ship with Sevro. It is empty and quiet. The inspection teams have come and gone. If Lysander left a trap, it is in human form. Pytha, The former co-pilot of the Archimedes and former captain of the Lightbringer waits for me in the Pandora's brig. Severo lets me enter alone. I wander. I see Cassius everywhere I go, hunched over its controls in the cockpit, pretending not to be nervous, navigating its halls with his two wide shoulders, giving his toast in the commissary, grinning down at me from the training room as he puts me on the floor again. And when I stand before the door to his room, the only room in the ship I've never been inside, I feel his absence, the cold of the ship, and I know I have to face him. Cassius's body is stored in the cargo hold. He lies within a funeral torpedo stamped with the sigil of his house. Lysander's last grace for a man who became his surrogate father, brother, family. Cassius is dressed in his favorite pale blue tunic with the inkstain on the cuff and a storm cloak. His family razor lies spooled on his chest. His face and hands have been cleaned and dressed with preserving oils. But the wounds and contusions and the purple kiss of the rope cannot hide the violent way he met his end. He hardly looks like the same man I knew. My hand trembles as it touches his hair, the only part of him that escaped the brutality of Lysander. His hair is no less golden now that he is dead. A single sob comes out of me, followed by tears and silence. Cassius had a heart like Io, though it took him longer to find it. I wish he'd found it sooner. I don't know how long I stand there thinking not of the past, but all the life he had yet to live now that he'd become the man I always hoped he would be. Footsteps bring me back into my body. I hurt all over. I wipe my face and look up to see Severo. He looks at Cassius with the same annoyance he first looked at him 16 years ago. The Blue says he killed Atlas. A poor trade, I reply. Yut. Bloody damn Bologna. The man who killed fear. Guys, we're going to hear that song in all the bars when we're fat and old. Shit. Is that... He walks to the far wall and holds up a helmet. Das mein Helm? He shoves it on his head. Fits like a glove. Man, still stinks like Fitch, too. He turns to me. I just realized it could be booby-trapped. I had them check the helmet, Severo. Good. Phew. Ugh, the thought of loons snooping in my room. Disgusting. He goes quiet and takes the helmet off. He looks down at it, one of his only mementos of his father, then puts it with Cassius between his feet. He touches Cassius's leg and grows somber. I don't know if I've ever loved Severo more than I do in the depths of his silence. We stand quiet a few minutes before he closes the coffin's lid. He nods for me to follow him. Found something. I follow Severo to Cassius's room. The door is open. I feel anger towards Severo for violating Cassius's sanctum. But then I see the cramped room into which Cassius fit his huge life. On one wall, his childhood, filled with moving pictures of Eagle Rest, Julian, his father, his brothers, his sisters, even his mother, all curly-haired and smiling. There are a few swordsmanship badges and mementos whose meaning will never now be known. A purple stone with flecks of gold, a chunk of metal the size of an apple, a carved length of wood, a large knife with an eagle-shaped pommel. On another wall hangs a House Mars pendant, surrounded by printed news clippings of my pack. Not just me, but Severo, Screwface, Clown, Pebble, Virginia, even Pax. They are all happy moments, and it makes me sad that he couldn't be there to share them with us. On the third wall, are images of Lysander, Pytha, and Cassius through the years. But it's the hollow projector that makes me stare. A lock floats in the air filled with 2 shivering boys, while a wolf-like creature slinks around its edges.
Looked through his deck to see what the creep liked to wank it to, Severo says. He picks up the eagle knife and pockets it. He's got hundreds of hours of Institute footage in here. Some people peek too early. He winces. Sorry, he'd get that. He sighs and takes a seat in Cassius's lone chair and nods to the floor. I take a seat. He plops his hand on my shoulder. It's a long trip home. Where should we start? Wherever he left off, I say. Together, now at the age of many of the proctors who watched our antics from Olympus, we watched the 3 boys ride their horses across a moonlit plain. The boys were us once. Drunk on victory, they carried an owl standard and howled like idiots at the moons. We were idiots. Trapped in a world of lies, maybe the howls were the truest things that came out of our mouths. We were all just lonely and in search of a pack. I've already tried a tight beam to Mars. I don't know if they received my message, so I take Pax's key in my hands and send a silent message to Virginia and my boy. I love you. I'm coming home. I have an army. I have an armada. We will win. For Io, for Ragnar, for Fitchner, for Cassius. For them all. The End. This book was read for you by Tim Jared Reynolds, a member of SAG-AFTRA. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Lightbringer by Pierce Brown. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.